Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Paul Fletcher International Circuit here in Grantham and the 2022 Motorsport UK O-Plate, the British Open Championship for the X30 classes and IAME Cadet. We've got 4 classes here for you this weekend. Myself and Anthony Jordan are here in pit lane. We've just gone out for the first qualifying session. This is for the coveted right to wear the 0 on your kart for Junior and Senior X30 and IAME Cadet. And it's going to be a fantastic weekend, Anthony. Weather's good, karts are on track for qualifying, and, you know, things are looking really promising.
I think promising is a good day. I'll take it from you, Henry. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that. The weather is lovely. It's blessed us with a beautiful sunny day. It was a bit chilly this morning, which I think a lot of the drivers weren't expecting. Yep. So that was a factor that they had to bring in. But like you say, the first qualifying session's underway. It's Junior X30 out there. Last year's IAME O-Plate, you weren't here, unfortunately. It was just myself. But yeah, you're joining me this year, which is a nice change. So good to have you alongside, Henry, once again. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because we've got drivers spread out across the country and across Europe, actually, at the moment. We've not got many here this weekend. Well,
we've got 105, I think, but there's only 4 classes. So the key this weekend is tyre management. You're going to do a lot of racing. Today, you're going to see the drivers that are doing 5 minutes of time qualifying now. They're going to do 3 8-minute heat races today. Tomorrow, they're going to do not 1, but 2 pre-finals to decide the grid for the grand final. So looking after your tyres is going to be really, really important. And with the extra racing, you get 5 races before the final. You do have, you know, the potential for a mulligan. You can get away with, you know, 1 poor result, and it's not complete curtains. Yeah. But it's going to be really frantic. You know, the drivers are going to be finishing 1 race, and they're going to be back in the pits, you know, sorting their cart out, refuel, change the setup. Hopefully there's no damage, and they can be back on track. You know, normally you see like 5 or 6, 7 classes at a race meeting. Here, only 4, so the turnaround time is very quick. Pressure on the mechanics.
I think pressure on the mechanics is a good way of putting it, and in a way this is similar to Kart Masters, not in terms of the heats, because obviously the formats are completely different in Kart Masters, but the same sort of style of racing that you would expect from Kart Masters. It's a one-off event. Drivers want to be first, but there are prizes for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as well in some of the junior and senior categories. They still have the chance of getting entries into the IAME World Finals, but of course only first place gets that coveted O-Plate, and of course they get full entry into the IAME World Finals, and of course the tyre package as well. So everyone's going to want to go for that race win, but there's still a bonus for coming 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the British Open Championship is one of the most like long-standing events. It predates the Grand Prix by many, many years. It's effectively open to any driver with a kart license, you know, in the country. You don't have to be British. You can come from overseas, but it's the British Open, like the golf, the Open Championship of golf. It's an open event, open to everybody. The O-Plate is one of the most traditional events. You know, it predates the Grand Prix. It predates the English Championship. It predates the Scottish Championship. You know, this has really got a lot of history behind it, which is why it is still such a coveted number plate.
Yeah, and I think with the IAME O-Plate as well, it's not been going for that long. We've only got a handful of people who've actually won the O-Plate over the years, because it's had moments where it disappeared for a few years and then it came back. And I think we only actually crowned the first IAME Cadet O-Plate last year. Was the first time we saw an O-Plate for the IAME Cadet. Before that, there wasn't an O-Plate. So, you know, for some of these drivers, it'll be the 2nd winner for the O-Plate this year.
Yeah, and the Edgar family, George Edgar is the reigning O-Plate champion in IAME Cadet. The Edgar family have won numerous O-Plates down, you know, Jason and Justin, you know, and then Johnny Edgar as well. A lot of the time, quite often, the O-Plate was run at Rowra, which is their home circuit, but the Edgar family, the GP plate has always eluded them, but the O-Plate has been their domain. So that'll be interesting to see whether George Edgar can sort of continue that legacy and win his 2nd in succession. We've got Junior X30. It's the biggest grid. That's a full grid, 36 drivers. Their qualifying session is just about to finish. a lot of top names here from the British Championship, from the Little Green Man Championship, from other classes coming across as well. Looks like we've got a croc on pole position at the moment. Gabriel Stilp from Harry Burgoyne Junior, Fred Green, Brandon Carr, Fionn McLaughlin, Zach Green. So this is really the who's who of the British Championship. And of course, next weekend we're back here for the final round of the IAME British Championship. So it's a perfect opportunity for drivers who've got their eyes on the British title to get some practice in and get a good feel of the circuit conditions, as summer turns to autumn.
I think that's an excellent way of putting it, yeah, because, let's say, weather conditions changing, but the qualifying is now over. Everyone has taken checker flag, and like you say, yeah, still managed to hold on to that one. He was just pipped by Macaulay Bishop at one point, but yeah, Gabriel Stilp has come back to take pole position on that one from Fionn McLaughlin. Macaulay Bishop finished in P3 from Burgoyne Junior. Brandon Carr, GP plate winner in this class, of course, from the back of the grid to the front. We're expecting good things from Brandon Carr this one, finishing in P5. But as you can see, carts are now making their way in. Henry, do you want to go grab the roaming mic? And
I shall go and find a couple of drivers to speak to and give you a guest as well. So let's go and have a look around the paddock and speak to some of the drivers at the Junior X30 qualifying.
Excellent. Right, well, stay with me for the time being, ladies and gents. Henry will head off and chat to some of the drivers. But yeah, like we were saying, a very close qualifying in their fastest time, or it's an average, really, I shouldn't say. So drivers will go out, they'll take the best average over 3 laps. So that will determine their fastest time, and that's how they get organised into pole position. And it was a change that was really introduced, or very recently introduced, I should say. And I think drivers are actually starting to get used to it now. They're starting to enjoy it more than the straight 1 lap, that's your qualifying time, and if it wasn't good, that's it. So it gives, I think, a bit more of a chance to the drivers as well, and it also stops maybe drivers slowing down and going for a slipstream anywhere, and it stops bunching up, so they have to take the average. So in terms of all safety, a little bit nicer and a bit easier for the drivers as well. But you can see everyone getting lined up there, and I have a driver joining me here in the form of, I believe, Fred Green, who's joining me. Fred, obviously Henry's over there chatting away, but a good qualifying from yourself, P6.
It was all right. Was in a good position, then struggled to get around someone and got held up a lot, but P6 is still raceable.
Yeah, exactly so. I mean, you're on the 3rd row of the grid when you start the heats later on today. But talk us through, of course, the 3-lap average that is now the form of qualifying that we see. Is it a little bit nicer to use versus like the 1 lap, that's it? I
prefer it a lot more because it's like normally you just have to get a toe, and then whoever's got the best toe will go fastest. But with the 3-lap, you can't really afford to wait much, and it's more down to your skill rather than where you are.
So a bit more of a challenge, but I think more enjoyable in terms of that aspect for when it comes down to truly what you can do out on circuit.
Yeah, and it's a lot more closer on the times, so you have to be on it to be up there.
And, well, you're very much up there. So you're P6 on that one, starting the heat. So a nice result for yourself and, of course, doing well with the Jamie Green Racing team as well.
Yeah, it's going really well. I'm first year junior, so it's quite a surprise to be this fast. But, yeah, it should be good next year.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we like to see. Well, Fred Green, thank you very much for chatting to us. I think we're going to go and find Henry. Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yeah, well, the good thing about, the interesting thing about the O-Plate is that you get drivers trying a class for a one-off, coming over from different engines to try in X30. One of them is Aditya Kulkarni. Now, Aditya, we normally see you in Junior Rotax, but you've come across to X30 for this one. How did we go there? Just looking at it, 14th fastest. How would you find the change between going from Rotax to X30?
Yeah, it's a difficult learning curve, but it's a good class and good racing.
Okay, hopes for this weekend?
I'd be happy with a podium for this weekend.
Okay, there we go. There's Aditya Kulkarni. Now, we had Gabriel Stilp, Fionn McLaughlin and Macaulay Bishop with the top 3. I'm just looking around to see where we go. Well, we got Flying Flynn McDermott. Flynn, how do we go there? That was a bit of a tough one for you.
Yeah, I just got put on the rubbish coming down there after the second hairpin.
But with the 2 pre-finals tomorrow, does that give you a better chance of recovering from a poor qualifying session?
Yeah, probably. We got good last 2 weekends ago here, so confident for this weekend.
Okay, good, there we go. So that's Flynn McDermott, qualified down the order. But like we said, it's not too much of a disaster because, you've got the 3 heats today and the 2 pre-finals tomorrow before the final. Now, the top 3, let's go and try and speak to the top 3 as the next session goes out. Gabriel Stilp is in here. Let's see if we can drag Gabriel out. And Macaulay Bishop is in there as well. So Gabriel, come this way. Macaulay, you come this way. We'll quickly chat to you before we get back to the next time qualifying session as well. Macaulay Bishop, P3. How was that?
Not bad.
Okay, I mean, obviously promising start of the weekend. Some fast drivers around you. How are you thinking you're going to go?
Well, we had problems in the one before quali, so I think we sorted them out, but the grid's really competitive, so it'll be a good race, I think.
Okay, no problems. Thank you very much. We'll wait and see if Gabriel Stilp can come out and chat to us. Let's try in here. I'm not sure if the steel roof will affect. Gabriel Stilp, come this way, young man. We'll move back out. So, pole position in Junior X30. Again, you're leading the British Championship. It's going really well. Is this a warm-up for next weekend, or are you focused on the O plate?
No, we're trying to win the O plate, and then obviously it's sort of practice for next weekend. Hopefully we can win the British. We're sort of, I don't want to jinx myself, but we sort of pretty much sort of won it, but I don't want to say that and not win.
Oh, yeah, don't jinx yourself. Anything can happen in karting, but it's been a really successful season for you, and hopefully a round off with the O plate.
Yeah, hopefully I can win the O plate. I came second at the GP, what was all right. It came from 21st.
Okay, there we go. No problems. Thank you very much. Your pole sitter in Junior X30, Gabriel Stilp. Anthony, let's go back to you to catch up on what is going on in Senior X30 time qualifying.
Well, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, back here with no driver at the moment, but qualifying is underway for Senior X30. They are out on track, and of course the early times are coming in, not very representative of what they're actually going to be doing. Now the times are starting to come in, and Gus Lawrence, last year's O plate, of course, for the PF International team. He is currently on provisional pole. He's got Alessandro Serenetti just behind as well, the 96. He's a very quick driver and one that is good in these sorts of situations. Lewis Mackey joins us back, so hopefully Nanny June is watching on the live stream as well. Hopefully she is joining us. Caden McQueen, the number 6 seed. Now, he had a bit of a drama yesterday in the practice session. Yeah, I think that he said the butterfly bit in his carburetor jammed or broken, or was jammed open, and then when he fired the engine back up while he was outside the seat, it then drove off without him in it. But yeah,
and of course this is a rare X30 appearance for Caden this year. He's been concentrating on KZ2 and on Rotax, so yeah, it's good to see him back, defending his number 6 bar, running the number 6 seed. The senior grid, it's not massive in terms of, it's not a full grid. I think there's 26 drivers, but very, very strong in terms of quality.
Yes, I think that's I think that's a good way of putting it. We've got privateers out there, and standard already that we're seeing the classic, the dynamic duo, Gus Lawrence and Reggie Dewey, who are currently first and second provisionally, of course, in the timings. Yeah,
not best of friends.
No,
but again, they'll have, if they can work together, they will, to get away, and then hopefully they can battle for the win. That's what they'll be thinking. But Gus Lawrence, the defending champion, he's got the O plate. He runs for the PF International team. They're based here. He's currently second in the British Championship, so he's having a good season, is Gus. But he's been the nearly man. He hasn't won a round of the British Championship, and he's finished, he was in contention in the Grand Prix, but obviously he had a last lap accident. I think he would really want to get a win. He needs a win, that's the thing. It's all well and good being on the podium all the time, but drivers want to win.
Well, this is the event that Gus can do that, of course, because he is last year's O-Plate winner, so he has won this event. So it's, I think, one that holds strong to him. So he runs that O-Plate all the time at every event that he goes to. He doesn't take it off, which is nice to see, because a lot of drivers, they don't like to run their seat, do they?
No, some drivers, they don't like to run the GP plate or the O-Plate because they think it makes them a target, and some of them, they got their preferred numbers, and they think, well, if I haven't got number 1, I'm not going to run anything apart from my favourite number.
Yeah.
The only number I'm going to chase exchange it for is the #1, the national champion. Sam Heading, though, has just gone fastest. I think the most improved driver this year, certainly the strongest driver the second half of the season in Senior X30 is Sam Heading. Took his first ever win in the British Championships at Wilton Mill the last time out. Really, really pleased to see. There's a driver who's struggled to find the budget. You know, his dad works really hard to get him out and racing, and yeah, it's finally coming good for him, and he's hit a hot streak of form. Although, as I say that, he's just been pushed down to second place by Aaron Walker, and this is Aaron's last season in karting before he goes into GT racing next year.
That'd be a nice step up for him as well. Yeah, so timer has struck 0. So yeah, Aaron Walker puts it provisional pole. Gus Lawrence, though, he has not finished yet. He is halfway round the lap. I'm not sure if that is him going across the line. No, it's not him going across the line. So he's actually managed to get a whole new lap in. So P10 currently for Gus Lawrence. Yeah. We'll have to see where he's going to go.
Around the back, down the back straight now. Bright red crash helmet that Gus Lawrence always uses. Let's see, he's going to be the last driver to cross the line. He's 10th at the moment. It's a 3-lap average, so as long as this is good, it's going to move him up significantly. It moves him to 8th.
Okay, so not what we'd expect from Gus Lawrence.
No, but I mean, one of Aaron Walker, Harry Platten, Sam Heading, Sam Shaw, Marcus Littlewood, your top 5. Aaron Brown, a privateer driver, number 146, 7th fastest. I'll go and try and chat to him, because, you know, that'll be a really good story, because, again, you don't see him in the British Championship. I'm just looking at where Aaron Brown normally races. He didn't race in the Grand Prix. He does do the Little Green Man Championship and finished 6th in that this year, which is the sort of the not a national title, but Little Green Man for the X30 classes. They go around 6 rounds at different club events. Always have done. It's been a very long-standing championship, the LGM series. So he does that, finished 6th there, so he's quick. But yeah, let's go and chat with some of the drivers that have done well in that one. Right, I'm just going to save that on my phone.
You go save that one.
I'm learning. It's a new phone for me. It's a new phone. It's very scary.
Okay, it's, yeah, anything that's, I think, beyond 1926 for a mobile phone, you don't know how it works. Absolutely. But anyway, that's fine. Henry's going to head off then, so carts are making their way into the pit lane already. But, yeah, a very exciting, close qualifying there, and, of course, the 3-lap average really shaking up the field, which is nice to see. But, of course, Harry Platten himself, Hairsforce 1, he has put himself in P2 in that one, the GP plate. So, you know, a very quick driver around this PF International circuit, so keep a very close eye on him. Callum Atkins as well, another driver who has won rounds in the British Championship. He has gone out, but I think Henry is ready. So Henry, we'll head over to you.
Okay, well, there we go. Hello. I'm looking for some of the top 3 drivers are all still, you know, coming through the weighbridge. But let's speak to Sam Shaw, who finished 4th in that session. Sam, P4, how do you think that went?
Yeah, not too bad. Just didn't quite get perfect toe, but P4 is a good position to start for the heat, so as long as I'm up there, then lots of races to go.
Yeah, lots of races to go. I think you got 3 heats, 2 pre-finals, so, you know, a long weekend ahead of you before the main event.
Yeah, very long weekend, so definitely just going to have to try to look after the tyres and the heats and stuff, and then be there and thereabouts in the pre-finals and the final.
No problems, thank you very much. There's Sam Shaw in P4. Here's a driver that we were going to speak to, Aaron Brown. Aaron, privateer entry, finished 7th against the big boys. Well done.
Not too bad, not too bad.
No, but someone who doesn't drive in the British Championship, okay, you do the Little Green Man, I think you finished 6th in that. What's it like going against the big teams? You run as a privateer, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's good to have a good qualifying result against them, I suppose, and see how the heats go now.
Yeah, now it goes. Is it going to be tyre management? Is that going to be the key this weekend?
There's a lot of racing, so the tyre will be quite old by the time we get to the final. So try and keep it fresh. Okay, keep it fresh. There you go. Aaron Brown starting 7th at the moment. Well, provisionally, subject, of course, to any post-qualifying penalties. Here's Rhys Newburn. Rhys, his first year as a senior driver, okay, first year senior driver, Rhys, top 20. There we go. Good. How do you feel that went?
It's all right. We could do better. We know we've got the pace. Just tweak a few things on the surf and go for it. Okay, no problems. Thank you very much, Rhys. Well, there's Rhys Newburn. The top 3 are all hiding away, but Anthony has somebody that we were speaking about earlier, Caden McQueen.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, I do have Caden McQueen qualified in P15 out there. Not the best qualifying that we've seen from yourself, but, you know, it's still a challenge. Work ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, P15 is not what we wanted. We've got a lot of more speed that we could have shown, but unfortunately in that we couldn't have. Obviously over the 3 laps, which is how they do the lap times, it was a bit hard as there was a bit of traffic in front, but yeah, no, I think we'll be all right going into the weekend. We was fast yesterday, fast this morning, so yeah, we'll be good.
I think it'll be good. Now, you had a bit of drama yesterday. You've got, I think, how's the suit? I think you have a bit of green on your suit a bit, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Yes, the CCTV footage here at PFI is the best thing we've ever seen in your life. Where it's, yeah, what was it, the butterfly thing in your carb jammed open?
Yeah, not ideal that. To try hold on to a moving cart.
It is what it is. But, you know, today, lots of heats coming up, and obviously the pre-finals, the races, and the race really doesn't start until the end of Sunday when the final comes around, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the heats it's just crucial just to look after the tyre, because the tyre with a Comet, they wear away so quickly. So yeah, it's going to be really important to make sure that the tyres are in good condition for the final, because at the end of the day, that's when it counts. So just a few places that I'll make in the heats and just chill out and yeah, pick them off, but not push too hard.
Overall, do we think we're ready for the weekend?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, brilliant stuff. Cheers, Caden. We'll let you crack on. We'll let you head back to the team, but best of luck this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff. Henry, do you want to come back on over as Caden there? Obviously a tricky qualifying for Caden, but again, it just shows, you know, P15 for Caden on that one, not the best result that we've seen from him, but it shows that it is still tricky despite the fact you've got the 3-lap average.
Yeah, but it also shows that he's been out of the seat of an X30 most of this season. Yeah. You do get used to, I mean, he's obviously focusing on KZ2 and Rotax, so, you know, the little intricacies of the engine and the chassis, the setup, you know, that all the other drivers in the class have spent the whole season sort of fine-tuning and refining. To jump back in, even though he was 6th last year, he's a very, very experienced driver. It does take a little bit of time to get yourself tuned back into the way that the engine, the kart reacts to every single thing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you think you'd have the advantage of that one from the last round at Kim Bolton for the British champs, where he was jumping from a Rotax to a KZ2, different tyres, different engines, gears, brakes, all sorts.
And here is a different set. It's different brand of tyres, different engines. So you know, it's he's busy. He's getting lots of seat time. But again, it's yeah. I'm sure you'll get better as the weekend goes on, because the croc kart goes very well around here. Indeed.
Definitely so. Next qualifying session is out. It's IAME Cadet out, of course, a very busy grid. 26 drivers in total, but only 25 out on track. George House has not gone out on circuit.
Oh, okay, well, I'm not quite sure what's happened with George. George has been a feast or famine this year. He was 7th in the Grand Prix, but he's only 36th in the British Championship. So he's very quick on occasion. So he obviously likes it round here. So hopefully he's okay. And it's not a full withdrawal from the event. It's just something that's gone wrong after the last practice that meant he couldn't get out for qualifying. But trivia question, Riley Cranham, the only driver to win 2 races at the same day at Kart Masters, but only win 1 GP plate.
Yes, of course, because IAME Cadet and then Water Swift. The Water Swift didn't win a GP plate that weekend at Kart Masters, and I don't believe they're winning an O plate this weekend either.
No, they're not for some reason. I'm not quite sure why, but they're not. This is the final international qualifier for the Water Swifts. I think there's going to be 15 drivers. There's been 3 qualifiers. This is the 3rd of 3 qualifiers, and I think there's going to be 15 tickets available to the IAME International Finals from the UK in Water Swift, and this is the final one. So we're going to see a lot of these drivers in the IAME International Finals in the next couple of months.
Yeah. Well, that's Water Swift. Right now it's IAME Cadet, and IAME Cadet, they do win the O plate, but they don't get a entry into the IAME World Finals.
No, because it's all go to the Water Swifts.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure the politics behind it, but I mean,
it is what it is.
It is what it is, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of these IAME Cadet drivers in the IAME International Finals anyway. But I mean, certainly, I mean, you've got Fusion, Oliver Roller Motorsport, a couple of interlopers from Jamie Green Racing. In fact, 4 drivers from Jamie Green Racing on the grid, and as well as a smattering of privateers. But this is going to be, again, Fusion versus ORM, I'm sure.
Yeah, it always is. And right now, I mean, George Edgar, currently provisional pole, the O plate from last year. He won this event. He was very close to winning the GP plate as well. But yeah, this time around, let's see what he can do. I mean, he's got it up there. Not too bad. Henry Domain, though, in the number 5. P2 at the moment. So, like you're saying, ORM versus Fusion.
And this is, again, the top 10 in the British Championship are all here.
Yeah.
So it is the creme de la creme. at the moment, Henry Domain in third place. He's been the best sort of ORM driver for most of the season, constantly taking the fight to the Fusion squad that has had the upper hand, it has to be said. But again, Edgar, Kip Bolofsky, another driver is very, very fast, a little bit forceful from time to time, but I mean, yeah, he's going to be a contender as well. Cranham has come on leaps and bounds this year as well, because you've got, you know, Jensen Graham and the British Championship leader, Jesse Phillips, as well.
Yeah, exactly. So there are some very quick drivers out there, and all of them are going to want to go for that O-plate, because unlike the other classes, it's just a prize for first place. I think £500 in total up for grabs. It's £250 Virgin Experience Day voucher and 250 quid up for grabs.
It's a Virgin Experience Day.
Yes.
Make no comments on that, but yes, I mean, sounds fantastic. Again, the Trent Valley Kart Club, IAME, they do a great job of always providing prizes. I mean, Kart Masters, it was £20,000 worth of prizes. You know, this is a little bit less, but I mean, it's a really good incentive to come and race. And yeah, the drivers, I'm sure, put on a great show. We've still got George Edgar, although I think my timing screen might have said enough. So who is leading at the moment?
So I've got Kip Bolofsky, who's taken provisional pole across the line. Still 3 karts yet to cross. We've got Otis Cleary and Kazra Kamyab. They have now both just crossed the line, so it will be Kip Bolofsky on pole from Noah Baglin, George Edgar, Riley Cranham, Will Green, who's put it up into P5, which is good to see, from Kanishgrau, Henry Domain, Aaron Richardson, and Jensen Graham, Jesse Phillips rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, so Will Green for the Jamie Green Racing team. Again, a squad that you know, developing. They're a relatively new team, but you know, they're getting better and better and better. The key is now, is they're going to, as the experienced drivers, as Will Green moves up out of cadet next year, will the team be able to find replacements to keep that progression coming up? Because you know, every single year, Fusion and ORM, they lose drivers out of cadet into the junior classes, and yet there's a whole host of other ready-made replacements coming through. The key is, can Jamie Green Racing do the same?
Yep, that is going to be the case. Well, karts are making their way into the pit lane. Henry, are you going to go for your wonder, please, sir? But yeah, we've already explained the top 10 out there at the moment. But from 11th downwards, we've got Blair Smith, Harley Musk, Archie Lovett, Alfie Brown, Jensen Ackerman, Yarlis Sayer, Laith Khan across the line, P17 from Colby Patterson, Ethan Woodward, Braith Murdoch, Otis Cleary, Kazra Kamyab, Aaron Nayar, and Andy Stewart. And now Andy Stewart is a driver who has come over, now brother-sister team, actually. You got Andy Stewart and Johnson Stewart, who have come over from Northern Ireland. It's their first time racing here at PF International, racing as a brother and sister duo. I think, Henry, it could be ready. We can hand over to Henry. Henry, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I mean, I've got a kart, but no driver. Here's the driver. Here's George Edgar, the reigning O-plate and GP plate winner. Now, George, third fastest there. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I think it was good. Obviously, at the start, I got away a little bit, so I was on my own, which was quite unfortunate, but still managed to come third, which is good starting for the race. We just have to be in the top 5 in all the heats, and then obviously we've got 2 pre-finals, so it's still good.
Yeah, now, are you doing the Water Swift class as well?
No.
You're not. So you haven't got a rush to get to the next grid, because some of these drivers have got to just dash off. Do you think that's going to be a help to you?
Yeah.
Just focusing on the one class?
Yeah.
Excellent, there we go. So that's George Edgar, third fastest, the defending O-plate champion. You're running the GP plate, not the O-plate this weekend.
That's Riley's kart.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's not your kart, is it? Sorry, it's dearie me, the O-plate. The O-plate. Where is your kart's in there? It was Kip. Let's go and find. Tell you what, let's go and find. Thank you, George. Sorry about that. I'm looking. It's because Riley Cranham has just darted out of his kart and gone over to the Water Swift class. It got more confused. Here's Kip Bolofsky. Kit. So provisional pole in IAME Cadet. Congratulations.
Thanks.
How did you find it out there?
It's all right. Just kind of got put further back than opposed to at the start, but came through. It's all right.
Now, again, you were out racing in Europe last weekend, weren't you? How did that go? Last weekend or the weekend before?
Which weekend?
Well, you were racing in Europe, weren't you? The last round. When was the last time you were out in Europe?
About 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Okay, how did that go then?
All right, started 19th, got 6th.
Oh, fair enough. They were starting 19th, got 6th. So there we go. So there's Kip Malofsky. There's George Edgar's kart. He's running the O-plate. Riley Cranham's darted off. Here's Noah Baglin's kart coming in. Noah was second quickest, but Noah's gone to do the other class as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he just ran and jumped out into Mini Swift now. Gone to go and qualify on that.
Fair enough, no problem at all. There we go. So he's disappeared off there. There's CJ Patterson coming through. Oh, and almost getting bars out the way there. Tell you what, Mr. Patterson, how are you, young man?
Good.
Now, first year out of Bambinos, how have you found it this year?
It's been faster, which is more fun, obviously, because you'll get used to the grips, tyres. But I'm quite enjoying this.
Excellent, there we go, thank you very much. Right, Anthony, I think we'll go back to you over there because we've got the last qualifying session about to go out. Mr. Jordan, we've got Water Swift left. All these are running around the place.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, I've got no idea what he said at the end of that one. But Water Swift is coming out next. They're heading out. Of course, a couple of drivers who are doing the double in this one. They've just had to hop out of their kart from the IAME Cadet class, run to the dummy grid and get into their Water Swift kart. So they're heading out now. Of course, a couple of those drivers. 5 minutes for this qualifying. Plenty to happen, but not the busiest grid we've seen. But like Henry was stating earlier on, there are 15 tickets up for grabs for the IAME World Finals, which we are still racking our heads around, I think, of how that works in terms of the results for this one. So we'll find out. Henry will join in a moment. But we've got returning drivers as well. Maxim Bobrishov is a driver who joined us for the GP plate for Kart Masters, but unfortunately involved in an accident in the Water Swift class. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue the rest of the weekend from an ankle injury, so he's now come back and is now racing here again, of course, from the UAE. But Henry, I was just talking about a second ago there about the 15 tickets that are up for grabs. Yeah. It's something that we're trying to rack our heads around.
Well, I think if there's 3 qualifiers, then there'll be 5 at each. I'm not sure. It's a mystery to me. But we'll find out from Trent Bradley Kart Club because one of the qualifiers was the Grand Prix, was Kart Masters. I'm trying to figure out where the other qualifier was. I can't remember.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not sure myself. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We'll have to rack our brains on that one. We'll have to find out.
We will find out. We will find out for you and tell you after the lunch break.
Yes, exactly.
But no, this is a great class because this is a great mix of drivers. You've got some drivers that usually you see in IAME. We've got other drivers that we see in Honda as well. You've got Kenzo Craigie and Jarrett Clark, 2 of the top 3 in the championship in Honda Cadet, trying this out, as is Albert Friend. And of course, you've got different teams as well. You know, teams you don't normally see in the cadet side of things. You've got Argenti, Mad Croc, Ambition, Primo, Mark Litchfield Racing as well. So there's a lot of different teams trying this class out, which is good. I think I like that.
Yeah, it is nice to see, isn't it? A nice shake-up, not one whole team across the entire grid, which is really, really nice. Now, first laps are starting to come in now across the line. Rhys Owen has put himself up into provisional pole, but has been overtaken now by Henry Domain, Jesse Phillips, Lewis Islin, Connor Clancy. Albert Friend, the 91, has just put himself up provisional pole.
And again, Albert's been racing Micromax, he's racing Honda. He's going to be going to the grand finals again in Portugal after winning the Rotax Micro Festival in Germany. Yeah, really, really experienced. It seems to be that though that the cadet drivers can just hop from one chassis, one kart to the other, and it doesn't. You know, Honda 4-stroke, IAME 2-stroke, the Water Swifts, it doesn't bother them. They just bang on the pace straight away, which is really good to see. Albert Friend, Henry Domain, Jesse Phillips, Lewis Islin, and Connor Clancy. Connor Clancy, the most sporting thing I've seen for a long time at Kart Masters, where Bobrishov, his teammate, was injured under the bridge and he got out of his kart and pushed him to safety while there were karts still coming. It was fantastic to see. So it's good that they're back, and hopefully a clean, injury-free weekend.
Yes, that's what we like to see, isn't it? But of course, you know, accidents do happen. It's motorsport. We don't like to see them, but we expect them still to maybe happen. And, you know, here at PF, the Trent Valley Kart Club marshalling team, second to none.
Absolutely, the best in the business. You know, the best in the country. You know, some of the best marshals, best marshalling I've seen anywhere in the world in karting, I have to say. Trent Rally Kart Club marshals are fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fast circuit. You've got the bridge, which has its own inherent dangers, but, you know, the drivers are in safe hands here. That's the main thing.
Yeah, definitely so, which will be good to see. 40 seconds left of qualifying then, and of course the last really representable times are going to be coming in. I mean, fastest times that we're seeing out there, you know, 104s, we're seeing 105s as well, so relatively decent pace.
Yeah, and again, Domain, Friend, Phillips, Islin, Cranham, Craigie, Baglin, all separated by, you know, less than half a second, which is good to see, and that's on over the 3-lap average. Yeah, we're coming down to the final few moments now. I've got to say, I like this 3-lap average qualifying. It stops drivers going out and then pulling off at the side of the circuit, slowing down and spoiling other people's runs, which is really, you know, which is potentially, you know, can be very dangerous, I think. So a lot of people think, oh, qualifying, it should be, you know, the ultimate fastest lap. Well, there's a school of thought that I agree with that, but the way things work in karting, that's just not practical, unfortunately.
It's kind of, I think it's like Marmite for a lot of people and a lot of drivers as well. You either love it or you hate it, and I think a lot of drivers do love it, a lot of drivers don't like it, and that's fair enough. Everyone is entitled to their opinion when it comes to these sorts of matters, but, you know, I think you've hit the nail on the head there in terms of the safety aspect behind it. It stops that driver slowing down, but then it brings more skill in for the drivers. They're going to have to learn where they exit the pit lane, who they race with, because if they get stuck behind someone who is slower and they can't get past them, then they get stuck with their average. So it brings a new element into it.
You know, the reason that we do the 3-lap average in qualifying is because the way the drivers behave prior to that. You know, if it wasn't for the drivers messing about, then we wouldn't have this. So the drivers that don't like it, they've really only got themselves to blame, unfortunately. It's my, you know, for my 2 pennants worth. As the checker flag is out, Kenzo Craigie, there we go. From Honda Cadet, from 4-stroke to 2-stroke, and puts it on pole. Riley Cranham second, Noah Baglin third, then Jesse Phillips, Lewis Islin your top 5, Jarrett Clark 7th. So again, really good, strong mix of IAME Cadet drivers and Honda Cadet drivers, you know, in the same class. Really good.
Yeah, really nice to see, and rest of the field out there as well. You know, Rhys Owen, he put in the quickest time earlier on, unfortunately finishing P17 in that one, but you know, there's lots of talent out there. There's lots of quick drivers, and I think this IAME Water Swift class this weekend is actually going to be quite an exciting one to witness.
Yes, it will. You know, I mean, the Kart Masters event was spectacular. Lots of incidents and accidents, but I mean, Kenzo Craigie was he spent more time. You know, it's a different. Getting used to the extra speed of the Water Swift class. He spent a lot of time on the grass, you know, keeping it pinned, but once he's got a bit of control, now he's learnt the class a little bit. You can see the results, you know, and he's another driver on a real hot streak at the moment is Kenzo. But they're all filing into us now. You know, they'll go over the Wade Bridge, and yeah, I'll go and chat to a couple of them, and that's qualifying over.
It is indeed, yeah. Only 4 qualifying sessions this weekend, of course. Only the 4 classes joining us here for the IAME plate here at PF International. Henry's got his microphone. He's going to chat to some drivers, but yeah, a real shake-up then that we've seen out there. Drivers who are not used to driving these karts, but yet putting it on pole. They're used to more those 4-strokes, like we say. Kenzo Craigie, who won at Clay Pigeon, of course, a fabulous result for Kenzo Craigie as well. And it will be curious to see what he's going to do this weekend at PFI. But, Henry, I believe you're ready, so it's over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Anthony. I was just saying that Jesse Phillips is going to be joining you very shortly in the sort of the pit lane studio. Let's have a chat with a couple of the drivers. Well, start off with number 18, Riley Cranham. Riley finishing 2nd fastest there. So P2, Riley, happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, now you've got Kenzo Craigie in front of you and Noah Baglin behind you. It must be strange to have, like, normally in IAME, it's just fusion drivers everywhere. You've got some competition in this class.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder this class.
But you do have the advantage. You won at Kart Masters. How much of an advantage is that going to be for you?
Quite a bit of advantage. Quite a bit.
He's being sheepish a little bit, you know, kind of coy there, but yeah, quietly confident, I think, is Riley. We'll speak to Noah Baglin. We missed you in the previous session, Noah, because you jumped out of IAME and straight into Water Swift, didn't you? That is a great job. P3.
Yeah, very good. I think I haven't done that good in quali for a long time. And I think I've done good in both categories, 2nd in IAME and 3rd in Swift, so not bad.
That's really good. And, you know, can you win this?
Yeah.
Of course you can. There we go. Smiling, happy face. There we go. Of course you can. Noah Baglin. Let's have a look at some of the other drivers we got out there. There's Kenzo Craigie, the number 19, just getting his car onto his stand. We'll try and speak to the provisional pole sitter. Where is he? Where is he? Young man, from 4-stroke to 2-stroke, easy money on the pole.
Yeah, it was a tough one. We had to battle with a few people on the first 2 laps, so I didn't really think that we would get it, but I guess we were fast enough.
Yeah, now, I mean, you obviously drove this kart at Kart Masters, and you were a little bit, you know, wild, but, you know, you've tamed the kart now. You've got used to the way the kart feels compared to your Honda.
Yeah, it's a completely different driving style, so I've had to adapt to that. But it looks like I've got it now.
Looks like you've got it. Looks like you've got it. There we go. So pole position in Waterswift to Kenzo Craigie, and there we go. I think that concludes qualifying. We're going to go this way now. So let's wander round. Well, oh, hello, young man. How are you, Henry?
All good, thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Great name. It'll take you far in life. That will. There's 2 Henrys there. 3 Henrys, in fact. Right, let's go round, find Mr. Jordan. We're going to wander around and take you on a little guided tour of the track here at PFI. It's not a part of the circuit, not a part of the facility that we see, you know, up close and personal, shall we say. Mr. Jordan, how are you, sir?
I'm all right. I think we're going to go for a wander back down to the commentary box now, aren't we? We'll walk and talk, I think. Should we do that? I think we need to close this gate after we've done with it. But you make sure, safety first, as we. Do you know how to close the gate, Henry?
Oh, there we go. Done. Oh no.
Oh no, the other cameraman's got to come now. There we go. There's Joe, the cameraman. I think Chris can sort the gate out. But qualifying, very interesting. We've seen up and downs, I think, all the way throughout this.
Yeah, again, a lot of big names at the front, but again, we've got a nice smashing of surprises as well, like Aaron Brown in Senior X30. That's a really good, strong showing, that is. It's going to be a really interesting weekend. You know, you haven't got the intensity of Kart Masters, but you do have a lot of tactics. So I think we're going to see some of the heat races today might be a little bit sort of tame in terms of overtaking and battling for the lead, but everyone's going to be playing a game of chess. You know, they're going to be putting themselves as high up as they possibly can while saving as much life on their tyres as possible, because you will see drivers going out, getting first, second, third in the heats, and then in the longer races tomorrow they'll go backwards because they'll kill their tyres. Simple as that, especially because the weather is like quite warm. Have a look at the grip, the rubber that's gone down on the track, you know, already. That is going to be, you know, it's very, very grippy, which is going to, you know, obviously a lot of rubber down, which is a lot of rubber coming off the tyres.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, of course, compared to Kart Masters, like we were saying, there are some dramatic differences. We don't see many spectators here for the O plate. It's not as coveted as the GP plate, but it is still one that a lot of drivers want to win. But I think the main thing that they're going to have to contend with, like we were saying, is the weather. Unlike Kart Masters was a very hot weekend, wasn't it? The sun was burning down, the track temperature was a lot hotter. The air temperature today, a lot cooler. There's a bit of a breeze in the air as well. Makes it a bit easier for the engines, though.
It does. We will see some very fast lap times because, you know, the cool air helps the engines breathe a bit more. So we're going to see some fast lap times. But yeah, it's a nice day. We got, you know, obviously it's not boiling hot, you know, by any stretch of the imagination. So let's have a look. So here's the part of the circuit that you don't see up close and personal. You've got the dummy grid, and then you've got the panorama room up there, which is where a lot of spectators watch. There's a bar area, you know, you can eat. Exit dummy grid. That is the VIP room at the top there, the second floor, where you see all the various guests come and watch. Behind there's some offices and some really nice, you know, TV and, you know, sitting room area. And then you've got the grandstand. Obviously, you know, the famous PFI grandstand, the biggest grandstand in British karting, Anthony.
Yes, definitely. And it's, well, I have to say, it is a really nice place to stand. It's even got acoustic panelling up there as well to kind of dampen the noise of the karts, because it is a wind tunnel in there. When a full grid of any kart class whizzes past this gantry, it absolutely blows a gale through there, and I have to say, you've got to have your woolly hat on to be in there.
And yeah, again, the tin back to the grandstand. Before the padding was put on the roof, it was deafening in there. Especially you got the commentary, the speakers for the commentators as well. So yeah, for many years I was not very popular here because I get excited and yeah, I'd be deafening the people in the grandstand. But again, we will see. There'll be people here. It is quiet, but there's 105 drivers, so a lot of the big teams are here. I think we're in for a good weekend.
Definitely so, really so. We're coming up now to the finish line. Of course, this is where the O-Play is essentially won or lost, and we've seen some incredibly close races here at PFI. We've seen drivers absolutely neck and neck when they've crossed this line, haven't we?
Oh yeah, I mean, so it is possible to come out of that final corner second and get enough of a drag and a slipstream to pull out and pass and take the lead before you get to the start-finish line. That's the beauty of this part of the circuit. You can get that slipstream out of the last corner and overtake the driver in front of you on the run to the line.
Yeah.
I've seen it before. I'm sure we'll see it again this weekend.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, of course, the heats will be coming up very, very soon on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure you do stick with us, of course, throughout all this. But we've got lots of races, 12 heats today in total.
12 heats to go, so everyone does 3 heats. A quick turnaround between each one, 8-minute heats, so they're going to be short, sharp and sweet. Lots of action coming up. Yeah, going to be a great afternoon's worth of racing.
Will be indeed. Make sure you just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with all the live action here from PF International.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Welcome to Paul Fletcher International, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club and the 2022 Motorsport UK IAME O-Plate event, the British Open, where in 3 classes we will crown the winner of the prestigious Zero Plate, the O-Plate, and in the Water Swift class, the 4th class that we have here for you this weekend, it is the 3rd international qualifier event. 15 drivers in total will go through to the IAME International Finals. This is the 3rd of a mini championship. One of the rounds with Little Green Man. Then we had Kart Masters, and this one is the 3rd qualifier. So we have 12 heat races lined up for you this afternoon. My name's Henry Baudet. Joining me, as always, is Anthony Jordan. And Anthony just dealing with a few little technical issues in the commentary box. Anthony, the sun is shining. We're at the home of British karting, PF International, and it's the O-Plate. It's the start of the heat races. 12 races, 105 drivers in total. It's going to be an action-packed afternoon.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, beautiful shot there of the Bobby Game corner, just in that sort of last section of the track. We have seen championships won here. We have seen GP plates won here. And I suspect over the course of the 2 days we're here, we're going to see an O-Plate being won here in this section of the track as well.
At the very foreground of the camera shot here, yes. So this 1,384-metre circuit, PF International hosted its very first event back in December 1994. In 2011, the bridge was added to extend it to its current length. But yeah, some of the corner names, you've got Bobby Game Corner, named after one of the first Kart Masters champions. You've got the Mike Wilson complex to the left. The Mike Wilson complex to your left, that is named after the 5-time world karting champion. And karts are on circuit. The rolling lap for Junior X30 Heat 1, 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat races, and they're on their rolling lap now. Let's take you through the starting lineup, Anthony, because it's going to be Gabriel Stilp and Fionn McLaughlin on row number 1, Macaulay Bishop and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 2.
Brandon Carr and Fred Green, they'll go from row 3. Henry Jocelyn and Taylor Orridge, they'll go from row 4.
Hardy Mamasi and Freddie Lloyd go from row number 5. Jack Hobson and Monde Junior Canini round out the top 12 on row 6.
Jack Nestleship and Adita Kulkarni go from row 7. Joey Brown and Zach Green go from row 8.
Rylan Eschberg and Kian Geraghty are on row number 9. And rounding out the top 20 on row 10, we have Eden Spanswick and Alexander Zingarevich.
Tommy Harfield and Lewis Bird go from row 11. Harry Redding and George Robinson, they'll go from row 12.
Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell start from row 13 with Dayton Coulthard and George Quartermain on row 14.
David McIntyre and Flynn McDermott go from row 15, rounding out the top 30. Morgan Moore and Cameron Pratt-Thompson go from row 16, rounding out the field on row 17. Joseph Smith and Henry Gregory for the premium karting team. Henry, first race of the day, nerves are there, track is cold, you know, everything's just getting started now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, nobody wants to, you know, have a bad first race. You've got 3 heats, 2 pre-finals tomorrow, so you can afford one sort of less than stellar performance, but you don't want to start the weekend using up your mulligan as the lights don't go out. It's a false start, and you can see the drivers going through the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge. The red lights are still on the gantry, although they're going at a fair lick out onto the banking. Here you go, through turn number 3, across the bridge, turn number 4, and down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Now, it is a false start. It looks very racy, and oh dear, there's the number 22. That is Lewis Bird for the Crop Promotions team. Teammate 2, the poles at the Gabriel Stilp, and he's had an off. That is going on to the bridge. He's back in the kart, so he'll now try and catch the rest of the field. He's due to start. Where is Lewis? He's due to start on the outside of row 11, so he's not got too far to catch up. He should get himself back into his correct starting position. There's the number 42, your current British Championship leader, Gabriel Stilp, who have the honour of leading the field to the start of the first race in the 2022 IAME British Open, the O-Plate, here at PF International.
Yes, indeed. You can see the drivers testing their steering on screen. But yeah, again, a big challenge ahead up for all of the drivers here today. And of course, this one of the busiest grids out there, 35 entries, pretty much a full grid of karts out there. And I feel like we're going to see some exciting stuff from all of these drivers, and especially, I think, from these two, because like their counterparts in the senior X30 category, the two that are starting at the front there, Stilp and McLaughlin, bit of friction between the two of them, but still very sporting drivers to each other. But yeah, it's they give us an exciting race.
Yes, they're battling for the British title, and you know, sometimes things get a little bit heated, you know, a little bit too close for comfort. But that's a different championship. This is a one-off event. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing, and Stilp grabs the lead going into turn one. Macaulay Bishop from the inside of row number 2 slots into second position. So and at the back there, that is one driver just making light contact with the inside barrier. It looked like it was a red and white car, Birrell ART chassis. We'll catch up with who that was very shortly, but it's still leading, and already McLaughlin in the number 29 Fusion car fighting back to retake second place.
Yeah, so good start then for the majority of the field. You saw there were a couple of karts as well at the start who took to the grass area as well. So 3 karts did go off at turn 1 of the first section, but great start from Stilp. Look at the gap that he's gained already. He's managed to open up quite a significant advantage as the race continues, and off the track there goes the 96.
That's George Quartermain.
It is, yeah, and that's not gone too well for him, wherever that is.
Back in the race, and so Stilp completes lap number 1 with a healthy advantage over McLaughlin, Burgoyne Junior, Brandon Carr, and Bishop now in 5th position. Henry Jocelyn runs in 6th, and it's Monday Canini Jr., Taylor Orridge, Hardy Massey, and Jack Hobson rounding out the top 10.
Yes, indeed. So 6.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. And again, keep an eye on the man. You can just see there in the back of this quadruple set of karts, you've got Brandon Carr there. No plain nose going on him, but yeah, GP plate winner from the back of the grid to the front in this category, and of course, so he knows how to overtake around this circuit. One driver that we're going to be expecting to see up at that sharp end for the majority of it. One car off just wide in the background.
Monday Junior Canini on the Praga kart, that very distinctive sort of purple and silver liveried machine.
I would say it was blue.
It's got a regal air to it, the IPK Praga chassis. He's running as a privateer, so not running with the official Praga team any longer is Monday Junior Canini, but they're still doing very well. And you can see the slipstream effect coming into play, because Fionn McLaughlin has now caught Gabriel Stilp, Bishop in 3rd, Carr 4th, Burgoyne is 5th, then is Taylor Orridge in the number 66 machine, Taylor for the Mad Croc team. So lead group topped and tailed by 2 Croc Promotions entries. And a change for the lead, is it? Yes. Yeah. Fionn McLaughlin takes it going into the first hairpin. Perfect crossover for Gabriel Stilp to retake the lead, and just shows Fionn McLaughlin the grass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a sort of standard move you would see really at hairpin 1, isn't it? You would see someone send it down the inside. They would always generally tend to outbrake themselves. They can't get the cut back to take the second part of the apex, and yeah, just promote someone to do the switchback move on you. And time and time again, we always see that move, and we see it again here. This now changes up the top 2 a little bit. Still who leads, but now Bishop's there in P2. Brandon Carr now moving up into P3. McLaughlin now down into P5 as Burgoyne Jr. also managed to get past as well. Less than 5 minutes to go. And now this will be Bishop's turn to potentially go for the move in hairpin 1, because he's close enough for it, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's going to get a good slipstream. I mean, I've been surprised at how many lead changes we've had so far. Still, you know, under pressure now. Let's have a look. Does Bishop make the move? We saw him a couple of laps ago make the move on Burgoyne Jr. at that hairpin, and Burgoyne Jr. now passes Brandon Carr for 3rd position. Carr thinks about fighting back into the second hairpin. Now they're going to short shoot. Bishop checks over his shoulder just to see who's behind him and how much of a gap he's got. He now knows that if he wants to make a little bit of a move on the race leader, he's not going to get, you know, swept aside by Burgoyne Jr., because Burgoyne Jr. is a few kart lengths back. There's Fionn McLaughlin, number 29, who fell back to 5th position after that rather robust crossover, I have to say, from Gabriel Stilp. He left McLaughlin in no doubt who was boss 2 laps ago. And McLaughlin has now got to try and sort of regather his momentum and fight his way back towards the front as we move into the second half of this race. We've lost Tommy Harfield on the opening lap, the number 11 machine. the KR Sport entry. Tommy, who usually, you see him in junior Rotax, and here is a change for the lead. Bishop to the inside, and Harry Burgoyne Jr. capitalises, takes advantage of the fact that Stilt was offline to pick up P2.
Yeah, and that's where you don't see the switchback come into effect, is when two karts go through, because you can't get your kart back down the inside quick enough to be able to get alongside going into the next corner. So yes, it always does work better if you can work in a pair to go for that race lead. So it's always good to have a teammate behind you. Now, none of these drivers are teammates. We've got a Dan Holland racing driver, we've got a Mick Barrett racing driver, we've got a Mad Croc driver. Oh dear, and Brandon. There. And what happened there?
Jr. Harry Burgoyne, did he just clip the curb? I almost think that was almost like a kart failure of some kind, the way he just clipped that curb and just jackknifed the kart round. I don't think there was any contact from behind.
No.
But it certainly forced Gabriel Stilt. Great reactions there from Stilt to not get collected. He had to take evasive action to the outside. And let's have a look. Does Burgoyne... Yeah, Burgoyne Jr. has gone past the commentary box to start another lap. So it obviously wasn't a mechanical failure. He just seemed to clip the curb at the wrong angle. And it just spat the kart round. Most out of character for Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Yes, indeed. Now, hand gesture to chop and change there between the two teammates here. The 66 of Taylor Orridge now going into P3. Gifted the position by Stilt. I think there's some communication going on between the pit wall and these two drivers, and I think maybe Taylor Orridge given the advantage to the fact that he has caught up and he maybe have the faster pace out in circuit.
Well, I mean, Stilt might be better at being the pusher at this stage, because Corley Bishop has been gifted a huge advantage. Now, Taylor Orridge was able to just sneak up the inside as Burgoyne Jr. spun. Now, what happened to Fionn McLaughlin? That's another thing. Him and Brandon Carr down in 6th and 7th position. I did see a warning flag for McLaughlin and for Brandon Carr, so there's obviously been some sort of dispute between those two off our cameras. But Bishop, really, with just over 90 seconds plus a lap to go, is now cruising and can control the pace from the front. I don't think that Orridge and Stilt will be able to catch him unless Bishop makes a mistake. And there is, there's still 3 wide back in the pack coming off the first hairpin, and that is the recovering Burgoyne Jr. by the looks of things. In the number 68 kart, no, that's the number 214 of Jack Hobson. He's on the Charles Leclerc chassis this weekend. There's Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that is a tactical retirement or if there was a problem there.
So that driver you can just see on the outside there, the number 33, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Now, yeah, he's on the outside line here, and he's in a bit of trouble there. But so far, he has gained 20 places in this race. He was up into P12. I'm not sure he'll be in P12 now. No, he goes down a couple, goes down into P16. Henry Gregory, another driver, 21 positions gained, as well as Dayton Coulthard, 13 positions gained. So there are some big movers up in that mid-pack.
Yeah, and it hasn't exactly been, there hasn't been many retirements. I mean, we've lost Harry Burgoyne Jr. now. We've lost Tommy Harfield, but that was on the opening lap. I'm not even sure if Harfield took the start, if I'm honest. Yeah, some good overtaking, some good racing. There's Henry Jocelyn, number 26 Mick Barrett racing car. Ooh, just a little bit of door handling there with Fionn McLaughlin. That will put Jocelyn up into 6th position. And there's the E-plate. That's the English champion, Hardy Massey, who's actually Canadian.
Right.
Ironically, but yeah, he won that at Shennington earlier this summer. I haven't seen much of Hardy racing in the British Championship this year, but and there's a little bit. Oh
dear.
And that's Rylan Eschberg in the number 273 kart getting involved.
And there was a Mick Barrett kart that's just rejoined the circuit there after missing the complex section. So crossing the line, I'm not sure who that was.
That would probably that might have been Jocelyn. And there's a move going on into the banking there by Monday Junior Canini. So there's us thinking it's going to be a bit of a tame start to proceedings, and it's been anything but.
No, it's been pretty chop and change in that mid-pack section. Calm at the front. There's McLaughlin down the inside.
Not Dieter Kulkarni, and Kulkarni tries a crossover, but that is not going to work. And Kulkarni's now going to get snookered by the following premium karting entry.
That's Henry Gregory.
Of Henry Gregory.
Yeah, like I say, one of the drivers who's moved up from the back of the grid in this race. Started Henry Gregory right at the back. Started on the 17th row.
34th position, and that would move Henry up into, I think, the 12th position.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's going to end badly there, and that's Monday Junior Canini and the number 214 of Jack Hobson coming together. That was all a little bit unnecessary there, and damage to both karts. And as we start the final lap, well, this mid-pack has been absolutely insane. It's like a final, not a first heat.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's like that.
No, it's a very, very strange, very strange. But up at the front, things are nice and calm. Macaulay Bishop continues to lead. Gabriel Stilp has passed his teammate, Taylor Orridge, to move back into P2. And there's a huge gap behind them, back to Hardy, Mamasi and Brandon Carr. I mean, Mamasi has moved into 4th position just by staying out of trouble.
He has done indeed. So, into the final sort of section of track. And like we say, Macaulay Bishop kind of gifted this lead after that disaster from Burgoyne Junior. Not a clue what happened to the car. Did he clip that inside barrier on the inside? Well, we won't know, but he'll come across the line. And Macaulay Bishop will take the first race win of the day from Gabriel Stilp. Taylor Orridge finishing in an impressive P3. Mamasi will take 4th place from Brandon Carr in 5th. Then it's another big gap from McLaughlin, Gregory and Kulkarni. Fred Green crosses the line in P8. In P9, I should say, from Zach Green in P10. And then this huge group comes across the line. Monday Junior Cadet is still there with a very broken NASA panel.
Yes, it's still attached, but it's certainly very skewed. Fair play. Let's have a look at the replay of that incident.
Who was it that went down the inside?
Well, it was Monday Junior Cadet trying to pass the number 51 kart, and then it was Hobson at the inside. 3 wide there in a part of the track where it's not normally advisable to go too wide, and that was always going to be the result of that. And there's some various hand gestures going on, but I have to say, Henry Gregory from 34th to 7th. What a drive from Henry Gregory. There's a look down at the positions 12 to 24 on your screens. Macaulay Bishop starts his O-Plate campaign with a victory. Just check last year, Macaulay was the O-Plate champion in Mini X30. He just doesn't have that class this year, sadly. But I mean, he's a he's a reigning O-Plate winner, but he's obviously not defending his title. And now a discussion between Taylor Orridge and Gabriel Stilp and Macaulay Bishop.
First race of the day. It's been quite a hectic one, hasn't it?
That was a little bit hectic. Well, any standard. But the seniors are up next, and I'm sure that things will calm down a little bit. Not for that, but yes. Bishop, Stilp, Orridge, Mamasi, Carr, Fionn McLaughlin, Gregory, Kulkarni, Fred Green and Zach Green round out the top 10. Dayton Coulthard comes home in 11th place from 27th on the grid, and Eden Spanzer completing the top 12. Ahead of Hayden Eldridge, Jack Nettleship, Freddie Lloyd, Henry Jocelyn, Ryan Ashberg, Cian Garrity, George Robinson and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, your top 20. That was race number 1 of the 2022 IAME O-Plate. Race number 2 is about to hit the track, and that is Senior X30.
Yeah, let's have a look at the starting lineup. We'll bring that to you. Of course, quite a big group of karts coming out on this one, but Aaron Walker and Harry Platten crucially starting on that front row. Sam Heading and Sam Shaw, they'll go from row 2.
Kalai Atkins and Marcus Littlewood start from row 3 with Aaron Brown, privateer driver, and Gus Lawrence, defending O-Plate champion, on the outside of row 4.
Premium Karting lockout on row 5 for the top 10. Louis Johnson, Cool and Alessandro Serenetti go from that row. Harvey Ryby and Lucas Ellingham, they'll go from row 6.
Thomas Fleming and Derek Morgan go from row number 7. Caden McQueen and Lewis Mackey start from row number 8.
Reggie Dewey and Harry Torpy go from row 9. Ty Stansfield and Reese Newburn go from row 10.
Christopher Bingham and Sam Lewis are next up on row number 11, ahead of Michael Rapsey and JP Slater. Thomas Pryor, Stephanie Obeka and Stephen DeCaza round out your 27 strong starting lineup. Stephanie Hobeka and Stephen DeCaza, both racing for the Dan Holland team here. Names that are new to us. Certainly, you know, not British Championship runners, but again, great to see some new drivers, you know, in this event, and maybe the British Championship drivers next year. We'll see.
We'll see. Now, interesting qualifying from that one. You know, we see drivers up at the sharp end that we wouldn't usually see, but we have got the familiar faces at the front. Into the tram lines they go, and here we go. Green flag out, 8 minutes of racing plus 1 lap. Great start from Serenetti at the start of that one. Sorry, it's Aaron Walker. Sorry, it's a great start from that one. Takes the lead early and moves into the lead quite some way, I have to say, from Platten. One off in the background.
That is one of the premium karting entries. That looks like it could have been the number 61 of Louis Johnson Cool.
It was.
But I noticed Marcus Littlewood there in the red and white Birrell chassis. He got a big tank slapper on halfway through that first chicane, the Bruno Ferrari S's, that sort of slowed him down and sort of caused a bit of a concertina effect behind him. They ever managed to not bump into each other and have an incident, but it did mean that the top 4 or 5 are able to ease away a little bit. Sam Heading, good start from number 7, MDL racing driver, the Mark and Dave Litchfield run, number 7 of Sam Heading, who of course has been on really strong run of form lately, won the last round of the British Championship, and he is in 3rd place with Sam Shaw behind him.
Yeah, so chopping changing, there's Gus Lawrence, the O-plate, and there is the recovering Louis Johnson Cool.
The recovering stroke retiring Louis Johnson Cool, it looks like.
Yeah. That car being very slowly driven back into the pit lane. Now Platten very close onto the back of Walker here and is going to go for the move for the race lead. Nicely timed. Watch for the switchback. No switchback seen. Could manage to hold that car quite tight to that inside line there.
Yeah. That's the advantage of having tyres that are still relatively new.
Fresh, yeah.
Yes, they did 5 minutes of qualifying and then this is the second race lap, so there's still a lot of grip in those tyres. But Platten, Walker, Shaw, certainly nobody getting away now at the front. That second group has caught the top 4. The number 2, 3, 4 of Kalai Atkins is there in P5, with then Littlewood in 6th, Serenetti, Lawrence, and privateer driver, number 146, keep an eye out for the red and white Birrell ART kart of Aaron Brown.
Yeah.
Local driver from Lincoln.
A couple of big movers out there as well. Lucas Ellingham, the 99, up 5 places, currently in P7. I think he's actually just gone down into P10 now, so he did make some good moves, but he's dropped down again now. But again, some big movers out there nonetheless.
Yeah, there was almost a big move there from Alessandro Serenetti, who went steaming around the outside, but managed to get the kart slowed down, but then lost a position coming out of the corner. And Serenetti then was a bit of a bottleneck as he slips back to the 9th place, 8th or 9th place. But yeah, the number 96 premium karting driver showing that he's not afraid of late braking. Oh, and there is the number 8 car of Lewis Mackey for the Fusion Motorsport team. Lewis, who's not driving full time this year, you know, he's doing it on mechanicking, but he's bringing the number 8 seed out for this event, and yeah, maybe a little bit of ring rust there as he misjudged that manoeuvre ever so slightly, but carries on.
Yeah, been on the spanners more than racing this year, but he has raced at Kart Masters as well, didn't he?
So just occasional one-off races for Lewis. As there's a move for the race lead, change of lead. Harry Platten, the GP plate holder, goes into top spot.
Sam Shaw still there in P3. Close company though. Kalai Atkin and Marcus Littlewood as well, just behind. So lots of changing in there, and just Walker going super defensive there in towards the Fullerton S's and just thinking, no, I'm going to stop any advantage that could be coming towards my way. And down the inside there goes Marcus Littlewood. Gets down the inside of Kalai Atkins. Atkins now falling down the order a little bit. But nice big group at the front here. No one really pushing it, which is where you see the senior element come in, because no one's really using their tyres much. They're saving them.
Yes, they're thinking about tomorrow afternoon, which is the most important part of the weekend. You see the back of this league group, number 99, Lucas Ellingham, the Jack Dex racing team, is also attached himself to the tail end of this lead group. There's 10 of them, I believe. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Serenetti and Thomas Fleming. Then it's Brown, Dewey, McQueen, Torpy, Ryby, Stansfield, and the number 48 of Derek Morgan. As there's Sam Shaw. Has a little look at Marcus Littlewood and now gets defensive at the short shoot to prevent Lucas Ellingham from going through.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Sam went for that one. He did just get overtaken by both Gus Lawrence and Marcus Littlewood at the first hairpin. So, yeah, wanting to get back at that one quicker, or rather sooner rather than later. So, yeah, unfortunately didn't pan out for him. Now he's got a bit of a gap in front, and now he's got the 99 of Lucas Ellingham just behind as well. So crossing the line. 3 minutes to go then. 5 laps completed. We're on lap 6, and Platten still leads the way from Walker, who is very, very close behind those two absolutely line astern. More gaps further down. Reggie Dewey's had a good start to his race. He's up 4 positions. Aaron Brown has struggled in this early half of the race. He is down 10 places now in P17. Not what you want to see at the start of the weekend, but nonetheless, he'll be looking after those tyres, I'm sure, and we'll see him come thick and fast in the latter part of the day and maybe even tomorrow as well. But a lot of these drivers just trying to find their, I think, pace and position so far today, because they're going to be learning a lot in these first few heats.
Yeah, although Fleming, McQueen and Dewey aren't where they would like to be, they haven't been battling. They've just been sitting line astern, following each other, and saving their tyres. Of course, every time that they change position, the drivers change position, they use a little bit more of their tyre than they would just by running nose to tail. Oh, and there is Serenetti out of the race. So, yeah, he's had an energetic start to things, but the number 96 premium karting entry is out of the race as Gus Lawrence sets a new fastest lap.
Yeah, there he is, P4 at the moment, catching up on these three that are scrapping away, and down the inside goes Walker, and heading now side by side with Platten. Gus Lawrence now switches to the outside. Watch for the cutback here, and he'll get the inside line as they then go into the Fullerton S's. No, hasn't got the waft out of the corner. Slots back there into P4. Time running out, and now Walker with a slight advantage.
So Bobby Game corner on lap number 7, just over under 90 seconds to go. Lawrence taking his time, just picking them off one by one. Started this race from 8th. He's now running in 4th. Walker just checks over his shoulder, sees Platten and Heading. Heading is content to sit behind Harry Platten at the moment and push him, get as much of a slipstream as possible out onto the banking. They will catch Walker coming down the hill towards the first hairpin. So they're not concerned about Walker pulling a little bit of a gap, because the slipstream effect will come into effect here. And you can see Platten's not close enough to make a lunge, but yeah, certainly not out of touch yet.
No, very much not. So hairpin 2 now, and look at that. Yeah, like you say, that gap that he had there, the last lap, it was about 2 or 3 kart lengths. Now you could barely squeeze 1 in that gap, so they definitely have closed up. 30 seconds left on the timer then, so I would say we've still got 2 more laps of this one. They'll get to the start-finish line. They won't see the last lap board until they'll next come round after seeing the last few seconds on the board this time around. So yeah, I feel like we are going to potentially see another move for the race lead. Where it comes is going to be a question. I reckon maybe into the S's.
Yeah, everyone checking over their shoulders just to see, how many drivers there are behind them. Now we start seeing Walker defend a little bit, going into the banking, and this is going to close not just the top 5 up, but it could potentially bring in Ellingham, Shaw, and Atkins, and Mackie, who runs 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th at the moment. Now there's Littlewood going to the wide line going into the first hairpin. He's going to have a good run up towards hairpin number 2, but of course he's got a track full of karts in front of him, so he can't capitalise on that extra momentum. And here comes Ellingham and Atkins in 6th and 7th, with Shaw with them as well. As the clock strikes 0, we've got a lap and a bit to go, Anthony, and it's going to be a 9-kart battle by my calculations for this win.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, last lap board out then this time for the entire pack. 5-second time penalty. Lewis Mackey in the number 8, currently P9, so he's not going to be able to do anything from the back of that grid. He may gain places, but as long as he's got 5 seconds to that group behind him, which has he got that?
No, he does not. It's going to cost
2 seconds.
Lewis Mackey a top 15 position. So, over the bridge, the final time, through turn number 4 and down the hill. Walker still leads, but defends, so does Platten. Now Platten tries to swing round the outside, and he's going to miss the apex. That's going to make him susceptible, but it's a good run up the straight towards hairpin number 2, and still Walker defending manfully. And again, it's a stout defence from Walker going into Terry Fullerton S's, and I think that Harry Platten, of course, with having Sam Heading so close behind him, he's going to be a bit stuck here. Here comes Heading, and there is a defensive move from Platten, which pretty much gives Walker the race.
Yeah, definitely so. And like you say, first race of the day. It's just kind of you don't need to defend so hard, but they are going to. Cross the line they'll go. Walker will take it from Platten, Heading, Lawrence, Littlewood. Kali Atkins finishes in P6. Lucas Ellingham, an impressive 5 places gained in that one, will finish in P7 from Sam Shaw. Lewis Mackey crosses the line in 9th place, but with that 5-second time penalty, sees him drop down to around about 16th place or so.
Yeah, that'll put it behind the likes of Fleming, McQueen, Ryby, Morgan, Dewey and Stansfield. Aaron Brown falls to 16th position overall. Chris Bingham finishes 17th, then JP Slater, Harry Torpy and Sam Lewis rounds out the top 20 ahead of Thomas Pryor, Rhys Newburn, then Stephanie Hobika, Stephen DeKaiser, and then we lost Serenetti. Michael Rapsey also retired, and Louis Johnson Cool. So another lively encounter to start the senior X30 proceedings off. We've got 2 more races. There is going to be a slight break in proceedings after the 4th race because we've only got sort of 4 classes here. At the end of race 4 and at the end of race 8, there will be a slight break in proceedings. We'll give our advertisers plenty of coverage.
Yes, indeed. But the next race will be coming up in just a moment's time. It will be race 3, IAME Cadet. Before then, we are going to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME O Plate here at PF International. We've had 2 races so far. Race number 3 is coming up next, and it is, of course, the IAME Cadet. And there they are, lined up on the dummy grid, ready to go. Engines fire up, and our cameraman's going to have to get out of the way pretty sharpish there because he's going to have quite a few angry 2-stroke cuts about to run him over.
Yes. He was towards the back of the grid, but again, great shots from the dummy grid. The starting lineup is as follows. Pole position goes to Kit Bolowski, with Noah Baglin starting on the outside of row number 1. Riley Cranham and George Edgar go from row number 2.
Will Green and Kanish Rao, they'll start from row 3. Henry Domain and Aaron Richardson, they go from row 4.
Jensen Graham and Jesse Phillips round out the top 10 on row 5, with Blair Smith and Archie Levitt on row 6.
Alfie Brown and Jensen Ackerman, they'll go from row 7. Yarlis Sayer and Laith Khan go from row 8.
Harley Musk and Colby Patterson start from row number 9, with the top 20 is rounded out by Ethan Woodward and Braith Murdoch.
Otis Cleary and Kazra Kamyab go from row 11. Aaron Nair and Andy Stewart go from row 12.
Johnson Stewart and George House complete the 26 kart starting lineup, and I do believe we have all 26 karts out there. George House missed time qualifying, but he is out for this one, starting shotgun on the field in 26th position.
Andy Stewart and Johnson Stewart, brother and sister duo from Northern Ireland, joining us for the first time here at PF International.
From County Antrim. Members of the Ulster Kart Club up in Nuts Corner, and a big hello to everyone at Nuts Corner, the Eastwood family. If you're watching, great place to race is Nuts Corner. And they come into the tram lines, and it's a false start. They'll go around again. So Bolowski, a little bit too quick potentially, or there was a
big gap.
There was in the middle of the pack.
I think Braith Murdoch wasn't. I don't know what happened there, but you saw Braith Murdoch well out of position.
Okay. So yes. So that's Dan Ashton there up on the starting gantry. Not happy with the formation. So we will, and of course some of these drivers have got to dive out of this race, and they're in the next race.
They are, yeah.
I'm just looking there. So we've got George Edgar. He's not doing this class. He's not doing both classes now. He's on the entry list of doing both, but I think he's withdrawn from Waterswift. Riley Cranham is doing both classes, as is Jesse Phillips and Noah Baglin, Henry Domain. So 4 drivers doing double duty, by my calculations.
So we'll see what happens in this one. Of course, this grid dominated by Fusion and ORM, but we do have a good smattering of other karts in there. We've got a couple of privateers. We've got the Jamie Green outfit giving a good show as well.
Green, who's plonked himself on the 3rd row of the grid, remains to be seen. Can he stay there during the course of a race when team tactics come into play? Because the rest
of
Jamie,
the question, isn't it?
There are 4 Jamie Green racing entries in this field, but Will Green is the only one up at the sharp end.
Lights are out. Here we go. 8 minutes of racing underway. Good start from the front row. And as well, a good start from the Jamie Green outfit there. Will Green up into P3 and already fighting for P2.
P2 as well. So again, he's obviously attack is the best form of defence, and he gets shuffled wide going through turn number 3 there. But showing that he's not going to be a pushover this weekend is Will Green. He slots back into 4th position now. As a change for the lead, potentially. Yes, it is. It is George Edgar passing Kit Bolofsky for top spot. Although Bolofsky fights back, and that opens the door for number 63, Noah Baglin.
Yep, Baglin down the inside now, defending, going into the Fullerton S's, squeezing the 2 Fusion drivers up against each other and keeping this top 4 well and truly in one big group. Keep an eye just behind it as well, because you've got the number 5 of Henry Domain, another ORM driver, coming to the aid of Baglin, who leads the way so far.
Yes, indeed. So 4 leaders being chased by Baglin, and next to the ORM karts in 6th position, I believe, is number 22 of Kanish Rao. Behind Rao, it is Graham, then Cranham, Phillips, Richardson, Lovett, Smith, and number 94 of Alfie Brown. But a good clean opening lap there, all 26 drivers safely through, and now we'll start to see the high-speed game of chess start to take place.
This is what we love to see, isn't it? Especially at PFI as well, because the long straights promote a good dive down the inside, and the slipstream as well. It keeps the pack close together, and already quite violent gesticulations there by the driver in P3. Who is that? Is it George Edgar? Yeah. So George not happy with something there, and is now trying to defend, and is just getting swamped by the... Has he got a problem with the kart there?
I think he was just trying to say to the driver behind him, like, no, just follow me, push, go forward, don't fight. And the driver behind, who was, I believe, 5 cut Henry Domain, ignored him and went for the move, and is now running in P3 himself. And Edgar finds himself down in... Let's have a look. Where's the GP? Where's the O plate? So across the line, Edgar is down in 5th position now.
Yeah. Looks like Braith Murdoch, the number 14 Jamie Green Racing driver, with an issue, going very, very slowly and possibly retiring there on your screens. Yeah, that's not working at full capacity, is it?
Nope.
No, carries on.
Carries on. Maybe he's thinking, well, it might fix itself. It's doubtful. Here we go. 3, 4, 4 wide, coming into hairpin number 1, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, down the inside. Edgar sent it down the inside as they came off the bridge. Hit that inside curve quite violently and went up into the air, but then came back down. And then, yes, of course, 3, 4 wide. We saw into hairpin 1. A little bit wide there from the 22, just at the back of shot. Kanish Rao really trying to get as much out of that IAME Cadet kart as he possibly can, but clear breakaways now. The top 2 clear, Bolofsky and Baglin, who are now pulling away and being squeezed out wide there. Will Green.
Will Green dispatched at Bobby Game corner. But again, now you've got Cranham chasing Edgar, so they will work together. But by the time they've sorted themselves out, the top 2 have got a lead of 1.1 seconds. Bolofsky and Baglin, who will work together, even though they're different teams. Baglin will push Bolofsky away for as long as possible. It remains to be seen whether Edgar and Cranham can close that gap. They've got Domain behind them, so I mean, if Domain plays nice and just sits behind in 5th position, then they've got a chance of catching the 2 leaders. But if Henry Domain decides to try to battle and separate the 2 Fusion drivers, then it could be a head-to-head fight to the end.
Could very much be. I mean, we're still 4 minutes left of this race. So plenty of time left in it, but of course, like we see from the cadets, they do like to push the karts hard early on in the weekend, and that shows that when it comes to the latter part of the weekend, then you start to really see drivers who have slowed down. There in the pit lane is Braith Murdoch, and after not coming into the pit lane earlier, has now pitted. And
the mechanic there just having a little look, and Braith trying to explain what's
happened. Yeah.
That mechanical issue will hopefully it'll be solved for the second race.
Yeah, definitely so.
3.5 minutes to go, the end of lap number 4. Bolofsky and Baglin's lead has come down a little bit. It was 1.1 seconds. It's now just 3/4 of a second. As Edgar, Cranham and Domain continue to work together to close in. They dropped the 6th place driver, Jesse Phillips. And Phillips has got Rao, Lovett, Smith and Josh Graham. Jensen Graham, sorry, for company.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you're right about that gap coming down. These two not scrapping. They are just pushing each other along, and they do seem to be working a little bit better than the two drivers in front, Baglin and Bolowski. Now, Bolowski's a quick driver, but we've not really seen him when it comes to these one-off events. He is always up there, but I don't know, it always doesn't end well.
For Bolowski, well,
I mean, it does. I mean, he's got some great skill out there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's currently 4th in the British Championship. He's won quite a few rounds of the British Championship
yeah,
this year.
100%.
But he's also got himself into a little bit of trouble, penalties and stuff like that, which have sort of derailed his title bid a little bit. He was 3rd in this event last year. He was only 16th in the Grand Prix. But that, again, that was down to, you know, incidents and accidents rather than lack of pace. He did win the Little Green Man Championship.
Yes.
This season.
So we know he can do it.
Oh, he's very, 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 very quick. You know, devastatingly quick on his day. But he's now been... Well, he hangs on to the lead there. But you can see now that Baglin and Bolowski have been caught by Edgar, Cranham and Domain. And Domain going past Baglin, and the two ORM drivers not really on the same page there about who's going to lead the charge. And suddenly we've got a Fusion 1, 2, 3.
Yes, and, you know, well, this is the thing that we were talking about, of course. In terms of the driver ages in both the Fusion and the ORM teams, the Fusion team, they've got a lot of the drivers as their 2nd year in cadets. They're at the older end of the cadet age, whereas ORM, they've got a lot of younger drivers. So it's their 1st year. The only driver who is in their 2nd year with the ORM team in this class is Henry Domain, which is why we see him always at that sort of sharp end.
Yeah.
So he's got the knowledge of the class.
Sort of, that sort of racing nous shows itself quite, you know, from time to time. Especially on that little exchange there going into the first hairpin. Just over a minute to go. Baglin there in the number 63 kart, ahead of Domain. They're 4th and 5th. They're still in touch, but Bolowski and Edgar now beginning to stretch away. So the O plate, the defending champion, George Edgar, continues to push away on the rear bumper of his teammate. Cranham, the GP plate holder, can't quite get onto their rear bumper and make it a 3-kart train.
No, his best bet is to kind of fall back and hopefully...
But with only 30 seconds to go, he doesn't want to fall back too far. Now, behind the top 5, there is a gap back to Jesse Phillips and Kanish Grau, 1.2 second gap back to Phillips and Rao in 6th and 7th, and a 1.5 second gap back to the number 88 kart of Archie Lovett.
Yes. Blair Smith still there, P9 as well, 2 places gained from Aaron Richardson. They're in the top 11. Will Green, he has dropped back to 12th place now from Alfie Brown, Harley Muss, Leif Khan, Ethan Woodward there. 3 places gained, up into P16 now, 5 seconds remaining on the timer. Ackerman still there, P18 as well from Jarlis Slayer, George Howes, Colby Patterson, Kazra Kamyab and Otis Cleary.
Now we're starting to see Bolowski defend with a lap and 3/4 to go. We'll get the last lap board next time around. Bolowski took a tight line going on to the banking there. Edgar didn't try and swing wide and get the undercut going into turn number 3, but I think Bolowski sort of stating his intent that teammate or not, I'm not going to give you this win. I'm going to fight you every inch of the way, is what I think Bolowski was trying to say. And Edgar's aware of that. Of course, they race against each other all year, so they know, you know, the style of driving that each other has. And I'm just wondering if Edgar will think to himself, well, maybe 2nd place to start things off would be a good way to kick my O-plate defence into gear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's only the first heat, isn't it? It doesn't really matter. You'll get your intermediate classification for the pre-finals later, and of course pre-finals determine where we start for the final, and then the final is where that's where you really want to be, you know, in that sharp end. So, you know, for a first heat, yeah, you can deal with a 2nd place. You're learning, of course. You're just learning. The track's evolving, of course, as the weekend will progress.
Oh, as I say that, though.
Well, there he goes.
Now, George Edgar to the inside. He's going to be on the outside for the run through turn number 4. Bolowski shows him the grass. And Edgar, wheel to wheel on the outside. He's inches ahead, but Bolowski's got the inside line into hairpin number 1. And Bolowski holds on, but Noah Baglin now right on their tail in 3rd position with Cranham 4th. Oh, and Edgar there swings out wide, and Baglin just says, thank you very much, dives to the inside. That's going to cost George Edgar, as Bolowski holds on to lead from Baglin, and Edgar scrambles back into 3rd position with Domain 4th and Cranham 5th.
Looked like Baglin was going to go for the move down there at Bobby Game Corner, thought against it, into this final section. We've seen overtakes here in the Mike Wilson complex, but nothing this time around, so it's looking like it's pretty signed, sealed and done then. For the number 9 seed, Kip Bolofsky will exit out of the final corner, and he will take Heat 1 race win, but only just from Noah Baglin, George Edgar, Henry Domain, Riley Cranham, Jesse Phillips, Kanishk Rao, Jensen Graham and Will Green crossing in P9. Archie Lovett will cross, rounding out the top 10.
Finishing outside the top 10, Blair Smith comes home in 11th, ahead of Aaron Richardson. Harley Musk is 13th. Ethan Woodward and Laith Khan complete the top 15. With Jensen Ackerman, Alfie Brown, George House, Jarlath Sayer and Colby Patterson, the rest of your top 20. 21st position was Kazra Kanyav, then Aran Nair and Johnson Stewart, 22nd and 23rd. Otis Cleary was 24th, and towards the end, Andy Stewart does cross the line. He was nearly a lap down in 25th. He was nearly a lap down in 25th. And the only retirement was Braith Murdoch.
Yes, out of all of that. So, yeah, there are the provisional, of course, results for IAME Cadet. For their Heat 1, plenty more races coming up. Of course, Water Swift, the next one. A lot of these drivers, well, 4, we said, from IAME Cadet will come through to do Water Swift. And there you can see Bolofsky after his race win there, and of course showing that this time I think he wants to go for that O plate. I think it was so close last year in this event that he feels like, you know, this time around I just want that O plate.
Well, yeah, looking at that, yeah, 3rd last year, you know, behind Edgar. I can't remember who was 2nd last year. He's now obviously a driver that's moved up, not here this year, but again, yeah, Bolofsky, he's won more races than anybody else in IAME Cadet this year, but it's been a case of feast or famine. So now we look to race number 4, the first appearance of the IAME Water Swift class. They'll be going out on circuit very soon, but of course 4 of those drivers that we've just seen on track are going to be hot-footing it out from Parc Fermé into the W grid, into their waiting carts for this their second race of the day. But there is your pole sitter in Water Swift, Kenzo Craigie for the Argenti Motorsport team. And there's Baglin has just settled himself down in the number 63 cart. So from a second place finish in that last race, he now starts from 3rd for this one. Not a huge grid of Water Swift, but again, a high quality grid, and some different teams as well, not just Fusion and Oliver Rowland Motorsport. We've got drivers from Argenti, from Mad Croc, from Ambition, from George Gibbons, from Primo, from the Martin Dave Litchfield team. So a nice variety, and here they come onto the grid. Your starting lineup is as follows. Kenzo Craigie and Riley Cranham will start from row number 1. Noah Baglin and Jesse Phillips go from row number 2.
Lewis Islin and Henry Domain, they'll go from row 3. Jarrett Clark and Henry Carter go from row 4.
Maxim Bobrashov and Albert Friend go from row number 5. Conor Clancy and Jack McLaughlin on row number 6.
Jacob Bashler and Sam Woolley will go from row 7. Andrew Dixon and Cooper Snedden go from row 8, rounding out the field. Reece Owen on the Mad Croc chassis goes from row 9, all on his own on row 9. 17.
Yeah, 17 drivers, including several drivers that we normally see in the Honda Cadet Championship, namely Craigie, Friend, Bashler and Jarrett Clark, and 2 drivers from the United Arab Emirates for the George Gibbons Motorsport team, Bobrashov and Clancy.
Now, Albert Friend running with the George Gibbons Motorsport outfit this weekend as well. Seeing Albert Friend, regular driver in the British Championships. We don't see the George Gibbons team in the British Champs. So let's see how he fares with the team. You can just see him there with his black and orange striped helmet right at the back of the shot there. A lot of iridium visors out today. Very sunny, yes. So the iridium visors firmly fixed.
Indeed they are. The plain white crash helmet. Number 19, Kenzo Craigie, brings them into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Craigie, and it's a good start from both front row drivers. Cranham squeezing Craigie to the inside, but Craigie does hold his line. Takes the lead going through turn number 1. Everyone safely under the bridge and out onto the banking with Craigie, Cranham, and that's Baglin and Henry Carter in 4th place.
Yeah, good start from the field, of course. Kartmasters as well. We saw the, quite severe one under the bridge on the first lap. So good to see that this time around all is well on the first lap, and they negotiate hairpin 1 cleanly as well. But like we say, change for 2nd place as down the inside goes Baglin. Fresh off doing 1 race, back into this one, and I think
no question of not being sort of like, physically able, doing 2 races at once. Takes the lead,
and I feel like you would feel like he's got a bit more of an advantage, I would say, over the rest of it, because he's dialed in already.
Yeah, he knows exactly what the grip levels are, you know, where the rubber has been laid down. So yeah, he's taking advantage of that fact by taking an early lead. And when I spoke to him after qualifying, he looked so confident. He was really, really pleased and said, yeah, this is the best I've driven for a long time.
Okay, so one to keep an eye on then, Baglin, over this weekend. We'll see. So Craigie's still there in 2nd place with the Argenti outfit. Riley Cranham in P3. Henry Carter, great start for Henry Carter in the number 23. 4 places gained, currently now in P4 from Jesse Phillips, Lewis Island, Jarrett Clark holding on to P7 from Albert Friend. Henry Domain, Connor Clancy, Maxim Bobrijov. Then it's Jack McLaughlin as well, P12. And what's happening there, Henry?
Kenzo Craigie just retaking the lead going into the first hairpin, but Noah Baglin gets the crossover and fights back to retake 1st place going out of 2nd hairpin at the short shoot. 3 wide behind them for about 5th or 6th position, but it's Baglin and Craigie out the Terry Fuller Tedesses onto the back straight in positions 1 and 2 with Henry Carter and Riley Cranham next. And then everybody else jostling over 6th position.
Yeah, Henry Domain back down the inside there of Albert Friend, gets that position gained as well. Out of the final corner then, 5 laps to go. Isling with a warning flag, but a clear advantage then for Baglin and Craigie, who have opened up about a 6/10 of a second lead from the group behind. Henry Carter, Riley Cranham, line astern as well, so 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment in Water Swift.
Yes, and it's good to see, though, there's 2 of the George Gibbons carts battling nose to tail. That is Friend in 11th and Bobrashov in 12th. Clancy is just in front of them in 9th position as the number 18 Fusion kart of Riley Cranham picks up 3rd position there, going into the first hairpin, passing Henry Carter. That distinctive crash helmet from Henry Carter, it really is a work of art, I've got to say.
Very much enjoy it. It's the honeycomb sort of style at the back.
Rainbow honeycomb. It's really, really very distinctive indeed.
Yeah.
Always easy for commentators to spot, but Baglin and Craigie continue to run 1-2. Half a second is the gap back to 3rd position with Cranham, Carter, Jarrett Clark. It's going to get used. It's going to take a while for me to get used to seeing the number 55 Jarrett Clark in ORM colours, not in Synergy Racing colours.
Yes, it is quite a strange one, isn't it? And as well, Kenzo Craigie in an Argenti and not not a Zip.
And Albert Friend running for George Gibbons Motorsport and not
SFR. So yes. it is a bit of a change up, isn't it, for us? But plenty of action still happening. Look over the shoulder. No real moves going here from Kenzo Craigie. I think he's just looking behind again, a very experienced driver. You know, he's won races now in the British Champs.
Yep.
Well, he's won a GP plate as well. So
he won a brown of the British Championships at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah.
You know, he's in the fight for the Honda Cadet Championship. Oh, there's Lewis Isling getting shuffled a little bit wide there, number 12 kart. Lewis, who's 7th in the British IAME Cadet Championship, but not doing IAME here.
No.
Just focusing on Watership. Obviously with an eye on next year, potentially.
Potentially so. Of course, these karts may be being introduced into the whole running of the championship next year. There is that flavour.
Yes, it could very well be. There's an awful lot of things to sort out for the calendar and for the class structure next year, but we won't get into that right now.
No.
Concentrate on what we've got on track in front of us. And at the end of lap number 4, it is Baglin, Craigie, Cranham, Carter and Domain, your top 5. Now there's a move, and that is Riley Cranham in the number 18 kart, again, who won at Kartmasters, but there was no GP plate on offer, which is why he can't use a GP plate in this class.
Which is a shame, isn't it?
It is a shame, but there's the rules, you know, you just got to abide by them. I think that this is not a full ABKC, there's not a British Championship class for this category,
no,
therefore
which is why
you can't have a GP place.
Yeah,
I
and
believe.
I'm guessing same for the O plate as well.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Same for the O plate.
But nonetheless, it's all data, isn't it?
Yes, and it's going to be no less hard fought as Baglin, Cranham and Craigie circulate coming out of the Mike Wilson complex with the final chicane as one. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. Keep an eye on the groups behind as well, because Domain, with a bit of clear air, is hoping to catch up to the back of this group of 3, but whether or not he can, that's another question, because obviously we always say when it comes to cadet racing, 3 karts work better than 1, but if they keep doing things like this, he'll definitely catch up as Cranham tries to go for the race lead there on Baglin, and Baglin just very quickly says, no, think about it, don't do that. Then goes defensive, and then there's the switchback.
That was a lunge.
It was indeed, and Cranham went for it. Now, Craigie is alongside, and Baglin looking back down the inside. He's going to have the inside covered, but he can't. Now Craigie comes back through, and now Baglin will go down into P3, and Craigie fighting for the lead, and he does. 2 positions gone, and Baglin spins in the background there.
That was just, it was a half spin there because I think the door was closing and he would just have to get on the brakes very, very quickly as he was turning and just half spun the kart. Now where is the number 63 kart emerged? He's in that second group of karts there in about 8th or 9th position, I reckon.
Yeah.
But it's now Craigie and Cranham on their own at the front with Domain just half a second back in 3rd. There is the number 63 kart, just behind his teammate Henry Carter, just in front of Lewis Islin. So Baglin has sort of dropped to 7th position, but it could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse. Luckily it wasn't. 1 minute to go then. Clear breakaway, top 3, closing in. Then the big scrabble of karts just behind, and all the ORM drivers kind of in one big group now, aren't they, as they try to work together to close back into these top 2, but I don't think they're going to have the momentum to get that done.
Yeah, not going to have the time because
more like that too.
Less than a minute to go, and even though Domain is only half a second behind the top 2, he's got no one pushing him from behind. He's got no help, no one to slipstream with. Jesse Phillips is in 4th place. Jarrett Clark, solid run in 5th. There he is, leading this group of karts through the Mike Wilson complex. Baglin is 6th, Islin 7th, Carter 8th, then Connor Clancy, then the number 98 is Jack McLaughlin, and Maxim Bobrashov runs in 11th place, and there's, oh dearie me, there's the number 98 kart of McLaughlin getting shuffled wide, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. So the clock strikes 0 in 3, 2, 1 now. Next time around we'll see the last lap board. Who will see it first? It was going to be Craigie. It's now potentially Cranham who takes the lead.
Yes, indeed. Craigie fighting back, though, back down the inside. That allows the group behind to come back into play. Domain now with a chance of going for that race win. Back down the inside once more goes Cranham, gets it back. Craigie now back into P2 now as well. That's allowed Jesse Phillips to get involved. So it was a group of 2, then it was 3, now it's 4. But it is still Riley Cranham who leads this group of 4 karts as they'll exit out of the Mike Wilson complex and round the final corner. Last lap board out this time then. Who is going to take it very close this time around in Water Swift?
I'm going to hazard a guess that we haven't seen the lead changes in this race just yet. Cranham defends. Craigie gets a good run going high onto the banking, but again, Cranham keeps it a tight line in turn number 3. Craigie loses 2nd place to Domain. Now the slipstream, the drag race down to the first hairpin, and Cranham looking over his shoulder. And around the outside comes number 65, the number 65 Domain. Does he? No. Almost did. And now, with breaking loose again, Craigie's going to lose out here. And that should give Cranham just enough breathing space, potentially.
Yeah, going to the outside at hairpin 2 is never the way forward. It's always the way backwards. But
Cranham was late on the brakes, missed the apex going into Fullerton S's, but and there's running wide onto the grass, blocks the back of the pack, one of the RM karts, but it's somehow Kenzo Craigie has snuck into the lead, going into the Mike Wilson complex. Craigie comes out in front, and Kenzo Craigie will take the win in Water Swift.
I don't actually know how that happened because he goes to the outside at hairpin 2, loses 2 positions. Let's have a look at that back because I blinked and you'll have missed that. I don't actually see where he got the lead.
So here we go then. He's fourth here. And he gets 2 places around the outside there. The momentum is with him. Cranham just gets 2 wheels in the grass blocks, and Craigie just dives at the inside, 4th to 1st, in 2 corners. Great stuff.
Well, impressive stuff there from Kenzo Craigie. Timed it perfectly, and gets that race win. Well, I honestly wasn't expecting that.
And, look, there's still people debating the finishing order on the slowing down, which is not advisable, but your provisional result in the first IAME Water Swift Heat race is Kenzo Craigie from Riley Cranham, Jesse Phillips, Lewis Islip and Henry Domain in top 5. Noah Baglin comes home in 6th position, ahead of Henry Carter, Jarrett Clark, Connor Clancy and Albert Friend, rounding up the top 10, ahead of Maxim Bobrashov, Sam Woolley, Jack McLaughlin, Jacob Bashler, Cooper Snedden, Reese Owen and Andrew Dixon. All 17 starters successfully made it to the end. Very exciting first round of heats, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, heats number 2 will kickstart at 2 o'clock. So we've got about 15 minutes or so until that happens. And you'll see here the drivers just, that's Kenzo Craigie, I mean, these karts move very quickly round corners when they're moving at a speed. But when you try to push one...
Well, yeah, when the engine's not running, they can be a little bit heavy. They
can be a little bit heavy. So, yeah, you'll have to watch out for that one. And... the top 3, of course, will push their karts into scrutineering. Of course, all the results before the sheets that we get given at the end of the day are provisional, of course, pending any steward inquiries or scrutineering debates.
So there we go. That's a good first round of heats. And I think it's about time we heard from some of our sponsors, don't you think, Anthony?
I think so, yeah. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PF International for the IAME O-Plate 2022 and the International Qualifier for the IAME World Finals, of course. The beautiful blue sky over the Lincolnshire circuit greets us lovely as the sun shines down on us here at PFI. We have had the first round of heats so far today. Heats number 2 are going to be coming up thick and fast. We'll kick-start those with Junior X30. They are the next race that is going to take to the circuit. There is a look at the banking section here at PF International. You can still see the sign on the fence there. Uncle Tyrone, the Tyrone banking as it was dubbed by Taylor, our edge there, and of course Henry Jocelyn, who are Henry Gregory, sorry, who are part of that. Yes, tricking myself and Henry on that one. But nonetheless, a beautiful, beautiful day here at PFI. And, of course, a very exciting first set of heats. We saw the first race of the day. We were expecting it to be quite tame from the Junior X30. Nonetheless, it wasn't. We saw quite an exciting race. And I suspect quite a few penalties may have come from that. I'm just going to look at the... race results from that. I do have it. In terms of penalties, you know, I don't see a great deal of them on my screen, so which was interesting to see. It may have not refreshed, which is probably why. Let's bring up those results. So Gabriel Stilp, did win that one. Very interesting result from it. He was fine ahead of kind of everyone else, so it was kind of more the group in that sort of mid-pack section that had the kind of brouhaha moments where the entire grid was separated by, well, nothing really. It was quite something to see, and I'm sure maybe we'll see the same again. Not too sure. We'll find out. But nice shot there of the last section of track. That's their Bobby Game Corner and the Mike Wilson Complex on your screens. And we just witnessed there, of course, Kenzo Craigie taking the race win in the Water Swift class. 2 positions gained at this first corner you can see right in front of you, and then another position gained for the race lead into the entrance of the Mike Wilson Complex, showing that, again, even though it may look like a very tight, twisty part of the circuit, you can definitely get an overtake or two through that section. You can still see some of the Water Swift karts just getting themselves sorted out at the end of their race. Of course, the top 3 go into scrutineering, and the rest of them all file through, make sure they get weighed, and then head back into the paddock area to get themselves primed and ready for their next race later on today. Water Swift's Heat 2, if you are interested, should take to the circuit at 2:45, so 2:45 UK time for Water Swift. Of course, this next race due to start at 2 o'clock, so we still have a bit of time before we see the karts make their way out onto the circuit. But of course, the IAME O Plate is one of those events. It's one of the one-off events in the UK. But I think the prizes that are up for grabs are some of the best things that we see from these one-off events. Like we say, the IAME Cadet class, first place gets a £250 Virgin Experience Day voucher plus £250 IAME voucher as well. So £500 up for grabs for the winner of IAME Cadet. Junior X30, first place, of course, the full entry plus a tyre package into the IAME World Finals in October, I believe it is, this year for 2022. Second and third get a guaranteed entry fees into the IAME World Finals, and then fourth and fifth get a guaranteed entry, but not the fees as well. And that's the same for X30 Senior, but Water Swift, like we say, clarifying that one, Henry, who rejoins me in the commentary box.
Yes.
Like I say, they've had the 3 qualifying rounds. We assume one of them was at Kartmasters, one of them here, and then one of them, believe it, in the LGM series.
The little Green Man series, yes. We'll get full clarification tomorrow on the 15 drivers who will go through to the IAME International Finals, and the I believe it's a mini championship, and the top 15 scorers in that mini championship will get a ticket.
Yes, I'm sure Claire Mills will...
Claire Mills will elaborate and confirm, and we will then confirm to you 100%.
Yes. But we'll say that it was us that found out.
Well, obviously we'll take full credit for it.
Yes,
without a shadow of a doubt. But
yes,
yes, our research team behind the scenes here at Trent Valley Kart Club will do the groundwork, and we will then take full credit as for delivering the news to you all.
So, Henry, I want to just take a recap. The first set of heats that we saw there, the first heat that we saw, Junior X30, which is the next group that's coming out now, quite an exciting one.
It was indeed. You know, I mean, Gabriel Stilp could have won it, so could Harry Burgoyne Jr., Fionn McLaughlin could have won it. But again, the driver that came out on top was Macaulay Bishop. Just seeing if the results have been confirmed.
They are not updated on my screen, so I don't think they have.
Well, yeah, because it's such a quick turnaround. You know, there's normally like a period, you know, a 30-minute period after each race before the results are confirmed. If there's any sort of issues, any sort of judicials that need to be looked at, any camera incidents on circuit, any potential scrutineering problems. So yes, it's a quick turnaround time. Now, looking at, trying to recall that first race, obviously Harry Burgoyne Jr. retired. Not sure if it was a damage-related spin or if it was just a clipping a curb at the wrong angle, and then he retired, a tactical retirement to save tyres. We don't know, possibly, but hopefully that kart will have been fixed. Then, of course, we had an incident between Jack Hobson and Monde Junior Canini. Both finished the race, but with bits of bodywork hanging off at strange angles. So hopefully they are both back out in 100%. Now, Tommy Harfield didn't start the race. Hopefully that was just a temporary problem, and we'll see the number 11 KR Sport Machine back out for this one. But again, you've got the likes of Henry Gregory, who gained 20 positions. Oh, he finished in the top 6 or 7 from 34th on the grid. Dayton Coulthard gaining 16 places, I believe, and finishing 11th or 12th, 27th on the grid. So a lot of very quick drivers starting at the back. One driver that we didn't mention was Joseph Smith. Now, he's on the Wright kart for the Simon Wright Racing Developments team. He starts 34th. Joseph was racing in IAME Cadet for the first half of this season, finished 12th in the GP plate here in IAME, so he's made the huge jump straight from IAME into juniors. So that's going to be a really big mountain to climb for Joseph. But again, he's I think he got round and finished that first race okay. It's just a question for Joseph, just gain experience, learn how to control the extra power, the extra weight of the kart, and yeah, have a good solid weekend.
Indeed. So like we say, you can see there by the graphic next to Alpha Live in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Next race at 2 o'clock. Local time at the moment, 1:53. So in about 7 minutes' time, we should start to see karts making their way out into the circuit. I'm curious to see whether or not we can get the roaming cam down on the dummy grid, if that's possible, because I suspect drivers will be getting themselves sorted out. We can have a good chat through the grid.
We can see the drivers, sort of their preparations they go through, you know, before each race. And again, some drivers have got very different sort of rituals. Some like to sit in the kart on their own. Others wait to the very last minute before they get in the kart. But they've all got a pre-race ritual they go through with their mechanic, you know, that it'll be very interesting to see. What will be another 8 minutes plus 1 lap race, 34 drivers. Hardy Mamasi, the E-plate holder, I think he came through to finish in the top 5 in that last race. Again, keeping himself out of trouble. He starts this race from the inside of row number 5, so 9th on the grid.
Still no updated results on that race yet. Here we go on the dummy grid.
Well, yes, let's have a look. So there's the number 75 kart of Jack Nettleships, and there's the Joey Brown, the Optima racing driver, just not getting in his kart yet. You can see a lot of the drivers choosing to not sit in their kart until the last minute. There's number 11 of Tommy Harfield, so Harfield will go out in this one, so hope that was obviously just a temporary blip in the first race. Rather chilled looking number 97 there of Harry Redding, the Jade Racing team. There's the number 24, that's the Fullerton chassis of the S8 Racing team, that belongs to Hayden Eldridge. And some of the drivers starting down at the back. There is Joseph Smith, so he was a cadet up until about a month ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, he raced in the British Championship in cadets. He's the only driver here on a right chassis as well. So it's a steep learning curve for Joseph. And looking at the right-hand side of the grid, or left-hand side as you're looking at it, but the right-hand side in terms of when they come to the line. And there's the number 73 of Kian Garrity. Dan Holland Racing team, and the Jamie Green Racing drivers. There's Monde Junior Canini, a new NASA panel, I am sure. Monde Junior, you got the South African sort of livery on his crash helmet. Originally from South Africa, now lives in the UK, but has raced. Started commuting from South Africa to the UK back in about 2016, I recall.
That's quite a commute.
It is, and I think that they've now settled in the UK, which is a smart decision.
So, yeah. If you want to race in the UK.
Well, yes. Now, there's Macaulay Bishop. Now, there's a problem there. Macaulay's there's his wagon. And there's his dad, Ian. Last of the late breakers in terms of making it to the grid. And again, that's another thing. All these drivers have these rib protectors, and they are absolutely vital pieces of safety equipment.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely vital.
Yes.
There's a GP plate holder, Brandon Carr, with his mechanic, Ollie Walker. Again, Brandon will hope that he doesn't have to start last in the final tomorrow.
Well, yeah, of course, Car Masters, it was a disaster for him, wasn't it? We spoke to Brandon on the Alpha Live podcast as well, and you'll be able to watch that when that gets released later in the week, commencing at the end of this weekend. So, yes, so that'll be one to watch as well. Yeah, I think a lot of these drivers, do you reckon they've had a talking to by their mechanics? So that we watched that first race.
Yeah, it was.
And I don't think we want to repeat that.
No, I mean, Fionn McLaughlin, for example, came home in 6th position. That must have been the hardest 6th position that Fionn ever had to, because he was getting pushed and battered about, left, right, and centre. And he's probably thinking, my goodness, it's Saturday, it's like Saturday lunchtime. You know, we've got a full 24 hours before, and six, 7 races before we get to the main event. But yeah, I think, well, sometimes you see a lot of these drivers, they want to sort of set their stall out early. There's Freddie Lloyd, number 17, starting 10th on the grid for the Fusion Motorsport team. So a change of teams for Freddie. Formerly with Dan Holland Racing. There is Harry Burgoyne Jr. chatting away with Fred Green there. They're starting 4th and 6th respectively. And Burgoyne Jr., the number 68 Mick Barrett Racing entry, will be hoping for a better rub of the green in this one. So Fionn McLaughlin, the Irish flag on his race suit, sits and focuses. Gabriel Stilp, the pole sitter, is normally the last person to sit in his kart. He waits until the very last moment before setting himself in. And as he sets himself in, that means that we are just moments away from karts heading out onto the circuit, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. 1:59 is the local time. The klaxon goes off in the timing tower, with which means 1 minute-ish.
Yes.
Yes. So precise timing calculations by Motorsport-Timing. Yaz in the timing tower.
Yes, Yaz and Lauren.
With Lauren, yeah.
Motorsport-timing.co.uk. As Ian Rogers is away at the World Karting Championships in Sarno in Italy.
How dare he? We had Noah Wolf on the live chat earlier on as well, who said hello from Sarno, so he is watching alongside. So,
yeah, we've got several drivers that you'd be familiar with if you watch the British Championship. Leo Robinson is out there representing Algeria. Noah Wolf.
Lewis Werrell,
Joshua Graham, Zach Drummond, to name it a few. Joe Turney, obviously in seniors. Is the official CIK FIA World Karting Championships. I'm sure that next weekend, when we're back here for the British Championships, we'll be able to catch up with some of those drivers and get their take on how things went. But it's all eyes on PF International for us this weekend as the drivers head out for their rolling lap. 34 of them. Starting lineup led by Gabriel Stilp and Fionn McLaughlin on row number 1, Macaulay Bishop and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 2.
Brandon Carr and Fred Green go from row 3. Henry Jocelyn and Taylor Orridge go from row 4.
Hardy Massey and Freddie Lloyd start from row number 5 with Jack Hobson and Monday Junior Canini on row 6.
Jack Nettleship and Adita Kulkarni go from row 7. Joey Brown and Zach Green on row 8.
Ryan Eschberg and Kian Geherty start from row number 9 with Eden Spanswick and Alexander Zingarevich rounding up the top 20.
Tommy Harfield and Lewis Bird go from row 11. Harry Redding and George Robinson go from row 12.
Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell are up next, followed by Dayton Coulthard and George Quartermain.
David McIntyre and Flynn McDermott go from row 15, rounding out the top 30. Morgan Moore and Cameron Pratt-Thompson go from row 16, rounding out the field. Joseph Smith and Henry Gregory again. Great run from Henry Gregory in the first race. Several positions gained. Can he replicate that this time?
Yes, the question is, how much
tyre did he use? Yeah, yes. Obviously, you've got to look after those tyres across this weekend. But, yeah, he may have used them a little too much. Or maybe not. He could have just scythed through the field.
I mean, if the cart's set up well, if the cart's working well, then, you know, go for it.
Let's see then. Out of the final corner.
Stilp and McLaughlin into the tram lines, and lights are not out. So it's a false start again. Maybe a little bit too quick for Darren Ashton's liking, potentially.
A couple of cuts out of place, maybe as well. So mixture of the both.
Mixture. Okay, yes, it's fair enough. Right, well, we'll try again. Over the bridge they go. All 34 drivers are on circuit. And it's a very, very vigorous steering checks going on. Of course, it's not steering checks. They're trying to generate a little bit of heat into their tyres. And yeah, some very, very leery moments there.
Indeed. Hopefully they'll start to slow it down once again and get themselves in a relatively decent formation. I think the pack's still pretty spread out at the moment.
There's the marshal to the left of your screen saying, right, slow down, and the drivers oblige.
Now it's Manchester out there. I don't know which one it is because there are
Ryan.
Is that a Ryan,
yeah,
Manchester?
That's Ryan, who's normally our flag marshal here, but because it's such a busy weekend in terms of events, Ryan has been seconded out onto the race circuit.
Dan Ashton wasn't the first choice of flag marshal, but we had to pick him.
Well, yeah, last man standing, I think it was. The waits and watches. 34 drivers to come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Now the formation looks good. Now we're off and racing. Lights are green, and Stilt once again gets a good start. Macaulay Bishop slots at the inside of Fionn McLaughlin to take over P2. And who's that coming around the outside? Is that Harry Burgoyne Junior potentially?
There was one off on the grass as well.
At the back of the pack, we'll get a number check on that driver who's still travelling slowly, which could mean a mechanical issue. But the leaders are all coming down towards hairpin number 1, and Stilt comes out the first hairpin with a huge advantage. Oh, and at the back there's 2 drivers. That was the number...
That's Henry Gregory.
Oh, it was Henry Gregory was the driver that ran into the first kart that spun, which was the number 11. It was the number 11 of Tommy Harfield that spun, and Gregory had nowhere to go. There was a third kart involved in that. I think it was Joseph Smith. But he carried on as well. But Gregory, oh dear, well, great drive in race number 1. We said about, did he use up too much of his tyre? Well, he's going to save his tyre now because he's out of the race on the opening lap.
Yeah, that'll benefit him going into the third one. So here we go then, across the line. Stilt leads by 1.3 seconds after the first lap from Bishop. Burgoyne Junior crosses in third place from Brandon Carr. McLaughlin crossing the line in 5th place, not the best start from McLaughlin, 3 places lost. Fred Green holding on to P6 from Jack Hobson, 4 places gained, good start for Hobson from Taylor Orridge. Mamasi there in P9, and Henry Jocelyn rounding out the top 10, as again we see a huge scrap.
Yeah, you said the mechanics may have had a word with the drivers after that first race. I don't think the word sort of like
sunk in, yeah.
No, because, there is wheel-to-wheel stuff. That was McLaughlin and Fred Green clashing wheels there coming up the short chute, and now McLaughlin fights back to pass Brandon Carr. Hobson is right behind him, the number 214 car, that's Charles Leclerc chassis. And, well, they've just picked up where they left off at the end of heat number 1.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty standard, and very well. I think Fionn McLaughlin saying, let's go, and I think rightly so as well. I mean, we've seen scrapping in this one quite fiercely, in the early stages of this one, and not usually what we would see, especially we're only in the heat races here.
Yes, and the same thing's happening as it happened in the first race. The top couple are getting away, and it's the battle for the lower part of the top 10 that is spectacular and chaotic, and it's just allowing Stilt, Bishop and Burgoyne Junior to pull clear.
It is indeed, so we'll keep a very close eye on it as the race progresses. And again there, you can just see Fred Green just trying to hold off Henry Jocelyn then, and Jocelyn just holding back in position. This is interesting stuff that we're seeing. And
Jocelyn going in on number 66, Taylor Orridge at Bobby Game Corner, and Orridge rebuffs the attack.
Yeah, Hobson there on the Leclerc chassis, right behind now.
And it's Fred Green in the number 51 car for Jamie Green Racing, who is holding on to a very respectable 6th position at the moment. Brandon Carr is 5th, Fionn McLaughlin is 4th, and has closed in. There's Hobson back at the inside of Green, and that is for 6th position rather. But the top 4, it's now a change. Burgoyne has taken the lead, Bishop 2nd, Stilt down to 3rd, and McLaughlin 4th.
McLaughlin with the fastest lap of the race as well on that last lap, so hopefully he can maintain that momentum and automatically get past, but unfortunately he has slotted into P4 there and has not managed to get an overtake on this lap. There's the next group just behind us. Brandon Carr kind of all on his own in 5th place. No one close in front or behind, so a bit of a no man's land at the moment for Brandon Carr.
And I'm wondering why Brandon Carr has got a plain white nose cone. That's, you know, it's not something that you usually see. But there's obviously a reason for it. Alexander Zingarevich gets a warning flag as Macaulay Bishop takes the lead going into turn number 1 as we start lap number 5. It's over half distance now. It's Bishop, McCoy, McLaughlin moves up to 3rd place with Stilt now slotting back into 4th. These front 4 have got a 1.5 second lead over Carr in 5th, but that's gonna start coming down as they continue to battle. Oh, and Dayton Coulthard out of the race.
Yeah,
that looked like it was an incident at the Mike Wilson complex, and yeah, furious gesticulation there from Harry Burgoyne Jr. to Macaulay Bishop saying, "Don't defend, just go, just go."
Yeah, because McLaughlin there now P3 will go for the overtake if he sees the advantage, and look how quickly he's latched onto the back there. Much wider entry line than we saw from both Burgoyne and Bishop there. So yeah, was able to just really just close in quite some way. We'll see maybe an overtake into the first hairpin.
Well, I think Burgoyne Jr. has obviously got that one retirement already, so it's in his interests to finish as high up as possible. Certainly looks like he has the pace in that number 68 McBarrett racing kart. And Bishop, who's got a win in the bag already, might not defend too much. Well, he's defending now with 2.5 minutes to go, going to the first hairpin, misses the apex, and that allows Burgoyne Jr. to just calmly take the lead, and Bishop over defending, missing the apex. He was lucky only to lose 1 place there.
Yeah, kind of really outbraked himself into hairpin 1, which is an unusual mistake that we wouldn't usually see from Bishop. Now that's given the clean air, and there goes McLaughlin down the inside. Could sense, you know, the weakness there, as you know, the mistake there, probably rattled himself, and then think, you know, I'm going to go for it, and has done so. Now he's got to claw back at Burgoyne Jr., who has pulled away at advantage.
Oh, and there's a problem, and that is
a wheel off.
Yeah, it's a right rear, and it looks like a hub. Maybe the axle has sort of gone there, but literally as he came out of the final corner, you can just see him suddenly, the right rear of the cart, just sit down. He's looking over at it now and realises that, yeah, that was lucky that the whole rear axle didn't come off. But yeah, there's definitely a bent axle there.
Yes, indeed. So maybe that is what caused him to maybe go wide at
I think that
1.
problem was developing, you know, the
Here's
lap
a replay
before that. Let's have a little look as he just comes up there.
It's just failed, yeah, as he's exited out of the final corner. I mean, maybe it was due to the runoff area.
It's not a puncture, you know, the
tyre
is
the wheel
still
is
up,
there.
And
it was a failure.
It was a failure. So whether that a loose rear hub potentially, who knows? We'll get a confirmation of that, I'm sure, later on today when we speak to Macaulay. But it does mean that Burgoyne and McLaughlin have got a little bit of breathing space over Gabriel Still, who once again had to take evasive action, you know, of an incident directly in front of him. In the first race, it was Burgoyne Jr. spinning at the Mike Wilson complex directly in front of Still. And in this race, it was Bishop retiring on the start-finish straight. It caused Still to lose a bit of ground, but you know, it's sort of like that's 2 times he's skirted disaster, Gabriel Still.
Yeah, you're right, because he had this man who's on your screen here, Burgoyne Jr. with that error. I'm not sure if it was an error or mechanical or what happened, because they got violently swerved off through the Mike Wilson complex, and of course then just on your screens, Macaulay Bishop with that axle failure by the looks of it over the start-finish line. So, yeah, you can say he's been quite a lucky driver as Still.
Yeah, he'll probably be a bit frustrated the fact that both times
definitely.
he's had, you know, he's been delayed. But you know, look at the bright side. You've been delayed twice but finished in one piece, or you could have had 2 pretty sizable incidents and accidents.
Definitely so.
Carney gets a warning flag. Now behind the top, as the clock strikes 0. Behind the top 3, Carr is 4th, Orridge is 5th, then it's Johnson in 6th, Geraghty in 7th, Mamasi 8th, Fred Green in 9th, and Ryan Ashberg rounding up the top 10, ahead of Hobson, Lloyd, Spanswick, Pratt Thompson, and Lewis Bird.
Pratt Thompson, again, 18 places gained.
Yep, very, very solid for Cameron Pratt Thompson, the number 33 Dan Holland Racing entry.
Row 16.
So with the absence of Henry Gregory, he's going to be the driver that gains the most places in this race by the looks of it. Yeah, so we've also lost Gregory, Coulthard and Bishop, and a 5-second penalty for Jack Hobson.
Yeah. Not sure what that was for, but yeah, Hobson, who currently sits in P11.
Well, last lap board goes out. Burgoyne defending from McLaughlin as they head out onto the banking. What can the number 29 Fusion Motorsport driver do about the number 68 Mick Barrett kart directly in front of him?
They carry so much speed, and I think it's just, well...
Saying go, go.
Yeah, Fion's saying go. I mean, they've got quite a sizable gap already, so... You know,
not for much longer, with Gabriel still closing in, and Burgoyne continues to defend, and this is what Fionn McLaughlin didn't want.
No, this is not what he wanted at all, because now it is a group of 3, and now Fion's got to be careful of Stilt behind, because Stilt will go for the move if given the opportunity into the Bobby Game corner section. And again, oh, you can see now Fion's lost it, and now he's going to squeeze down the inside. Is Gabriel Stilt, but he can't quite do it. Slots back, and that's just gifted that race to Burgoyne Junior. I don't think Fionn McLaughlin's going to be overly happy about that one, but a second place nonetheless, as Brandon Carr comes through to cross the line. He's going to take third place. I'm not sure what happened to Stilt there, because he really slowed down out of the final section.
Yeah, that was a strange one. I didn't quite see what caused that Stilt to slow down. The rest of the field come hurtling across the line behind them. Still streaming over the line there. There is the last driver running was Hayden Eldridge. No, it was Joey Brown in the number 111 kart. But Harry Burgoyne Jr. takes the Heat 2 win in Junior X30 from Fionn McLaughlin, Gabriel Stilt, Brandon Carr and Taylor Orridge in the top 5. Henry Jocelyn finishes 6th ahead of Hardy Massey, Jack Hobson. Obviously, Jack has a 5-second penalty to add to that. Fred Green, Kian Garrity, Brian Ashberg and Lewis Bird round out the top 12. Hobson will drop back to about, I would say, 21st or 22nd position.
Yeah.
So that puts Cameron Pratt-Thompson into the top 12. Freddie Lloyd, Ethan Spandrick and Monday Junior Canini will round in the top 15. Cole Carney, Zach Green, Robinson, McIntyre, McDermott, Zingarevich, Harfield, Moore, Quartermain, Smith, Powell, Redding, Eldridge and Brown, the last of the finishers.
Karts come in to the weighbridge. Looks like it's, well, maybe not all good for McLaughlin, because he's being pushed back onto the weighbridge. Make sure that car is fully on there, all 4 wheels plus driver.
Stand there, Mick Streak is the official, overseeing the weighbridge.
Oh, and that head movement there seems like he is potentially underweight.
Yes, that does not look good. It's, a desultory shake of the head there from Fionn McLaughlin. And that says, well, unofficially, we haven't got confirmation, but
we can see the numbers there. But the body
language says a lot. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Harry Burgoyne Jr. goes through, and Fionn McLaughlin parts company to go over to speak to his mechanic. And if we can pick up what's been said.
Quick word and
quick word.
Underweight. Yeah, probably.
Back you go. So, without further ado, the next race is going out. It is Senior X30, race number 6.
Here's the lineup then for you. Aaron Walker and Harry Platten will start the front row. Sam Heading and Sam Shaw, they'll go from row 2.
Row number 3 will see Marcus Littlewood start alongside Kalai Atkins with Aaron Brown and Gus Lawrence on row 4.
Louis Johnson, Cool and Alessandro Serenetti. Hopefully they can both have a better start this time around. They go from row 10. Harvey Ryby and Lucas Ellingham go from row 6.
Thomas Fleming and Derek Morgan are up next with Caden McQueen and Lewis Mackey completing row number 8.
Reggie Dewey and Harry Torpey, they'll go from row 9. Ty Stansfield and Reese Newburn round out the top 20.
Then it's Christopher Bingham, Sam Lewis, Michael Rapsey, JP Slater, Thomas Pryor, Stephanie Hobaker and Stephen DeKaiser. 27 drivers, and they have all made it out there by the looks of it. For our screen to adjust itself.
I will press a button for you, Henry.
Oh, thank you very much. And hopefully the screen's live. All 27 drivers on circuit.
Lucas Ellingham, I don't believe, went out on circuit. He is the one driver who is not showing up on our timing screen, so I don't see Or do I see Jacket's racing car in the field there? Not too sure. We'll find out when they cross the line. But as they go into the tram lines, it's looking like a good start, and lights don't go out. So it was a false start there. And again, across the timing beam, all but one kart have crossed the line. So I don't believe Lucas Ellingham is out there. So they'll go round again. Obviously something not right with the grid of that time around, which meant a false start did go out. And again, a very quick, exuberant formation lap being formed once again. And of course, the more false starts they do, the quicker, and the more that they do this, I'm afraid the more they keep putting wear on their tyres.
Yeah,
so
I thought I could have sworn I saw Lucas Ellingham, the Jack Dex racing kart, but no, obviously not. It's another driver in a very similarly liveried Jack Dex set of overalls. So yeah, unfortunately, Ellingham, who did very well and finished quite high up in the first race.
I can tell you where he finished. Lucas Ellingham finished P7, 5 places gained, no penalties, and yeah,
Wow.
not sure why he's not out there.
Quite sure what's going on there. Maybe he missed the grid gate. Who knows?
Maybe. Who knows?
Right. It's Walker, the 15, Heading, the 7, Platt in the GP plate, Littlewood in the 11, and Shaw in the number 16. Top 5 starters. Atkins is in the 224 kart. Then it's the number 146 of privateer driver Brown, and then defending O-plate champion Gus Lawrence. Second time of asking. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing, and from the outside of row 1, Platten almost managed to squeeze Walker into the first turn, but Aaron Walker, the pole sitter, holds on to top spot, and it's a safe start from everybody. Onto the bridge now. Walker, Platten, and that's Shaw up to third, with Heading down to fourth and Littlewood in fifth.
Heading already gesticulating there, saying, why are you defending, as he squeezes that kart down the inside of Shaw. Pretty much puts the anchors on the apex there.
Yep, parked on the apex.
Yeah.
Just, gets in a position, but it does allow the top two to break away even more.
By quite some way now. Look at that gap that they've got. And like we say, we see it all the time of drivers trying to hold it round the outside through turn 1, but it's always beneficial to have that inside line going into turn 1, isn't it?
There's a move from Lewis Mackie on Alessandro Serenetti. Yes, it is. Always beneficial to have that inside line. Very, very, very occasionally does it work, that high line around the first hairpin, but you normally have to have the driver inside if you're making a mistake.
Two very experienced drivers there, nose to tail, Gus Lawrence and Thomas Fleming, and Lawrence down the inside there. I believe that was on Aaron Brown, the 146 for 7th place, getting that position changed. Here comes Platten down the inside at hairpin 1. Nicely timed, nicely done. Didn't lose much time there. And Walker will slot back into 2nd place, not allowing Heading or Shaw to close in, as Shaw now gets back up into P3 now.
Yep, with Littlewood in 5th, and then another of the premium karting entries, Louis Johnson Cool in 6th position. And, certainly Louis Johnson Cool having a much better time of things in this race. Of course, he didn't go out on the opening lap or 2 laps into the first race, so his tyres are in better shape. Lawrence is next, then Fleming, Atkins, Mackie, Serenetti, Morgan, Torpy and McQueen, your top 15. Early stages yet at the moment. Lewis Mackie gets a warning flag. There's a move from Marcus Littlewood going out onto the banking there on, that was the number 7 kart of Sam Heading having to make way, as Littlewood forces his way into 4th position. And Heading, after starting out in 3rd position, now finds himself slipping back into the clutches of Gus Lawrence, who runs in 7th.
Much stronger showing from Louis Johnson Cool in heat number 2. Obviously disaster struck in heat 1, retiring the kart very early stages of the race. And who's that gone off?
Well, Harvey Ryby in the number 71 has stopped, but somebody else in the middle of the Fullerton S's was off. And you know what? It looks like it's a green and white Tony kart suit.
Is it Aaron Walker?
It's Aaron Walker, the race leader, former race leader.
Oh dear, what happened there? Because it was going so strong, and we just saw it out the corner of our screen, didn't we?
Yeah, he's back in the cart, and the cart is running, which makes me think it was just a spin. It was, a spin. I didn't see there was any contact, but I mean, Walker out of the race lead, and more yellow flags waving as somebody has come to grief coming out of the final corner. It's a BMR car. I think it might be
there on
Michael Rapsey again. So there's another retirement for Michael Rapsey, who also failed to finish the first race.
Yeah, so we've had a disaster in that one. So we've had Aaron Walker, Harvey Ryby, Michael Rapsey, Reece Newburn, and Lucas Ellingham. Lucas not actually starting the race, all out of this race. Early doors, still 4 minutes to go, and a real shake-up here as now we see Platten leading from Marcus Littlewood, leading from Louis Johnson-Cool and Sam Shaw. Gus Lawrence is still there, but the leading pack very, very close as they cross the line. It is the top group separated by, yeah, the top 9 of them. Well, so very, very close race.
Now, Walker has retired. Changed the lead, Marcus Littlewood, for the first time in the number 11 Birrell ART kart.
Has Marcus won a Senior X30?
No, he's been on the podium. He's been on the podium, but he hasn't won when he's for the Jade Racing team. Oh, and there's moves going on left, right, and centre. Well, suddenly, with Lewis Mackey has also retired, Aaron Walker has retired. It's all kicking off, and Harry Platten finds himself falling. There's a problem with that GP plate car. He's gone from the lead to about 10th or 11th place in the space of half a lap.
I think he just got shuffled to the back. As soon as you came off the racing line, we saw like the same sort of train effect that we would see in the cadet classes. As soon as you get pushed out onto the dirty stuff, you'll just have the entire train come through, and it's difficult to get back into the rhythm again.
Yeah, he hasn't come into the pits to retire. So yeah, you're right, Anthony. He just got absolutely shuffled wide, lost all his momentum, and finds himself now staring at the tail end of the top 10.
Not something you want to see. 2.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap, and Marcus Littlewood leads the way from Louis Johnson-Cool. A real shake-up, but Alessandro Serenetti with the fastest lap, who sits in P11 currently.
And a change in Louis Johnson-Cool for premium karting moves into top spot. So again, better tyres, you know, one less race on the tyres. There's Reggie Dewey, number 66, who is now chasing Platten in 10th position, but it's Louis Johnson-Cool, Littlewood, Shaw, and then Sam Heading in 4th position in kart number 7.
Excellent stuff then by these drivers. Good stuff with 2 minutes to go. There's the next group of trailing karts just behind, and across the line they'll go. Let's have a look at how they actually line up. Still Louis Johnson-Cool there in the lead from Marcus Littlewood. Then it's Sam Shaw, Sam Heading, Callum Atkins, Thomas Fleming, Platten. Then it was Lawrence, Brown, Serenetti. Then it is Dewey, McQueen, Morgan, Slater, Torpy, Stansfield, Bingham as down the inside goes. Sam Shaw for P2. Pryor, Tekeza and Baker with Sam Lewis running up the 21 kart still running.
An awful lot of retirement.
A lot, yeah.
But 90 seconds to go. It's a premium karting 1-2 at the moment. Harry Platten regained 6th position. Thomas Fleming now plummeting down the order on the timing screen. He's down to 12th position. But it's Louis Johnson-Cool, the driver, number 61 kart from Fleet. So down south in Somerset. As Platten and Lawrence now find themselves fighting over what is 6th and 7th place, but a long way behind the top 5. Kalai Atkins is the driver in 5th position, just trying desperately to hang on to the coattails of this leading quartet as Heading passes Littlewood for 3rd.
Good stuff there for Heading. A real chop and change in this second race. You know, the usual culprits that we'd have at the front here are all the way back there in the back of your shot, who just came out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, and it all started when Aaron Walker sort of mysteriously had a problem and spun. Then suddenly there was a 9-kart battle for the race lead, and now it's sort of split and there's a 4-kart scrap. But none of the drivers that were at the head of that 9-kart battle are in this 4-kart battle for the race win. 10 seconds to go. Atkins doing his best to close in. Heading and Littlewood haven't given up on this one yet either. And I wonder if Sam Shaw has got ideas about passing his teammate.
Well, maybe so. We'll have to find out. I mean, for these drivers here, just a first and second is good enough, you know, because of course teammates will probably work together all the way through the heats and the pre-finals, and then when it comes to the finals, that's when it's everyone for themselves.
And Sam Shaw does have one decent finish already in his back pocket, so he doesn't need to like fight as much as Louis Johnson Cool does. Of course, Louis Johnson Cool doesn't have a good result to fall back on.
No.
So you would think that Louis Johnson Cool would want to hang on to top spots, you know, as much as he possibly could, and Shaw knows this. However, Sam Heading in the number 7 MDL car is going to force the issue on Shaw completely now as they start the last lap.
Do indeed. So who is going to come to the line first out of all 5 of these drivers? Johnson Cool, Shaw, Heading, Littlewood and Atkins, the top 5. Any one of these 5s could take the heat win here, and we're going to find out as Atkins with the fastest lap of the race. Shaw now goes defensive. Johnson Cool sticks to the outside. Atkins goes to the outside. He's going to sweep round the outside to try and get the switch back on Littlewood. He does so and moves up into P4 now. Sweeps to the outside once again and tries to get another one on Heading, but that's a bold move there. He's going to have to hold on and concede that one. Clear breakaway for Johnson Cool now. It looks like it's all his to lose.
Yep, Sam Shaw defending going into the first hairpin, gave Louis Johnson Cool all the gap he needed and more. Here comes Atkins having a little nibble at the inside of Sam Heading. He's made one good move on this last lap with Kalai Atkins, but discretion being the better part of valour on that occasion as Louis Johnson Cool takes the checkered flag and Sam Shaw completes a 1-2 for premium karting. Sam Heading, Kalai Atkins and Marcus Littlewood rounding out the top 5. Platten in 6th, Lawrence 7th, Dewey in 8th, Caden McQueen 9th, and rounding out the top 10, JP Slater. Well, JP Slater started 24th in the number 18 car.
Brilliant showing.
Comes home in 10th. Fleming is next, then Brown, Morgan, Torpy, Stansfield, Bingham, Pryor, DeKaiser and Hobaker, with Sam Lewis, the last driver, still running. Once again, we lost Alessandro Serenetti out of that one.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Serenetti in that one. There's a look then at the provisional race results. Of course, those carts will head to scrutineering, but Johnson Cool, Sam Shaw, Heading take the top 3 from Atkins, Littlewood, Platten, Lawrence, Dewey, McQueen, and JP Slater taking that top 10. There is from 13th down to 24th, and of course, lots of retirements. Serenetti, Mackie, Walker, Ryby, Rapsey, Newburn and Ellingham not even starting. A lot of retirements in heat number 2.
And all those retirements are drivers that, well, I mean, Ellingham, certainly Ellingham, Ryby, Walker, Mackie and Serenetti, drivers with you know, who've got a potential chance to win the O-Plate. But there is Sam Shaw, sort of a relieved looking Sam Shaw, sort of getting out of his kart. And we haven't seen, where's the winner? Louis Johnson Cool, who was, you know, without being unkind to Louis, he's not often you see him, you know, in the top spots. But without further ado, the next race, race number 7, IAME Cadet, is up next.
Yes, it is indeed. They make their way out onto circuit. Here's how they are going to line up. Kit Bolowski and Noah Baglin, they'll start on the front row. George Edgar and Riley Cranham go from row 2.
Will Green and Kanishk Rao start on row number 3, followed by Henry Domain and Aaron Richardson.
Henry Domain and, Jensen Graham and Jesse Phillips go from row 5. Blair Smith and Archie Lovett, they'll go from row 6.
Alfie Brown and Jensen Ackerman start on row number 7. Jarlath Sayer and Laith Khan on row number 8.
Harley Musk and Colby Patterson go from row 9. Ethan Woodward and Braith Murdoch round out the top 20 on row 10.
Otis Cleary, Kazra Kamyab, Aryan Naya, Andy Stewart, Johnson Stewart and George House complete your 26 kart starting lineup. Another 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race. And I've got one driver, the number 83, Ethan Woodward, who was a little bit slow getting off the dummy grid and is trying to catch up the rest of the pack. He starts from the 10th row, so well, I don't know if he is going to catch them up, because the rest of the field are coming through the Mike Wilson complex. And you can just see flashing through your screen there, Ethan Woodward just coming on the Bobby Game corner. So it's way too fast, and they will go around again.
That was not a good
that was
that
very,
race.
very quick. I think that Kip Malowski and Noah Baglan decided, well, let's just have
eager to get going.
Yeah, very eager. But it does allow the number 83 of Ethan Woodward a chance to catch up and retake his grid slot. There he comes. I'll have to say, Malowski is still leading around with a fair old lick.
He's going to have to slow it down at some point. When? Well, that's another matter.
Well, very shortly, because the officials will not take kindly to the high-speed nature of this rolling lap. And, now Malowski gets things slowed down. Baglin outside of row number 1. Edgar and Cranham on row 2, so he's got 3 Fusion karts and Oliver Rowland Motorsport car on the top 2 rows. Then Jamie Green Racing and Oliver Rowland Motorsport on row number 3. The second time of asking, they come into the tram lines. This time lights are out and we're off and racing. It's a good start from Malowski. It's another good start from Noah Baglan, who tries to hang tough on the outside, going through the first chicane, but has to give best to the pole sitter Kit Malowski, who continues to lead them through turn number 3, and that is now George Edgar that's moved into P2 with Baglin and his ORM teammate Kanish Grau. Following, oh no, is that Henry Domain, sorry, in the number 5 car in 4th place.
It is, yeah, Henry Domain there. You can just see the number 5 seed sitting there in P4. And, well, I say P4, slides it down the inside, gets 2 for 1. I think he slightly outbraked himself there. And quite a little bit there. And Baglin slots back into 2nd place. And actually, Domain goes back down now into P4 as everyone slots back into position. And a very bold move there from Edgar.
And now Domain is sadly the one that gets shuffled wide, and then he gets to the outside. There's Laith Khan, number 78, who has gained quite a few places on the opening few laps there. And Laith Khan, who started 18th, comes across the line up in 11th position. So a good start there from Laith.
Yeah, 5 places gained. So Malowski then leads from Baglin, Edgar, Cranham. Then it's Graham, Will Green, Henry Domain after that one slots back into 7th. He started in 7th, now crosses the line back in 7th after trying to gain several places. Defensive there as Cranham and Graham go toe-to-toe. And, well, Will Green says, thank you very much, I'll take one of those places.
Yes, and in the first race, Will Green sort of fell back a little bit.
Yeah,
but
started strong.
Started strong, and he's learning about how to try and stay at the sharp end with no teammates, no friends. So you've got to really make your own luck. Because every time somebody goes past you, there'll be 2 or 3 more, the same graphics kit trying to force you back even further. But at the front, Baglin sandwiched between Malowski and Edgar as they complete lap number 2. Jensen Graham is in 4th place, leading that second group of karts with a GP plate holder Riley Cranham right on his rear bumper. Then you have Domain, Green and Rao, and a change.
Oh, big chop and change there. There were 3 wide as they entered onto the bridge. Now, I believe Edgar leads the way from Baglin, and Malowski trying to go down the inside, fails to do so, switches to the outside, slots back there into P3. So these 3 scrapping still. Keep an eye on the group behind. Jensen Graham, Cranham, Domain and Green, they are closing in. You can see them there on your screens. The gap at the moment, about 0.8 of a second. So they've got a bit of breathing space, but in cadet racing, 0.8 can close up in 2 corners.
Exactly, that's going to be take into account the slipstream effect as well. Here at BFI, 0.8 of a second can come to nothing just between the end of the last corner and the banking. And you can see the 27 kart of Jensen Graham already closing in.
Yes, indeed. 4.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. Up the banking they go. No moves this time around, but that group behind is closing, and Will Green gets the overtake.
Yeah, getting his elbows out there, sharpening them up on Kanish Grau to take over P7 and signalling to Kanish saying, come on, let's go and catch this top 6.
Yeah.
And Kanish thinking, well, I know you're not my teammate, but I've got no choice but to work with you now. And that's the type of tactic that Will Green has got to really sort of get used to.
Yeah, where's his next closest teammate? Just behind.
A fair old way down the order.
Yeah.
You've got Braith Murdoch is possibly the next one in line.
17th.
Yeah, 16th and 17th for Jarlath Sayer and Braith Murdoch. The next two Jamie Green racing karts. Not in this lead group by any stretch of the imagination. 3.5 minutes to go. And Edgar still leads Baglin, Belofsky, Graham and Cranham. One driver we haven't really spoken much about is the current British Championship leader, number 26, Jesse Phillips, who is sort of
there.
Ninth position.
Yeah, there but not there.
Yeah, he's as I say that, you speak about him now, he just set the fastest lap of the race.
There we go.
But maybe saving his best stuff for tomorrow. Oh, and there is Jensen Graham and Baglin, and that was Belofsky as well, getting all mixed up. And Henry Domain capitalises. Has Riley. Oh, now what's Noah Baglin signalling there? Has he either hurt his hand or he's signalling to his teammate to say, come on?
Maybe. I mean, you know, one of the common things that a lot of, well, especially new karters would get is when you grip the steering wheel too tight for a long period of time, you can get a lot of cramp in the hands. And I've suffered from that when I've been karting. And, you know, maybe it's that, or maybe, it could be a signal.
Potentially. Or did he just gouge his hand on a curve or something like that? But he seems to not be very happy at the moment with the way things are playing out as Noah Baglin. But he shouldn't be too upset. He's there in 4th position.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's got his teammate directly in front of him, so they can work together. You've got 2 minutes to go plus a lap. But up the front, though, George Edgar has just set sail. A 1 second lead over Riley Cranham. And Cranham is falling back into the clutches of Domain and Baglin.
2 minutes to go, though. That gap can close down. And when you're on your own in a cadet race, it's not a good place to be, really, because you always end up going backwards.
Yeah, you know, he's sort of stuck out there like a sore thumb at the moment now is George Edgar.
Yeah.
Because the 3 karts chasing him will get a really good draft coming out of the Mike Wilson complex onto the start-finish straight. And that gap will come down exponentially. Let's see. Well, Domain number 5, he's not close enough to put his nose coat on the rear bumper of Cranham. Now he is. Now the gap will close in. It was 9/10 of a second on the start-finish line. And it'll, when they get to the first timing sector, it'll be down to about 3/4 of a second, I would imagine.
You would only assume, wouldn't you? Looking over the shoulder again is Edgar, just to see. Yeah, no need to go defensive or anything. But now this could cause that gap to open back up again, as both ORM drivers of Baglin and Domain get past Riley Cranham and move up the order. Now, look at that, over a second again. So now they're falling into the group behind. Now you've got a long old group of karts all next to each other. And it's, I think the bigger the group, the harder it is to all work together, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, because you've got to predict whether, you know, not just 1 or 2 drivers are, but predict where 6 or 7 drivers are going to break. So this group for 2nd, 3rd and 4th has now been caught by Jensen Graham in the 27, the number 9 of Belofsky, the 26 of Phillips, the 22 of Rao, and the number 15 of Blair Smith, with hanging on just the tail end of this group in 10th position is still Will Green, and then it's the number 16 kart of Aaron Richardson.
Yes, indeed. Timer strikes 0 then. That gap still 1.1 seconds. Kip Belofsky, though, with the fastest lap of the race. Currently P6 in the middle of this big pack that you've got on your screen here. Basically the battle for 2nd place, as down the inside there goes.
That's Graham, and he gets 2 for 1. Yes, well, because he committed, and Domain, I think, just sort of saw him coming out of his peripheral vision and just sort of like leapt off the racing line to give him room rather than potentially get T-boned.
Cranham fights back, though. He gets that position back almost immediately with the switchback. And like we say, last lap board will be out this time around. Now it's just the 2 karts there in second and third. Maybe potentially they could work better, as now Domain here is on the outside line. He's going to get absolutely swamped by this entire train.
Belofsky sort of opened the door and Phillips followed him through. So Domain loses 2 places there. And now Graham defends against his teammate. Belofsky going across the start line to begin the final lap. And Belofsky's in danger now. He goes to the outside, goes onto the banking. He's lost 1 place. Potentially he can lose 2 or 3 more, but he's at the inside line for turn number 4 as Kip Belofsky, and manages to sort of scuttle back into line before the ORM drivers get through.
Yeah, all going defensive there, aren't they, into the braking zone at hairpin 1. Oh, and a nice cloud to the curb there for the number 27 of Jensen Graham, and now it's all starting to kick off in this backpack. Honestly, that's too much for me.
That's a lot of karts there, and that's fighting over what is 4th place on back. It's going to be George Edgar who takes the win. Baglin defending from Cranham for P2. The 63 kart of Noah Baglin has P2 at the moment. Here comes the battle for 4th position. It's 4th back to about 12th. And somebody gets muscled wide there. 2 wheels off the ground. Try and get a number check on that driver. But it's George Edgar takes the win from Noah Baglin and Riley Cranham. Joshua Graham comes home in. Sorry, Jensen Graham, I do apologise. Jensen Graham comes home in 4th position ahead of Jesse Phillips. Belofsky is 6th, Smith 7th, Rao 8th, Will Green 9th, and Richardson completes the top 10. Harley Musk came through in 11th. Henry Domain falls all the way back to 12th place there after a terrible last lap. Had a Jarlath Sayer, Archie Lovett, and behind Archie Lovett in 17th position was Alfie Brown, then Braith Murdoch, Ethan Woodward, Colby Patterson, your top 20, George House, Otis Cleary, Kazra Kamiab, Aryan Naya, Andy Stewart and Johnson Stewart, all 26 starters finished the race, which is good to see.
Yes, it is. There is the results we've just called out on your screens, and these karts will once again make their way back into the pit lane, get weighed, and of course there'll be a quick change for a lot of these drivers, of course, because the Water Swift coming up next.
Yep, so Baglin jumps out of the way, pushes his car off the weighbridge.
He'll just dump it there, and then off he goes, off to his car.
Same for Riley Cranham.
Yeah.
And there's a mechanic comes in to stop the kart running away. Cranham has the decency to at least park in the scrutineering area where the top 3 karts should go. But now he's off.
He'll run off.
Hot-footing it.
We'll take a short ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Water Swift will be coming up next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 8 is the next on our programme. It is the second heat for the IAME Water Swift drivers. 17 of them in total are set to hit the circuit, including 4 drivers we've just seen in the IAME Cadet second heat. And one of those drivers, Riley Cranham, will be starting on the outside of the front row, alongside pole sitter Kenzo Craigie. Noah Baglin and Jesse Phillips will start on row number 2, and Henry Domain, the 4th driver doing double duty, will start on row number 3. There is the signal to start engines, and out go the drivers onto the circuit. Your starting lineup in full in IAME Water Swift. Kenzo Craigie and Riley Cranham will go from row number 1. Noah Baglin and Jesse Phillips will start from row 2. Lewis Islin and Henry Domain share the 3rd row of the grid, with Jarrett Clark and Henry Carter on row number 4. The top 10 rounded out by Maxim Bobrishov and Albert Friend. Row number 6 sees Connor Clancy and Jack McLaughlin start alongside each other, with Jacob Bashler and Sam Woolley on row 7. Row 8 is Andrew Dixon and Cooper Snedden, with Rhys Owen rounding out the field in 17th position. This will be another 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. There will be a short break after this race before we get into the final 4 races of the afternoon.
Yes, indeed. So, hopefully, we get a good start first time of asking. We've had a number of false starts, haven't we?
Drivers just a bit too quick, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they're too fast. And, you know, Dan Ashton is just making sure that they don't accelerate before they get to the acceleration line. Kenzo Brady, the Argenti Motorsport team, and the Fusion Motorsport number 18, and Riley Cranham. So they're bringing the field down at a reasonable pace. Formation looks good. Let's see. Into the tram lines, and no, will not start. There was one of the George Gibbons Motorsport drivers in the middle of the pack there, possibly Maxim Bobrishov, who was out of formation. So, yes, we will try again. There's the number 22 of Andrew Dixon, the Mad Croc chassis, the driver from Ashtead. Now the Water Swift class did race in the O plate last year, I believe. Did it? Or am I? Yes, it did, because Jesse Phillips was 7th in this event last year, and Noah Baglan was 19th in the Water Swift. It wasn't the Water Swift O plate, but it was a support race for last year's.
It was the first time we ever saw Water Swift race in the UK. Actually, it was last year. It was the debut of this class last year. So good to see how much they've progressed, and we've seen them race many, many more times.
Yes, and
in the
again,
UK.
This will be, I think it's safe to say, it's the future of IAME Cadet karting in the UK. So, Craigie once again brings them into the tram lines. This time lights are out. This time we're off and racing. It's a good start from Riley Cranham. It's side by side into turn number 1, but Cranham has to bow out, and that allows Noah Baglin to take 2nd position as Kenzo Craigie leads the field off the banking onto the bridge for the first time. Although no, he does not. He's now been passed because it is the ORM number 63 of Noah Baglin who has the race lead. And Craigie sits to 3rd position. Here comes Cranham to the inside. Cranham holds on to P2. Craigie is down to 3rd position. And then it is Jensen Graham in 4th place. Side by side between Henry Carter and Jesse Phillips for 5th. Everyone else following in close formation behind, but the top 4 have got a sizable advantage as the rest of the field sort themselves out. There's one of the Albert Friend making a move into the Bobby Game corner. But at the front it is Baglin from Cranham, Craigie, and then the second of the Fusion karts, it is number 26, Jesse Phillips.
Yes, indeed. So, relatively good start then for the entire grid. Jensen Graham with, I would say, one of the best starts out there. No, I'm looking at the wrong timing. The time is not updated on our screens. There we go. So, Albert Friend with the probably the best start, I would say. 3 places gained, pushing up into 7th place. For the start of this one, as Kenzo Craigie back down the inside there for the race lead. And how quick was that direction change to avoid Baglin there, because Baglin went for the defence and then looked over and saw that Craigie had committed.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of too much of a late defensive move there from Baglin. So Craigie had already committed, and then Baglin thought about it, then thought against it. So, you know, corrected his error there in the second timing. Noah Baglin, who now takes the lead, and Craigie falls back to 4th position. No, make that 3rd place, because I think the 2nd place goes Riley Cranham in the number 18 kart. So Baglin lost the lead and regained it in the space of half a lap. And he's now got Cranham pushing him along as they start lap number 3 out onto the banking. We've got a, well, 2, 4, 6, 9 drivers, all within spitting distance of the race lead, all the way back to Conor Clancy in the second of those very deep blue liveried George Gibbons motorsport cars. And another change, well, no, almost another change, because Craigie thought about taking second from Cranham, who was in turn thinking about taking lead from Baglin, but it's Craigie who eventually loses out as Phillips and Lewis Islin move past.
Yes, indeed. 5 minutes to go, and now a good running here from the George Gibbons team. This in the sharp end, these two drivers. I mean, Maxim Bobajov as well in that smattering of kart, but still at the moment Baglin leading the way and doing a good job as Baglin, probably one of the younger drivers, and this is not the youngest, but,
but he's certainly, yeah, he is one of the younger drivers. He did race in the British Championship last year, I seem to recall. I possibly, I remember him, sort of, again, down towards the very tail end of the field. He's come on leaps and bounds this year. There's a battle between the number 22 of Andrew Dixon, and I think that was the number Sam Woolley. Number 34 kart. I know there's Lewis Islin now picking up a couple of places at the first hairpin, number 12. And that is now Islin into P2.
4 minutes to go, and this group is pretty close actually between everyone out there, which is nice to see. So no real gaps opening up. A slight breakaway maybe between the top two, as Kenzo Craigie this time around struggling in this race.
Yeah, it all stemmed from being pushed offline once, lost his momentum, lost his, you know, sort of rhythm. And let's see if it's a problem with the kart setup, maybe, or the tyre pressure. They've gone the wrong way in terms of setup, or whether Craig can fight back. 3.5 minutes to go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 drivers still in the lead pack. All the way back to Jack McLaughlin in kart number 98 for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Conor Clancy puts in the fastest lap of the race. He's one of the 3 George Gibbons Motorsport karts chasing this lead pack of 6. And it is good to see, you know, 3 ORM karts challenging the Fusion trio at the front. It has been generally just Henry Domain this year. But Domain has now got Jarrett Clark to help him with. Another cadet Honda Cadet driver, Clark, in the number 55 kart, is in 4th position. Then it's the 65 of Domain. Leading the way is number 63, Noah Baglin. 2.5 minutes to go.
Across the line they go, and again, no moves really being made. Everyone in a calm position right now, and we'll probably see it when the timer gets a bit lower, maybe a minute to go. Last lap, that's when we'll see these overtakes going, but this is very kind of usually what we would see in an IAME Cadet race, you know, nearing the final. We would see this with all teammates working together, but it's not all teammates.
Oh,
and whoa, wow, me there. Well, that was Islin who went for the move on Baglin, and again it was similar to what we saw with Craigie. It was Baglin who went defensive very, very late,
and it was a bit too late, and Islin just caught his rear bumper, and that was a very, very good save from Baglin.
I have to say, it really was.
Let's have a look at that again.
So coming down, so you can see there's no moves being made. Islin looks over his shoulder. Now goes to, so Baglin's looking over his shoulder, and as soon as he goes for the move,
that was almost a block, I have to say. That was not. You can't really keep doing that. You know, you can't. You can defend, but then you can't just look at the move happening and then defend. You got to make your defensive manoeuvre first. And well, you know, they got away with it, but yeah, that's twice now that Noah Baglin is sort of.
and that's Domain.
No, it's Henry Carter.
It's Henry Carter, sorry, Carter.
That's the other Henry with a mechanical issue there, out of the race. So yeah, Noah Baglin has got away with it twice now, coming into that first hairpin. And as the race winds down, as the weekend progresses, he can't, you know, dip his hand into the luck bank there too many more times, I have to say.
Very much so. Well, he's got his teammate now of Jarrett Clark behind. Riley Cranham there as well. And again, as all these drivers close in, and all the two George Gibbons motorsport drivers getting tangled up of Albert Friend and Maxim Bobrishov.
Yeah, Bobrishov, I think, just assisting Friend a little bit wide there. Maybe missing his braking point slightly and just, yes, gaining a place there. Albert Friend just slots in behind him now. In front of them is the number 26 of Jesse Phillips, again having a slightly anonymous run. So the clock will strike 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Baglin continues to lead from Jarrett Clark. Now Clark, you know, this is his first time running with the ORM team. He doesn't normally race this two-stroke. He doesn't normally race, let alone water-stroke, he doesn't normally race IAME. So, you know, he's certainly the junior member of the team. So he's going to just keep his nose, out of trouble and just sort of support his teammate a little bit here. He's got the Riley Cranham sitting on his rear bumper. Does Clark do? Does Clark go for a move, or does he just sort of sit and protect second place? Well, we're going to find out, because we're going to get the last lap board now.
Yes, we are indeed. So Craigie is now back up into P5. You can just see him in the back of shot behind now. Well, essentially the recovering Lewis Islin after that coming together at hairpin 1. They've got to work together to try and close that gap, and these three, well, assume would start scrapping now into, yeah, indeed, into hairpin number 1. Down the hill they go. Look over the shoulder there, and again, Baglin just going, and well, Clark there just saying, you go for it, don't defend, and that time around he didn't, did Baglin, and again, Clark just saying, just go.
Clark is happy to take second place here. He doesn't want to get caught up into any last lap sort of like shenanigans. He's happy to sit in second position and allow his teammates to sort of take this one. He wants to just keep Riley Cranham at arm's length. That's the, because if Baglin defends, then it's going to be Clark that's the one that's potentially going to lose out. But the checker flag is in the air and out of the Mike Wilson complex. Oh, and a problem there for the number 94 kart of Connor Clancy, who retires. But it is Noah Baglin who takes the win from Jarrett Clark. Riley Cranham and Lewis Islin 3rd and 4th. Kenzo Craigie recovers to take 5th position out of Henry Domain, Jesse Phillips, Maxim Bobrishov and Albert Friend, with rounding out the top 10, Jack McLaughlin in the number 98 ORM kart. So Connor Clancy, I didn't see what happened, whether it was he's parked his kart nose first into tyres. So evidently there was a little bit of contact further back. Outside the top 10, Sam Woolley comes home in 11th position. 12th is Andrew Dixon, Jacob Bashler 13th, Cooper Snedden 14th, and Rhys Owen rounds out the finishers in 15th position. Clancy retiring, and we also saw Henry Carter retire. But Noah Baglin, his confidence after qualifying is well placed, because he's taken a win there. Bridge successfully hits the weight. Jarrett Clark. And now Noah Baglin. You can just see him stretching his arms there a little bit there, because he's just done 2 consecutive races. And yes, a handshake with his mechanic, or whether that was another driver's mechanic. Couldn't quite see, but Noah Baglin will be pleased with that one. Chat to the ORM team on the other side of the fence there. And a handshake from Dad. Just trying to eavesdrop a little bit on what was being said, but just, basically it was a great, really good job, they were saying, and quite right so. So that concludes the second round of heats. Race number 9 is due to start in about 14 minutes time, about 3:15, I believe. Let's have a look. Yep, it is. So we've got a 15-minute sort of lull in the action. So let's have a little word from our sponsors. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The circuit here at PF International is empty at the moment. Well, we have a short break because there's only 4 classes here. There is a break between each round of heats just to give the teams and mechanics enough time to get the karts properly fettled for the next race. Because of course at the end of each race, you know, the top 3 drivers go into scrutineering, so they've got various mechanical checks they have to perform to make sure that the karts are legal for the scrutineers, and of course that takes time. So if we just carried on plummeting through the races, that would put the winners, or the top 3, at a disadvantage. So to give them time to go through the proper post-race procedures, there's a short break in the action. 4 races to go, so each driver has got 1 more heat left. That will set the intermediate classification at the end of today. The intermediate classification will set the grid for pre-final 1 tomorrow morning, and then the results of pre-final 1 will set the grid for pre-final 2. The combined results from the 2 pre-finals will set the grid for the grand final later on tomorrow afternoon. Of course, this event coming 1 week after the last round of the British Championship that we brought you here on Alpha Live, which is from Kim Bolton. That was the penultimate Rotax and Honda round. It was also the championship finale for the KZ2 class. Next weekend, we are back here at PF International for the final round of the X30 and IAME British Championships. So the racing coming thick and fast here as the 2022 season begins to wind down. Myself and Anthony Jordan will be bringing you all the action next weekend from PF International. And then it's the last round of the Rotax and Honda British Championships on October the 15th and 16th from Wilton Mill. And that will wrap up the British Championship for 2022, which well, it seems it's hardly got going, Anthony.
I know. I mean, blink and the season started at Sheddington.
12 events. I know. It's it goes by in a hurry. In a hurry.
It makes me worry about the years that go by.
I know. When you get to
blink
my
and
age,
I'm another year older.
Yeah,
and
when you get to my age, it's even more worrying. Trust me.
Karting takes it out of all of us, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now, while we got this lull, maybe we can have a little look at the first round of heats. What official results have we got?
Right. Let me tell you. So, Junior X30, obviously, coming up next. We've got the results from Heat 2 as well. We did see a couple of penalties, a few penalties. Ooh, yes. And, of course, we have the results for the body language we saw from Fionn McLaughlin.
Yes, yes.
Of course, he has been excluded from that heat. Was disqualified underweight.
As we suspected.
As we suspected.
Race number 1, which we didn't have the results for race number 1 earlier. That was Macaulay Bishop, Gabriel Stilp, Taylor Orridge, Hardy, Mamasi, Brandon Carr, your top 5. Fionn McLaughlin and had a penalty, dropped into 9th. And Henry Gregory, that fantastic drive from 34th to 7th. There was a nose cone penalty afterwards that dropped him back to 10th. Other penalties for Zach Green, Dayton Coulthard, Eden Spanswick and Hayden Eldridge. So that was unfortunate. And of course the main news coming out of race number 2 in Junior was the exclusion for being underweight for Fionn McLaughlin, who I believe finished 2nd on the road. But so a penalty and an exclusion for Fionn McLaughlin. He'll start this one from the outside of row number 1. He will be absolutely determined to at least end the day on a high note. So look for Fionn to probably be a little bit more aggressive than we've seen him so far today, just to absolutely ensure that he is carrying at least one good score at the end of today. 8 minutes to go before we have karts on track once again. And There is the banking that was put here at PF International back in 2011. In 2010, the the original layout hosted a round of the CIK European Karting Championships. And everyone loved the track, but said it's a little bit too short. So Paul Fletcher and his team, they extended it and built the bridge. And there is with the Evolve mechanics. That was Hardy Mamassi's mechanic. Now, I think Evolve Motorsport, they have got some pretty big news coming next year. I think we're going to see a much bigger Evolve Motorsport team, possibly on some different coloured wagons, although there's still to be confirmed. Here comes Macaulay Bishop, who retired from heat number 2 with some sort of right rear axle failure or hub failure. But you can see the grass on his tyre as he was pushing, as his dad Ian was pushing his kart up to the front. But good news is that kart is repaired, and Macaulay will be going back out and starting from the inside of row number 2. Now there is on the left, that's Rylan Ashberg, and on the right, Rhys Newburn. They are Ashberg is starting from the inside of row number 9. Rhys Newburn starting oh no, sorry, it was Hayden Eldridge in the S8 Racing overalls, apologies. Eldridge starting on the inside of row number 13. Now, majority of the field make their way onto the demi-grid. There's Monde Junior Canini's Praga kart. See Jacob Stilp there, with helping to push the number 22 Crop Promotions machine of Lewis Bird into place. And there goes the number 73 Dan Holland Racing entry of Cian Geraghty. Confirmation, a bit of a conferring and discussions going on there at the back of the grid, trying to see who that is. Well, you've got Harry Burgoyne Jr., Brandon Carr, and 2 of the Jamie Green Racing drivers involved in that little discussion. Maybe some potential tactics afoot. Of course, looking to see if there's any gaps. Well, of course, there are not all 34 drivers are currently there. That's because there are karts still being brought onto the dummy grid. There's the number 32 Argenti Motorsport entry of Aditya Kulkarni. Aditya currently 6th in this year's British Junior Rotax Championship standings. So his first time out on an X30 this weekend. Monde Junior Canini, 29th in the British Championship. Finished 13th in this year's Little Green Man series. And yeah, just going through some last minute data with his mechanic. There's Freddie Lloyd. He's still got his Dan Holland Racing race suit, but he's driving for the Fusion Motorsport team this weekend. Freddie, 10th in the current British Championship standings. Finished 22nd in the LGM series and only 32nd in the Grand Prix in X30. He did have a top 10 finish in Junior Rotax in the Grand Prix this year. And here comes Fionn McLaughlin's kart being brought to the grid by his dad. And there's going to be a determined swagger about that driver. Just, you've got to shake off the bad results and refocus your mind. Pretend that the penalty and the exclusion didn't happen. And just start afresh. There's Gabriel Stilp in the number 42 kart. On pole position. last year's IAME International Final winner in Junior X30. The IAME International Final, so the unofficial World Championship for X30 karts. And Gabriel won that event in spectacular fashion last year. He's having a fantastic season, leading the British Championship, second in the GP plate, and second in the Little Green Man series. Can he add an O plate this weekend and maybe a British title next weekend to his resume? So we are 2 minutes away. There is Brandon Carr, having a few last minute bits of advice from his mechanic Ollie Walker.
I mean, Brandon does most of the work on the kart, I have to say.
Ollie allows Brandon to do certain things on the kart. And Brandon, to be fair, Brandon does like mechanicking his own kart, but yeah, there's certain things that Ollie doesn't let Brandon.
Doesn't. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere near.
No, don't touch that.
Yes. There's Hardy Mamasi, the Anglo-Canadian driver. With a wave to the camera there. And that's the Charles Leclerc chassis, which is part of the Birrell ART stable of karts. Jack Hobson behind the wheel, kart number 214.
AKA Uncle Tyrone.
AKA Uncle Tyrone, indeed, yes.
We still haven't spoke to him about that.
No, we'll try and catch up with him
always hides.
later this weekend.
Dear me, there's the rest of the field on the other side. Monday, Junior Canini as well. He had Freddie Lloyd just in front, Taylor Orridge, Fred Green, Burgoyne Junior just in front of Fred Green. There he is. And of course, Phil McLaughlin, who will be starting at the front of the grid, hopefully this time well above the weight limit. I'm sure he doesn't want a repeat of that, because obviously that's quite a miscalculation, isn't it?
Well, it could be down to the amount of fuel
yeah,
you know, that was put in. You know, a little bit of a minor miscalculation on the amount of fuel. Again, because it is a quick turnaround between races. Then that might have been something that was neglected, or who knows? But I'm sure that whatever the problem was, it's been rectified. Your starting lineup in full then. It's Gabriel Stilton, Theo McLaughlin on row number 1, Macaulay Bishop and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 2.
Brandon Carr and Fred Green take row 3 from Henry Jocelyn and Taylor Orridge on row 4.
Hardy Mamasi and Freddie Lloyd go from row number 5. Jack Hobson and Monday Junior Canini on row 6.
Jack Nettleship and Adita Kulkarni will take row 7 from Joey Brown and Zach Green on row 8.
Rylan Eschberg and Kian Garrity go from row number 9. Eden Spanswick and Alexander Zingarevich go from row number 10.
Tommy Harfield and Lewis Bird go from row 11. Harry Redding and George Robinson go from row 12.
Hayden Eldridge and Tristan Powell start on row 13. Dayton Coulthard and George Quartermain on row 14.
David McIntyre and Flynn McDermott go from row 15, rounding out the top 30 from Morgan Moore, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Joseph Smith and Henry Gregory round out the 17 rows. Henry Gregory had a great run in Heat 1, Heat 2, retirement. What happens in Heat 3? Fresher tyres.
Yes, I think Henry will be hoping for a nice run to a mid-pack run. You know, that would sort of top everything off. Start at the back, 1 retirement, 1 top finish, and 1 medium finish. But a safe finish, I think, is what Henry Gregory will be hoping for. So, third and final time today, Junior X30 comes on to start-finish line. Gabriel still brings him to line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And McLaughlin, again, we said he's going to be aggressive, and he is. He sweeps across the outside to take the lead. And a couple of drivers going over the grass behind him, but everybody's safely out from under the bridge and already still trying to fight back. But McLaughlin holds off. Oh, in the background there, multiple karts coming together in the background. Oh, there's nose cones off. That is Aditya Kulkarni going through. He's been delayed.
97.
It's the number 97 car. That's Harry Redding, who is about to be the first retirement of the race. But and Stilp has somehow managed to force his way past McLaughlin to the race lead. And here comes Brandon Carr into P2.
Yeah, McLaughlin didn't have to worry about losing P3 there as Bishop has was squeezed wide there as both the Mick Barrett Racing karts come through. Yeah, to get past, there is Mamassi as well, just behind the Canadian driver. Redding with the technical flag. We had a feeling that was coming. Across the line, though, it is going to be Stilp from Carr, McLaughlin, Burgoyne Junior, Jocelyn, Bishop, Mamassi, Orridge, Nettleship, Kulkarni, and Geraghty, who cross the line, the top 11 karts. 6 minutes to go, and Brandon Carr fights for the lead and takes the race lead as they enter over the Litchfield Bridge. Down the hill they'll go, and again he'll go defensive here, and here comes McLaughlin, all three of them down the inside into the braking zone. Wow. It's going to be the concertina effect that kicks in, and Burgoyne Junior is going to get the switchback on McLaughlin, and he's going to fight for P3.
Yeah, and things are certainly being ratcheted up in terms of aggression at the front. Now, just quickly looking at other drivers that were involved in that first lap incident out on the banking. George Quartermain's retired, so is Joey Brown alongside Harry Redding. Badly delayed were Zingarevich, Morgan Moore, David McIntyre, Tommy Harfield and Tristan Powell, as well as Rylan Eschberg. So, you know, about 7 or 8 drivers involved in that incident, and 3 out of the race as we start lap number 3 up at the front.
Yes, indeed. Clear breakaway then for the top 2, and Powell under investigation, the number 88, potentially for a start infringement. We'll find out later on in the race. And George Romans as well, another driver under investigation, has again changed for the lead, and a lock-up under braking for Still, but he gets it stopped, and he gets the apex still and holds on to that lead. But now Carr fights back. He'll have the switch back here. He'll tuck to the inside, and Still will defend it. Keep an eye on Burgoyne Junior, who was going to sweep to the outside there, but Still amazingly holds on to it despite Carr's best efforts.
And now Brandon Carr's under pressure from Burgoyne Junior, but Burgoyne Junior can't find a way past going into Bobby Game corner, but Still was very, very aggressive in his defence there. He smoking the tyres under braking going into the first hairpin, and then literally showing Brandon Carr the inside grass coming up the short chute. Brandon Carr getting 2 wheels on the grass before he backed out of it. And now Brandon Carr sideways out onto the banking, takes the lead, but then runs wide, Still fights back, regains the lead, and Burgoyne Junior moves into P2.
Yes, he does indeed. So Burgoyne Junior fighting fit in this one. McLaughlin still there in P4 as well. He'll want to get back up at that sharp end. Jocelyn still there as well in P5. All very, very close to the main culprits we saw last time as McLaughlin goes to the inside. Jocelyn follows. Carr getting squeezed onto the outside as Taylor Orridge and Mamassi also join the fray now as they'll go through the S's. And once again, Carr a little wide there, but no positions gained or lost through this section as Orridge almost clatters the back of Jocelyn there, and Mamassi, unaware that they were closing in so quickly, just collects the back there of Orridge, but no harm, no foul, and they all stay line astern across the line again. 4 minutes to go.
I wonder what's happened to Macaulay Bishop, who has fallen all the way back to 10th place behind Zach Green, behind Cian Geraghty. He was featured like in the lead group for the first lap or 2, and then has suddenly just dropped like a stone. Oh, and that is Taylor Orridge and Henry Jocelyn sort of making a little bit of contact coming off turn number 4. Both drivers bouncing a little bit wide as McLaughlin takes 2nd place. So Burgoyne Junior now leads, McLaughlin 2nd, Still down to 3rd, Carr 4th, Orridge grabs 5th, Jocelyn 6th, and Mamassi forced back to 7th position. It's all go once again. Geraghty is 8th, Zach Green 9th, Bishop 10th, then Spanswick, Kulkarni, Nettleship, Fred Green, Canini and Gregory.
Yes, indeed, battles all the way through the field at the moment, but eyes on these top 4. Chopping and changing each lap, but a clear breakaway between these top 4 from Taylor Orridge just behind, and Jocelyn, a big shake of the head there as he went wide out of the final corner back onto the start-finish straight. Top 3 now very closely. I think the best person who's in position here is probably Brandon Carr, because he's got that nice buffer between himself and that top 3. He can just sweep round the outside if they all dive to the inside
and
here.
He's got just enough time to react if things get a little bit too close for comfort. As Macaulay Bishop now begins his fight back with the new fastest lap of the race. He passes his teammate, Cian Geraghty, and here they go. So it's now McLaughlin who leads. Fionn McLaughlin repasses Harry Burgoyne Jr. Then it's Still. Marcy's taking a lot of curb going into the Fullerton S's. As Bishop now begins to close back in on this lead bunch. And of course, the more they battle, you know, no one's pulling away. Brandon Carr is there in 4th position. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Orridge in 5th, Marcy 6th, Jocelyn 7th. And then it's Bishop in 8th from Geraghty and Green. The top 10 still all within striking distance of the race lead. A bit of a gap back to Kulkarni in 11th, and there's another move, and that's Burgoyne Junior and still passing McLaughlin on the banking.
Yes, indeed. And here comes Still once again under braking. Wow, that kart was completely sideways when he hit the anchors there, but again made the apex, and I don't think Burgoyne Junior knew that was really coming, because now McLaughlin's gone through as well into P2. Now we're going to start to see what these drivers are really made of. 1 minute to go. The time are fastly running out, and Burgoyne Junior looking like he was going for a move to the inside here, but McLaughlin just holds that inside line, covering off any attempt by Burgoyne Junior. Keep an eye still on Carr, and keep an eye on the group behind as well. Orridge still there, and I think he's bringing along Mamasi, Bishop, Jocelyn as well. Jocelyn really struggling in this one. He's tumbled down the order a little bit more as Eldridge gets a warning flag, the number 24, and a change for the lead as McLaughlin gets that move done. And Stilp now getting swamped by Burgoyne Junior, who sweeps to the outside, and Brandon Carr is going to come through into P3. Keep an eye on Stilp, who's going to dive to the inside probably once again, and gesticulating to Brandon Carr, saying, "What are you doing?"
Well, Brandon Carr's reply is, "I'm overtaking you, Mr. Stilp. Thank you very much. I'll take 3rd position." And well, I mean, it was Harry Burgoyne Jr. going around the outside of turn number 3 to pick up a place. That was the pick of those moves, and there's about 7 moves going on, all in the space of about 3 corners. The bottom line is McLaughlin continues to lead from Burgoyne Jr., then a gap of half a second to Carr, Stilp, Mamasi, Bishop, Orridge, Jocelyn, Geraghty, Green and Kulkarni. Kulkarni in the number 32 Argenti kart is also bringing number 51 Jamie Green racing entry of Fred Green with him. And there's another move from Stilp going into turn number 1. That's a brave move.
Very brave move, but he is not close enough now to challenge the 2 ahead. McLaughlin and Burgoyne Jr. are in a league of their own in this heat, and they, well, McLaughlin, they're just saying, come on, let's just go. I'm not going to defend, and Burgoyne Jr. holds on to that promise and doesn't go for the overtake and stays behind as Mamasi and Bishop battle, but now he's going to go for the move. Yeah. Burgoyne Jr. down the inside.
Now, McLaughlin tried that tactic with Burgoyne in the earlier race, and it didn't work.
Yeah, so, tried it again.
And it hasn't worked again.
No.
But I think Harry Burgoyne has his own plan. You know, him and the McBarrett racing team, they've got their own plan, their own tactics. Oh no, McLaughlin stuck a nose at the inside going into the Mike Wilson complex there and had to back out of it as the checkered flag awaits. So in the midst of all this excitement, we've missed the last lap signal, but the checkered flag comes out, and it is Burgoyne who takes the win at the end of a breathless 3rd and final Junior X30 heat. McLaughlin 2nd, Stilp 3rd, Carr 4th, Mamasi 5th, then Jocelyn, Orridge, Geraghty, Bishop and Zach Green the top 10. Well, I mean, if the heats are anything to go by, tomorrow's Junior X30 races are going to be superb. I mean, they're the biggest grid, and they have provided incredible amounts of overtaking and entertainment. Harry Burgoyne Jr. takes the win. McLaughlin, he'll be hoping he can keep this 2nd place now, that he's got enough fuel in and he makes the weight. But I mean, further down the order, Orridge 7th, Geraghty 8th, Bishop 9th, Green 10th, Kulkarni and Gregory. So Henry Gregory from 34th to 12th. Another starring drive from the premium karting entry. Outside the top 12, Fred Green, Eden Spanswood, Jack Nettleship, the top 15. Then Junior Canini, Pratt Thompson, Lewis Byrne, Ashford, Hobson rounding up the top 20. Hayden Eldridge, David McIntyre, Tommy Harfield and Dayton Coulthard. With Morgan Moore, Tristan Powell, Flynn McDermott, Joseph Smith, Freddie Lloyd, George Robinson and Alexander Zingarevich. With Joey Brown, Harry Redding and George Quartermain failing to complete the opening lap. Whew, take a breather. Junior X30, well, if that is the starter, the main course tomorrow, it looks very appetising indeed.
Doesn't it just? There's Stilp, and we're hoist the helmet off. There's Gricey as well, just alongside. Of course, a lot of these drivers using the Grice-prepared IAME X30 engines. Next race coming up very, very soon. Senior X30, of course. Race 10, Heat 3. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a view of what must be some sort of briefing.
I suspect so. You can see Ken Potter just in front there,
Yes,
saying
yes.
all is well. And I expect they probably didn't appreciate suddenly the PA kicking up with us starting to talk over it.
Sorry, yes, I do apologise.
Sorry, sorry about that.
I think maybe that was a sort of a preemptive discussion, saying, look, you know, it's a bit lively. Let's all just calm down and safely get to the end of this one, shall we?
Yeah. Save it all for tomorrow.
Yes, quite right too.
There's Aaron Walker. Now, what happened to Aaron Walker in Heat 2?
Well, there was obviously a spin. He got going again, but then I think when he realised he was down at the back of the pack, let's bring it in to retire, save the tyres.
Yeah.
I think, personally.
I mean, yeah. So over here, good result for Marcus Littlewood. I think P3, was it?
Yes, behind the two premium karting.
No, it wasn't. It was P5.
Oh, right, okay, because it was Louis Johnson Cool and Sam Shaw.
Then it was Sam Heading, Calais Atkins, then Marcus Littlewood.
Yes,
I mean, Marcus was in like P2 for quite a while. There's Gus Lawrence, the original O-plate for last year, of course, defending his O-plate title this year around. And again, we've not seen the usual competitors where we'd usually expect them.
Yeah, and Gus, he had a good first race, and, you know, second race he gained a couple of positions, but I think he's going to get stronger and stronger as the weekend progresses.
Yes, of course. I can agree with that one. Sun, obviously, fairly low in the sky. Local time here is 3:30, as this race is due to start at 3:30. Perfectly on time, as always. Trent Valley Kart Club, spot on. Karts make the way out. Here's how they'll line up then for their third and final heat of today. Aaron Walker and Harry Platten will start on the front row. Sam Heading and Sam Shaw go from row 2.
Marcus Littlewood and Calais Atkins go from row number 3. Aaron Brown and Gus Lawrence start on row 4.
Louis Johnson Cool and Alessandro Serenetti round out the top 10 on row 5 from Harvey Ryby and Lucas Ellingham, who has come out on circuit this time around.
Thomas Fleming and Derek Morgan share row 7 ahead of Caden McQueen and Lewis Mackey.
Reggie Dewey and Harry Torpy should start on row 9, but Harry Torpy is not left to pit lane. He has now. They will go from row 9. Ty Stansfield and Reece Newburn round at the top 20.
Christopher Bingham and Sam Lewis go from row number 11 ahead of Michael Rapsey and JP Slater.
Thomas Breyer and Stephanie Hebecca go from row 13. Stephen DeKaiser
yes.
go from row 14.
So Stephen DeKaiser from Irvine, California.
Right.
So another of the American drivers. And Dan Holland has brought a couple of American drivers over during the course of the season. So Aaron Walker and Harry Platten. Platten did finish P2, but did not enjoy a very successful event. So he's going to try and go one better here. They come to line. No, it's too fast once again. It's a false start.
Another one.
And I have to say that it's the glare of the sun is now going to start causing the drivers a little bit of a problem going down the start-finish straight, heading towards turn number 1.
Do we declare that it's autumn already? I mean, the trees aren't orange yet.
But, it is sort of... maybe today could be described as an Indian summer because it's a lovely day, but there is a chill in the air.
I mean, what are we now? We're mid-September, late September.
I don't think you can class that as summer by
any
stretch of
any
imagination. Unfortunately, we are in the autumn of 2022.
Yes. Yes, the chill is in the air, and right now, but heating up on track, I will say.
Of course, yes, yes. Very good, very good, very good.
Temperature puns.
Plenty, yes. Sam Heading has been red hot in the last couple of months.
I heard his favourite food is chili peppers.
Oh, there we go. Really, very, very good, very good. So, 2 corners to go. He's going to go under the bridge very soon. I'm with you, I'm with you. Took me a little while, but I was there. Second time of asking. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing. It's a good start from Harry Platten, but he has to give best to Aaron Walker as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's and under the bridge. Everybody safely out the other side.
Yeah, good start then this time around for everyone. Callum Atkins around the outside here on, I believe that's Louis Johnson-Cool. It was indeed. Yeah, gets that job done as Marcus Littlewood up there now behind. There's someone going very slow and a shake of the head. It's the number 48.
Derek Morgan. And Derek, who's been competing in KZ2 this year. You know, we saw him finish in the top 10 in the British KZ2 Championship as a privateer. He's come back to X30 where he raced for many, many years and is not having a great time of it. And also with a problem, Lewis Mackey and the number 8 Fusion kart looks like it's got a front wheel at a strange angle. So maybe a track rod bent in an incident that we have not seen. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Walker from Platten heading Shaw and Littlewood.
Yes, indeed. So under 7 minutes to go then. They complete lap 1. Like I say, Walker and Platten very, very close here. Walker won't want a repeat of what happened as Thomas Fleming dives down the inside there of Aaron Brown, moves up into P9 now as Serenetti dives down another position as down the inside here goes Platten, gets that move done, and Sam Heading also wanting to get involved. And this has been a good showing from Sam Heading this weekend. Qualified well and is putting that to play here as Walker retakes the lead out of hairpin number 2, chopping and changing, keeping everyone very, very close.
Yes, indeed. There is the top 5 going into the Mike Wilson complex. The Tony Kart over Aaron Walker. The Harry Platten, he's on a Tony Kart now as well. The BMR restart team used to use the Zenon chassis, but now these Platten is on a Tony Kart this year. And Sam Heading as well in the number 7 kart. That's a Synergy chassis that Sam Heading is using. But there is Harvey Ryby holding off Lucas Ellingham, and I couldn't quite see the other driver in that group. It could have been JP Slater, who had a great run in heat number 2. As there's Gus Lawrence getting muscled out of the way. That was Alessandro Serenetti, I believe, that was involved there.
Cameron Atkins as well, just behind that, getting involved. Now, we saw Aaron Walker fully... there's 2 karts off. Who's that?
That would be the number 22 and the number 327. So it's Stephen DeKaiser
and Sam Lewis.
Who have now been caught and passed by the recovering Derek Morgan. So we've still got the 26 of the 27 starters running. Lewis Mackey, the only retirement.
I think Lewis Mackey came out on circuit, but then pulled into the pit lane immediately.
He came back out. We had that incident, I think, with Derek Morgan that bent a track rod.
Yes. Shame there. So, all kicking off here as Caden McQueen looking down the inside there for a move. Where was that for? That was around P10 on Aaron Brown as Sam Shaw dives down the inside of Sam Heading.
Reggie Dewey setting the fastest lap of the race. Now, if you recall, Kart Masters, Reggie had a great run, but then in the final said, look, my tyres just gone.
Yeah.
You know, my tyres had gone. He led the final for a little bit, and then, no, he admitted he overused his tyres. Today, we're seeing Reggie, no higher than 10th.
Are we seeing a reformed Mr. Excitement?
Yes, we're seeing a conservative Mr. Excitement. Excitement with a small e.
Yes.
Saving himself for tomorrow.
I think that should make it quite interesting for tomorrow. I mean, we have said today that our usual protagonists have not been at the front. Maybe they've all learnt from that then of using the tyres too much. There he is on your screen again.
Everyone is saying the same thing. You know, tomorrow the pre-finals tomorrow, both pre-finals are 10 minutes, and then the final themselves is 15 minutes. So, in addition to the 24 minutes of racing, 26, 27 minutes of racing today, they've got another 20, 30, nearly 40 minutes of racing on these tyres tomorrow.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, you can see why someone like Reggie Dewey, who you expect to see at the front, not at the front, and just sitting and, if an opportunity presents itself, he'll make the move, and if it doesn't, he'll just sit and follow.
Definitely. 3 minutes to go then. Clear breakaway between your top two. Walker leading Platten, leading Sam Heading across the line. Marcus Littlewood still there in P4 from Sam Shaw. Louis Johnson cool there, as well as changing as I think that was Aaron Brown with a 5-second time penalty there.
It's been a tough afternoon for the privateer driver. He qualified so well, but has sort of gone backwards in the heats, I have to say.
Yeah, Lawrence now with the fastest lap of the race, 57.880, currently in P8, just at the back of this sort of pack area here. And not much happening right now, but...
I know, suddenly, you know, the second half, the last heat of the day, they've all calmed down a little bit.
Well, remember, they did have a beef talking to before this race started.
Yes, they did. So
don't forget that.
Maybe some of the words did sink in.
Yes.
Because we've had two very, very energetic heats, I think would be the correct terminology, the politically correct term. Energetic. Feisty. Yes.
Yes.
Over-exuberant. Ill-tempered.
Maybe.
Yes, that's...
I think, yeah, they all work, really. Littlewood on Heading there for P3, and...
No dice.
No dice, yeah. Sam Shaw now thinking about who wants to go for the move here, as Ellingham now with the fastest lap of the race. What's the gap between second and third? It's 1 second exactly.
Yes.
We'll keep an eye on that.
As long as Sam Heading can keep... Well, Sam Heading has now got a gap over Marcus Littlewood because Littlewood is defending, so that will give Heading a chance to see... We'll see what the pace is like at that number 7 car. Can he close this gap? Because he's got no issue from behind. He can get his head down and just, you know, stretch the legs of that number 7 machine a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, huge pack. So Littlewood is 4th, Shaw 5th, Johnson Cool 6th on your screen. Then it's Lawrence 7th, Serenetti in 8th, McQueen is 9th, and Dewey 10th, followed by Fleming, Atkins, Ryby, Ellingham, and then Slater, and then finally a gap back to 16th place Brown, who's just even that red and white Birrell car behind Brown. Then there's a 7-second gap back to 17th place Thomas Pryor.
Well, this is good news for Aaron Brown, because of course he's got that 5-second time penalty, so if he can maintain that gap, he won't lose any places. So, but if they do catch up, then he will. We'll have to see. 30 seconds to go then. Just saw on that last lap, Ty Stansfield bring it into the pit lane, so a retirement for Ty Stansfield. Running with the Jade Racing team, I believe, this weekend. And, yeah, that's not gone well. Gus Lawrence with a warning flag as Caden McQueen sends it down the inside there. Who was that?
That was against Louis Johnson Cool, who's now lost another 4 positions.
Yeah, so...
Just by being forced offline, you know, coming out of the Bobby Game corner, that gave Serenetti, Fleming and Dewey the opportunity to just dive at the inside going into the Mike Wilson complex.
Heading in 3rd place with clear air in front and behind, unfortunately, is not catching up to the back of Platten and Walker. That gap extending now. It's over 1 second, but we'll keep it updated as they go through. Not really changing. All to do with that top 2 at the moment, but back here, nice little scrap. But like I say, we're seeing Reggie Dewey in this battle here. He's gone for overtakes, he's made moves, but I feel like, yeah, he's not forced those moves. It's been moves that have come to him.
They've come to him. So the clock has struck 0. Walker and Platten maintain the top 2 places. They will see the last lap graphic on the very large screen over the start-finish straight next time around. Shaw chasing, Heading, or he's not so much chasing, he's now holding off Littlewood for 4th place. Now, what will Harry Platten do, if anything, about Aaron Walker on this, the final lap?
Let's find out then. Across the bridge they go. heading there. Then the rest of the field heading now with the fastest lap of the race. That gap does come down to less than a second. It might close in a little more this time around. We'll have to see what happens between these two, but crucially, Walker doesn't defend. Platten doesn't dive down the inside. Into hairpin 2, same again, but Platten does go down the inside. Takes the race lead, and Walker, nothing he could do there. He just left the door open as Stansfield also gets a 5-second time penalty.
Yep, I have to say that Aaron Walker, I'm surprised he wasn't defending at all. You know, that the door was wide open for Harry Platten. It was a late decision for Harry to go for it. And I think once Aaron Walker saw the cart was there, he just said, well, no, you carry on. I've had, you know, one bad result. The second place is just fine for me. Harry Platten takes the win. Walker second. Heading is third. Followed by Shaw, Littlewood, Lawrence, McQueen, Serenetti, Dewey, and Fleming, the rest of your top 10. Harvey Ryby is 11th, then JP Slater, Kalai Atkins, Lucas Ellingham, and Aaron Brown finishing in 15th place. Louis Johnson Cool fell all the way back to 16th. We saw him lose a couple of positions, but then it went from bad to worse for Louis Johnson Cool, our Heat 2 winner. Rapsy, Torpy, Newburn, Pryor, the rest of the top 20. Derek Morgan, Chris Bingham, Stephanie Hobika, Sam Lewis, Stephen DeKaiser are your other finishers. Ty Stansfield and Lewis Mackey failed to see the checkered flag. So 3 senior X30 races in the books, 2 races to go, and they are our last 2 heats in cadet as we watch Harry Platten come into the weighbridge. Yep, he's okay. Yeah. Now Aaron Walker. Again, Mick Streak also checking the nose cones.
Did that cameraman just morph through the wall?
Well, remarkable.
Fantastic stuff.
There is a gap.
Oh, yeah, I do know. There it is.
But it's a very good positioning there by our cameraman.
Yeah.
There's Harry Platten. Let's have a chat there now with Aaron Walker. No. Yep. Quick handshake. Well, business as usual.
Yeah, nothing foul between the two of them in that race. All was well, all was calm.
All fair in love and war.
Yeah, exactly. Next race coming up next, IAME Cadet. They're ready to go out. Race 11, Heat 3. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup then for the next race. Plenty of action about to come out onto the circuit. Of course, IAME Cadet, some of them doing double duty. Kip Bolofsky and Noah Baglin, they start from row 1. George Edgar and Riley Cranham go from row 2. Will Green and Kanish Grau, they'll start from row 3, from Henry Domain and Aaron Richardson, rounding out the top 4 rows. Jensen Graham and Jesse Phillips, rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Blair Smith and Archie Lovett go from row 6. Alfie Brown and Jensen Ackerman go from row 7. Yala Sayer and Laith Khan round out the top 8 rows. Harley Musk and Colby Patterson go from row 9, from Ethan Woodward and Braith Murdoch rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Otis Cleary and Kazra Kamyab go from row 11. Aaron Nayar and Andy Stewart go from row 12. Johnston Stewart and George House round out the 13 rows of IAME Cadet karts about to do battle for their final heat of the day.
And all 26 drivers are on circuit, which is good to see. And yeah, it's been a very evenly matched contest, I have to say, in IAME Cadet. We've seen flashes of brilliance for both the Fusion team and the ORM team. I think that Fusion have come out on top in both heat races so far. Heat 1 went the way of Kip Bolofsky and Heat 2 went the way of George Edgar. But on both occasions, number 63 ORM car of Noah Baglin finished in P2. Now this looks a bit messy, and indeed it is a false start.
So yes, of course, again another false start for IAME Cadet. Well, all of them. What is it? Have they put something in the water?
Well,
is it the cold air?
I'm not quite sure. You know, it's a strange one. Some race meetings you don't get any false starts, but then maybe it's just the anticipation of the O plates. I'm not quite sure really. I've got no explanation, but we certainly have seen more false starts today than we have at virtually any other meeting we've had this year.
Well,
hopefully they will rectify this for tomorrow.
Yes, of course, because they do allow a little bit of a buffer time, of course, but too many false starts can cause delays, and delays are no good. And we're still going a little fast here. We just need to back everyone up a little bit more. Everyone's very eager to get going, and we'll see whether or not it is good this time around. It's looking better. Still a bit sharpish at the front there. Everyone's struggling to keep in a tight-ish formation, but it is looking good then. Into the tram lines, Heat 3, race 11, IAME Cadet, green flags out, here we go. Great start from the front row. Edgar tucking out of the slipstream's early doors, but Baglin holding on to second place as he sweeps around the outside now. 3 wide as Will Green dives to the inside, moves up into P4 now as they go over the bridge. The number 22 of Kanish Rao down the inside as they go over the literal bridge. Down the hill they go, but it is Baglin who leads the way into the braking zone as he's sideways under braking as it goes 3 wide, and Edgar now takes the lead as Bolowski holds on to it now.
Superb double crossover move there from Noah Baglin. He allowed both Bolowski and Edgar to take the lead. The first and second places up the inside going into the first hairpin. He just timed the crossover to perfection. To retake the lead as we're looking at the number 19 kart going slowly.
Yeah, Andy Stewart, the young lady from Northern Ireland who unfortunately has not had the best starts to the race, has dropped back right to the battlefield.
This is a huge learning curve for young Andy on her first appearance here at Kiev International. So at the end of lap number 1, it is Baglin who leads from Bolowski. A small gap, which is now down to nothing for the next 2 Fusion drivers, Edgar and Cranham, and Baglin is about to get swamped. As he knows, he's hanging tough on the outside going onto the bridge, and that means that he's still got the lead coming through turn number 4, but Bolowski and Edgar and Cranham have all got the momentum, and Baglin, oh no, he tried to sweep across and defend there, but there was just a wall of karts, and in fact the Temi Domain now moves to 4th place, so Baglin drops from 1st to 5th.
Yes, indeed. Now it's starting to heat up here as again further 3 wide in the background. Will Green getting involved with a couple more of the Fusion drivers. So plenty of action all the way through the field. He's got Jesse Phillips and Jensen Graham as well for company there. 6 minutes to go. One of the ORMs going slightly wide. I think that was Kanish Rao just in the back of shot there. And the number 22 going wide out of the Fullerton S's. But Linus Stern in this section now. And as they exit the final corner, it still will be Bolowski who leads the way from Edgar in P2. Cranham still there in P3 from Domain, Baglin, Phillips, Green, Graham, the top 8.
Yeah, so there's a move a little bit further back, but as we go through turn number 3, Bolowski and Edgar, who have shared the race wins in the first 2 heats so far today, have got an edge over Cranham, and Cranham is requiring assistance from both Domain and Baglin. And, well, they assist him wide going into the first hairpin, and it's now Fusion 1-2, ORM 3-4.
Yes, indeed. It's all starting to spice up quite nicely here. IAME Cadet have given us a good show all weekend. It's been pretty exciting, but it's been pretty fair as well, hasn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. In fact, all 4 classes have been very, very entertaining so far today. Junior specifically, but I mean, yeah, the cadets, the armies and the water swifts, I think they've got plenty of excitement up their sleeves for us. Maybe in the next 4.5 minutes, who knows? It's still Bolowski leading George Edgar, but the ORM train behind, and it's not often we've said this season, Domain and Baglin closing in on the 2 leaders.
Yes, indeed. We have seen this before. I think we saw it at Glannygore for the British Championships. ORM looking like they were going to have their best weekend
and then
going into that. It did all fall apart. But, like you say, it does show that they have got the skill out there. It's just that they've just got to put it together. That's all it is.
Over the course of a race and just making those split-second decisions. And, of course, that's where, you know, the less experienced drivers that ORM have got, you know, that's where they can get found out. You know, you've got to learn that. You're making split-second decisions, you know, 7 or 8 times in a race that put yourself in a position to win. And finally we're seeing, well, Domain and Baglin have both done with a great deal of maturity this weekend, I have to say, as well as a fine turn of speed. Speaking of fine turns of speed, number 54, Will Green, still hanging on in the lead Jamie Green racing karts. He's in that third, well, the fourth group of karts on your screen. He's in 9th position and doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, indeed. 3 minutes to go.
It's taken a while, but finally, Domain and Baglin, with the help now of Jesse Phillips and Riley Cranham, have bridging the gap towards the two leaders. Edgar and Belowski are trying as hard as they can to push away, but it's irresistible force versus a movable object. And slowly but surely, Domain and Baglin have whittled that gap down to next to nothing with just under 3 minutes to go.
The problem that Domain and Baglin have now is that, yes, they have caught up to the back of the two karts in front, which are two fusion karts. Yes. They then have two fusion karts behind them.
Yes.
When they catch those two fusion karts in front, they are going to need to get past
very
sooner rather than later, because as soon as they catch up, the two behind of Phillips and Cranham will attack Baglin and Domain.
Well, there's the first move, and it's for the race lead as George Edgar passes Belowski. So now, yes, let's see if Anthony's prophecy rings true, because, yes, if Domain and Baglin stay put, you know, then they're going to just fall into the same pace. The minute they move offline, then they're going to get snookered and freight trained by Phillips and Cranham. But that's not happened, and they've already made the move and separated the leaders. And here comes Baglin. What a move from Noah Baglin.
Wow, thread the eye of a needle. That was perfectly timed. Just clipped the apex beautifully. The kart rode up onto the curb. It looked nice and smooth. It didn't hit the curb. It rolled over it, and it was a very nicely timed move there. And now they are second and third, so this is exactly what they wanted to do. Belowski with a warning flag, though, who is in the race lead, as Edgar now drops down into P5.
Yeah, behind the GP plate of Riley Cranham. Now, will we see a move going on to the banking from Domain and Baglin? Oh, they almost went for a move going into turn number 1. There's just over a minute remaining. Domain's going to have to look to the inside. And
Cranham.
It's Cranham who makes the move. Oh, but Baglin fights back. Oh, feisty there. Cranham gets a elbow to the outside there, and he loses a couple of places. Now Domain's going to have to make the move. Is he going to? He's not going to push. He's not going to push. He's going for the race lead. He takes the race lead.
Yeah, was that well timed, though? I mean, right now he has got his teammate. Oh, no, it's all coming together now, as that was
Edgar.
Yeah, it was George Edgar down the inside of Baglin, and Baglin quite clearly furious there with that overtake, and now they fall right to the back of this large train. So now it's Henry Domain all by himself with not one but 5 fusion karts right behind him.
Yeah, and that's the problem that Noah Baglin has. He was trying for the undercut coming off the second hairpin, so he swept really wide, which left a gaping hole for George Edgar to fill his kart. But then, of course, Baglin swept across to try and get the undercut, and Edgar's kart was there.
Yes, indeed. Now, you've still got Will Green in that group as well, the number 54, who's latched onto the back of this one. Another change for the leaders. Belowski retakes it, and it looks like Jesse Phillips went for the move as well. And now the train effect comes in. This is the fusion train
now
pulling into the station.
In trouble because Cranham's gone through. Here comes Graham and the number 16 kart of Aaron Richardson. And suddenly, from battling for the lead, Henry Domain finds himself down out of the top 6 in 6th position. Well, he's trying to fight back, but there's a clock strike 0. The 3 leaders, Belowski, Phillips and Cranham, are clear.
Yeah, clear by some margin now as well. That's going to be a tough one to close, especially if Jensen Graham defends like he is doing right there on your screens. But Laith Khan with a warning flag as well. Like you say, time of striking 0. Out of the final corner then, it is Belowski leading the way from the GP plates. Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips there in P3. Again, Domain fighting furiously there in P5, trying to get past Jensen Graham, but failing to do so. He might have an opportunity as they go onto the bridge, but crucially, Bolowski has gone defensive, and that's closed the group up ahead, and this might turn into a big battle very, very soon as well.
Well, fourth place is any one of about 7 drivers, and Bolowski defending into hairpin and 1. He's going to defend the second hairpin, and watch Cranham swing wide, and watch Phillips swing even wider. And are they all going to get round the second hairpin? There's 3 wide battling, the 15 kart, the Blair Smith loses a bit of ground there, but it is still Bolowski leading into the Bobby Game corner from Cranham and Phillips. It's going to be a run at the inside for Cranham. He takes the race lead. Bolowski, though, tries to fight back. A little bit of door handling. Wheel to wheel, side by side between the 2 teammates. And watch out for Jesse Phillips.
Yep, Phillips back down the inside, but it's Bolowski holds on to it, but across the line, it will be Riley Cranham from Jesse Phillips. Bolowski crosses the line in P3 at the end of that domain, recovers to finish back in P4 from Jensen Graham, George Edgar, Kanish Grau, Blair Smith, Noah Baglin, and Will Green, who crosses in the top 10. Aaron Richardson finishes in P11 from Archie Lovett, Harley Musk, Alfie Brown, Colby Patterson, Ethan Woodward, Yala Sayer, Laith Khan, Jensen Ackerman, Braith Murdoch, George House, Otis Cleary, Aaron Nair. Then it's Kazra Kamyab, Johnson Stewart, and Andy Stewart, who does cross the line eventually, who's coming around the final corner now to take the checkered flag. All 26 karts that started finish once again. A nice
remarkable
record.
achievement considering some of the action we just witnessed, I have to say. But all credit to the drivers, all credit to the drivers indeed. As we now look ahead to the last race of the day. Race number 12. It's the 3rd and final heat for IAME Water Swift. It's not going to happen just yet because 4 of the drivers in the race are still on circuit.
Yes.
On their slowing down lap.
No, you can't start yet. I've got to get out of this one. But there's a look then at, of course, the provisional race results at the end of race 11, heat 3. Like Henry said, the last race, race 12, coming up in just a moment's time for the IAME Water Swift class. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in the moment with the start of the final race of the day.
So there is a look at the, well, at the moment it's a sparsely populated grandstand.
It's a bit, isn't it?
But it will fill up a lot before the finals tomorrow. We've got a mixture
Mackey,
of Fusion and Strawberry Racing team members down there in the grandstand. You see Lewis Mackey on the left, and Joe Bullen in the middle, and T4, Tom Arm on the left with the several baseball caps on his head.
How many is that he's wearing now? Is it 3?
Is it 3 caps? I'm not quite sure how many Tom Arm has got on. It's several. Several. Yeah. I think there's 2 caps there at least.
There's one.
Ah, well, he's got to have one Synergy one and one Fusion one, so he's covering all his bases.
Yeah. Smart man.
Well, yeah, you know, there we go. So, there is a look at the early evening sunshine here at PF International. The track, as always, looking immaculate. And we have 1 8-minute heat race remaining.
We do indeed, yes. IAME Water Swift, race 12, heat 3. They are ready to head out onto the circuit. Their race start time is 4 o'clock, and it is 1 minute past 4, so we expect to see them on track very, very swiftly.
Hey, I like that. That's very good, very good, very good.
Thank you very much. Dan Nashton disagreeing with me as he shakes his head.
He's giving you a round of applause, which, yeah, I think is
like I say,
more out of sympathy than anything else, I would imagine.
Like I say, our second choice of start flag man. Green flag up in the air then. Karts will make their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look then at the starting lineup for the final race of the day. Plenty of action about to take to the circuit. And, of course, those two drivers starting on the front row, Kenzo Craigie and Riley Cranham. They're going to be starting on row 1. Noah Baglin and Jesse Phillips go from row 2.
Lewis Islin and Henry Domain start from row number 3 with Jarrett Clark and Henry Carter on row 4.
Maxim Bobrojov and Albert Friend go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 from Connor Clancy and Jack McLaughlin on row 6.
Row 7, Jacob Bashler and Sam Woolley. Row 8, Andrew Dixon and Cooper Snedden. Starting shotgun on the field on row number 9 is Reese Owen.
Now, remind ourselves of the results from Heat 1 and 2. Heat 1, Kenzo Craigie, Riley Cranham, Jesse Phillips. Heat 2, Noah Baglin, Jarrett Clark and Riley Cranham. Kenzo Craigie finished P5 in that one, so not had the best of starts in the second one. What can we see this time around as the karts make their way into the Fullerton S's? And again, quite a spread out grid. They'll have to bring it all together.
Well, I mean, you've got Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips, who haven't won a race in this class yet. And what have we got there? We've got Cooper Snedden, who has not joined the field. So young Cooper Snedden in kart number 30, the Scotsman from Livingston, on the Parolin chassis, drove the Ambition Motorsport team. This weekend has not gone out, sadly. Well, let's see. Are we going to get a start the first time of asking? Yes, we do. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And it's again a good start from Riley Cranham, who tries to squeeze Kenzo Craigie. And Cooper Snedden does make the start at the back of the field there. So he was, obviously, he will start the race, but he's a long way back. Oh, and there's a lot of chopping and changing going on into turn number 3 and turn number 4. Oh, and a bit of contact there for about 5th or 6th position. Henry Carter on the inside, and Craigie leads, and Baglin is going to try and get one of his custom cutbacks there, and oh, that was a little bit too close for comfort, and Craigie says, you can try that, mate, but you're not coming through.
Riley Cranham squeezing in as well as the 26 of Jesse Phillips also getting involved, but I wonder what they put in Baglin's cereal this morning, because he's been on it today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. And I mean, I spoke to him after qualifying, and he says, look, I'm feeling really good. That's the best I've driven in a while. And yeah, he feels as though he's been content for wins in both, and he is.
Did they put Red Bull in his Weetabix or milk?
Well, I don't, maybe a bit gold top milk, I think, is the answer to that one. As Craigie, and then the third place kart of number 26, Fusion Motorsports, Jesse Phillips, follow Baglin out onto the banking with Cranham there in 4th, a slight gap back to Domain, and the number 55 kart of Jarrett Clark.
Yes, indeed. Tucking his head down goes Baglin. Craigie attacks, though, and, well, Cranham also follows as well, or is it Phillips who follows? It is Phillips who follows him. They will stay in position, no positions gained or lost. And again, everyone just closing in. It looked like Phillips went for the move there, actually, further back. So all is well so far. 6 minutes to go. Baglin with the warning flag in the early stages of this race. And there is a George Gibbons driver.
It looked like it was a number 91 and the 94 of 94, Connor Clancy, out of the race. Well, no, he's not out of the race, he's trying to get back in the kart.
That's twice he's had issues, hasn't it? Connor Clancy, he retired from Heat 2 as well.
On the last corner, so he's back in the race.
How did he finish? He finished P9 in Heat 1.
Yeah, albeit down in last position now is Connor Clancy. There is...
Is he going to bring it in, save the tyres? No, he's going to keep it going.
Well, it's still 5.5 minutes to go. A lot can happen. He's a long way back, but, you know, if there's a Battenberg flag or some retirements up front, you know, that could elevate his position a little bit. The tyre wear in cadets isn't as much of a concern as in the junior and senior class, it has to be said. Oh, gosh, there's one of the ORM karts running very wide coming out of the second hairpin. I think that may have been Jarrett Clark in 5th position. Henry Carter in 6th, still top 3. Baglin, Craigie and Cranham.
Yes, indeed, they're coming round the final section of track now. to finish lap number 3. Lap 4 will start, and like we were saying, yeah, Baglin still leading the way, very closely followed by Craigie, Cranham, Phillips there in the second group, just behind, with Domain and Clark for company. Now it's starting to change because Craigie dives down the inside on the banking section. Baglin down now into second place, and Riley Cranham now fighting also for second place. Fails to do so, stays in third. Keep an eye on the group behind.
Because they're closing in, led by the 65 kart of Domain, chased by the 55 of Clark, the 23 of Carter, and the 26 of Phillips. Lewis Islin is 8th, then it's Friend, Bobrashev, and then the number 98 of McLaughlin rounding out the top 11 with Bashler, Woolley, Reese Owen, Dixon and Snedden. Conor Clancy is still out there, but is more than 20 seconds behind the already delayed Cooper Snedden.
Change for second as Cranham moves up past Baglin. Baglin down into P3 now. Crucially, though, he's got some company behind him in the form of 3 other teammates.
Yes, indeed, and it's not very often we say this, but the lone Fusion kart at the front of the field is Riley Cranham pushing Kenzo Craigie along, but a whole host, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 ORM karts now, sort of drawing a bead on the top 2.
Yes, indeed. 3 minutes to go, not long at all, and they are closing in on that top 2. Something not working between that top 2 if the rest of the field, as large as it is closing in, and also while they're doing moves like this, as that was Henry Carter getting past Jarrett Clark, and Jarrett Clark immediately fighting back and saying, no, I'll take that back, thank you.
I mean, Kenzo won the opening heat, then in the second race he did drop back a little bit. I mean, sort of had a few question marks over whether it was just, track position, he lost momentum, or whether it was a lack of pace. And I'm thinking it may be a slight lack of outright ultimate pace, because even with Cranham sort of for help, they haven't been able to stave off the chasing pack.
No, very wide in the background shot there. It was Albie Friend.
Yes, the first of the George Gibbon motorsport, and there is Cranham having a little nibble at the inside. Craig sort of came across, and it looks like now Craig's going to get shuffled to the outside, and a new leader, Noah Baglin, from third to first.
Yeah.
Craigie fights back to repass Cranham for second to minimise the damage, but Baglin now we're going to watch. He doesn't defend too much there. Craigie sort of made a half attempt, but didn't fully commit.
Yeah, crucially, I think Baglin, who looks over his shoulder for a really long time.
Yeah, and that's sort of concerning,
It is, because
Craigie wasted little time up the inside going into Fullerton S's when Baglin wasn't looking over his shoulder. He said, right, I'm going to trick you, go.
Yes.
And he made it.
He did, yeah. So maybe other drivers learning, catching on to what Baglin's doing into hairpin 1 and just think, all right, I'll overtake somewhere else.
I mean, you can see that Noah Baglin is really driving well, but it's a little bit over-exuberant sometimes. He's got the, not desperation, but he's obviously desperate to win. He feels he's finally got the pace, he's got the racecraft, and the urge to win that first major race is there. And he's been a little bit over-exuberant in some of his defending. Which is, it's not driving dirty, it's just that sort of, I can win this, I've got a better chance to win this than I've ever had before in my life, and I'm going to do everything I possibly can to do it.
Yeah, has a little look down the inside at hairpin 1, fails to do so. While he did that, Henry Domain, just behind in the 65, and Jarrett Clark as well, and have followed suit. And
good move there from Clark to move into P4.
Yes. So, 30 seconds remaining. They've got another couple of laps left in this race. Plenty of time and very wide there, and a rare mistake for Jesse Phillips, running wide out of the Bobby Game corner, getting caught on that curb, which then kind of just jettisoned him off before he got into the Mike Wilson complex, opening the door up, allowing Lewis Islin to slide down into P6. Under the bridge they go, 13 seconds, and not change for the lead, but it was Craigie who went defensive there.
Yeah, Kenzo Craigie's now backing them all up. He was very defensive going on to the banking, but then instead of sort of washing out wide, he sort of parked it again on the apex so that no one could get up the inside going into turn number 3. But now, a black flag for number 98 kart of Jack McLaughlin as Kenzo Craigie under pressure. He's lost the lead. Baglin back in front. Craigie runs wide. And it's not only Baglin, I think that's Domain as well. No, it's Jarrett Clark into P2.
Yes, it is. So now the two teammates can work together, hopefully. You saw the sign there from Baglin just to say, right, okay, let's go. And hopefully that does come to fruition as the timer strikes 0 out of the final corner for the penultimate time. And they will see the last lap board. And he says, right, come on, let's keep going. Looks over the shoulder, and it was a nod from the head from Jarrett Clark, but Riley Cranham is there, and Riley Cranham will go for the move, and Jarrett Clark goes defensive, blocks any potential move there from Cranham, and now down the inside goes Lewis Islin on Cranham. So despite the fact that these two teammates in front are working together, the Fusion drivers this time around are not.
Yeah, and again, Jarrett Clark tells Noah Baglin saying, go, 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 I'm not going to attack you, I'm not going to attack you. So Noah Baglin, Jarrett stayed true to his word in heat number 2, but this time he's got double trouble behind him, and Cranham and Islin force their way past Jarrett Clark. So by not attacking the race leader, it cost Jarrett Clark 2 places. Sometimes attack is the best form of defence.
Yes, it is indeed. But, well, Noah Baglin's got this one in the bag as back down the inside goes Kenzo Craigie to try and get another position, but loses another. But out of the final corner for the final race of the day, it will be Noah Baglin who takes it from Lewis Islin, Riley Cranham. Henry Domain crosses in P4 from Jesse Phillips. Kenzo Craigie at the end of that finishes in P6 from Jarrett Clark, Henry Carter, Albert Friend and Maxim Bovjov with a top 10 finish.
Behind the top 10, Sam Woolley comes home in 11th, Jacob Bashler in 12th, Andrew Dixon is 13th, Rhys Owen 14th, Cooper Snedden finishes in 15th position, and Connor Clancy will come home in 16th position. Jack McLaughlin did pit after receiving that black flag, so I believe that's 2 wins in Water Swift for Noah Baglin.
Yes, indeed. Heat 2 and a Heat 3 win, so looking good for his day tomorrow. Of course, all these drivers will be well rested tonight, one would hope.
Oh, yes. And
we'll be back fighting again in the morning. There's a look at the provisional race results at the end of the final race of the day, race 12, Heat 3 for IAME Water Swift. And yeah, you can see, not sure what Jack McLaughlin got black flag for. I'll have to look at the race results after.
I didn't see a technical flag go out. So it must have been some sort of driving infringement that the race officials did not like. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That is the opening day of the 2022 IAME O-Plates, the British Open Championship for IAME Cadet, Junior X30 and Senior X30, and the final international qualifier for IAME Water Swift in the books. And Anthony Jordan, has been a very, very entertaining day's worth of racing.
It has been indeed, yes, but I'm sure tomorrow will be even more exciting. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not yet subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, make sure you do so you get that notification of when we go live tomorrow morning. If you did enjoy today's stream, please make sure you do give it a like. And if you enjoyed it so much, maybe leave a comment as well. Let us know what your favourite race was out there. For me, definitely Junior X30 Heat 1, first race of the day.
And I'm struggling to pick between any of the 3 Junior X30 races, if I'm honest, but certainly it bodes well for a very, very exciting day tomorrow.
It does indeed. From us here at PFI, we'll see you tomorrow for the IAME O-Plate pre-finals and finals.